my buddy from Renthal USA, of course, sponsoring Monster Energy Kawasaki and Factory Honda, Red Bull KTM, and more. Paul Perebijnos. What's up, Paul? How are you?
Hey, Steven. How we doing?
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
A little staycation in Vegas this weekend for you?
Yep. Stayed here for a couple nights.
Nice.
My friend here that you're about to introduce said he was coming up here, so we got to hang out again for a while. It's been a bit.
We'll cover Destinations a little bit. We did a Renthal reaction.
Okay.
But I want to talk to you in person a little bit. You had a big part of Team USA and everything that went on there. We'll talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
Also in studio here, he was one time a test bike mechanic for Factory Honda, and he's a racer, and then he was a mechanic for McGrath and for Wyndham, among others, and then he was a crew chief, and now he is team manager for Honda HRC, Lars Lindstrom. What's up, buddy?
What's up, Steve? How are you?
Thanks for coming in.
Pumped to be here.
You'd asked me about coming up here, and I was like, really? And you're like, yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be fun. And I'm like, all right. And yeah, it worked out. I just can't believe you're actually here.
I think we've talked about it for a couple of years probably about doing something like that.
Yeah.
And, I have a couple people that listen to the show religiously. I listen to it on the drive to work when I can and stuff like that. And so it's hard, 4 or 5 hour shows, whatever they are, to try to get it all in. But I do listen. My brother listens in Sweden. I got a bunch of buddies that are into it too. So it's fun.
What time how long do we carve out for a hockey talk?
How much you need?
Yeah, I mean, we should get into it, right? We'll talk some hockey.
I'm actually not super well versed in NHL right now, so if you're gonna ask me anything like that, I'll do my best. But but my kid plays hockey, so I'm into it.
Yeah, you're a coach.
Yeah,
part-time coach.
Yeah.
So thanks for coming in. Yeah, appreciate it. Congratulations on the season you had. Just phenomenal, right? Just the kind that you won 7 out of 8 championships or something, right? You won
6 out of 7.
6 out of 7 championships. Incredible.
Yeah, no, it was a dream season for sure. Something that I never thought would ever happen, and probably won't happen again. I mean, the amount of races and championships and all that stuff. I mean, the bonus money. Wow. Yeah,
we used to have this thing at Yamaha, and Paul had it at Pro Circuit too. We would get pizza on Monday if a rider won.
Yeah.
How much pizza did you guys eat this year?
Yeah, we do. We actually do. We've done pizza a few times. We do a lunch on if we win. We usually do Chipotle. It's easier, quicker. Everybody puts their order in on the same thing, and then so we got a lot of Chipotle this year.
A lot of Chipotle, just raining Chipotle. Chase Sexton, Hunter Lawrence, Jet Lawrence. Phenomenal year. Lots to get into it with you, and I kind of want to talk a little bit about your rise a little bit at Honda. I mean, your dad was team manager, 79-80. And then, of course, you stepped into his shoes, and there's lots to get into it with you. And I think just the season that you guys had, we do have an announcement coming up from Honda at some point.
We can announce it right now, actually.
Oh, we can?
It's already out.
Oh, it's already out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah,
we've I know it's been the worst kept secret, worse probably than Chase's, I guess. But Hunter is moving up to the 450 class for next year, and so we just dropped a video on our Instagram and on YouTube for Honda Power Sports US, and go check it out. And we had fun making a video last week with him and his brother, and
the video's really, really good. We watched it before the show.
Yeah,
Paul, not that big of a silly season bomb, but
we knew about it, I guess. Yeah, but there's still some questions I think around it that I know I have. So we can talk about.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. So Hunter and Jet will be 450 full time. Then you're not going to hear me yell and scream about Hymas and Shimoda on 250s. Like, I'm fine. That's
You're good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
But you would have been yelling and screaming about Hunter, you think? You would have taken the Jeffrey Hurling's MX2 stance all year, or what?
I just look. We a rider that you know well, Jeremy McGrath. We did a live show last time 2 weeks ago at Skip's Brewery, and I said he's to blame for the current state of the 125 class. He is to blame, and he was like, "Huh?" And I said, "Because you just fucking never lost." So the manufacturers needed a title, any title at all. So 32-year-old John Dowd, get down to 125s.
Yeah, that's true.
Nathan Ramsey, we have to win something because this fucking McGrath guy is never going to lose. He's to blame. Because before then it used to be literally like a kid's class and get in and get out, right? Bradshaw, Kordowski, none of those guys. Larocco, they didn't want to stay in there. And McGrath started it all.
All the OEs started paying way more attention to the 250 class because of him.
Yeah,
the little class.
Little class, because they couldn't win. And they needed to win, right? Like, think about the Japanese bosses, we write you a check for $4 million and
no win,
nothing, right? So, but no, we'll talk about your whole roster. Shimoda's a new recruit for you guys. That's a really big deal for you. We'll have some lively debate about that.
Yeah.
You brought your wife in the studio.
Yep.
Jen's here, so maybe she's got some hot takes.
She does. She's got plenty of hot takes.
She's got hot takes.
I'm not sure we're ready for them.
Okay. All right, we'll check it out. 702-586-7857. You want to call in and talk to us, and working the phones over there, holding things down in the corner. Coming in a little late, but better late than never. Just let Jerry Tits. What's up?
I do not agree with that statement.
Yep, I dispute as well.
Yes, thank you.
He was on time.
Not late.
Well, okay.
Thank you, Paul. You're always my
I mean, he was here before the show started.
Okay.
He seemed to be ready.
I'm ready.
I don't know what to say.
I'm not the only one.
3 months ago, you wanted to kill him for dipping his finger in your sauce.
Well, if he does something stupid like that tonight, I might want to kill him
He's
again.
a man of forgiveness. He knows how to move on.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, okay.
Yeah, but don't
I
stick
was
your
on
finger in
time.
my food tonight, by the way.
Dude,
Okay,
it was one of the Lars. It was one of the angriest I've seen Paul. he said you got to try this Chipotle thing from
Okay.
Chipotle sauce.
Lars,
Okay.
try this sauce. This sauce is amazing. What would you do, you think?
What are we dipping it on?
Well, what would you do? I said, hey, try this sauce. It's fucking
in
great.
A little,
What would you do?
A little cup.
It's in a little cup.
Comes on there. He says, "Hey, try this," and he's holding it out.
Chipotle salad dressing. What would you do?
Well, like if I had a chicken nugget or something, I
Yeah.
would probably dip it in.
Okay.
I would probably go straight in, but I'd have a clean chicken nugget.
Okay. You wouldn't stick your finger in it.
Absolutely not.
I rest my case.
It
To
was
each his own. It's fine.
tensions were high when that happened.
This is what happened. I was like, hey, Tits, the sauce is good. Try it. Okay.
I believe it. We're talking about Paul.
The tension was high.
And he ain't
It
afraid.
was delicious sauce.
He's not
though, I will
afraid.
admit.
Working the YouTube over there with all the cameras, doing heroes work. Travis Marks, what's up, Mark? Sorry.
Hi.
How are you?
Just going above and beyond as always.
Yeah, our live show went pretty well, right? Like that was
I think
a
so.
good thing. I think people really liked that.
Mark's ain't happy about the
I will not be-
retool after
I will
the.
not be doing it again because setting everything up apparently is an absolute pain in the ass.
Okay.
But it was a good while it lasted.
All right, sounds good.
no more away games.
Fun time.
There will be negotiations for my fee.
Oh boy,
for
here
that.
we go. By the way, Lars, you guys are working closely with the Weisco guys for your bikes. And before I got involved with Weisco, Kevin at Weisco, and he came on the show, I knew you guys use Weisco, but I'm like, yeah, as if you use Weisco, right? You actually do use Weisco, and they build pistons for you guys, and they work with the Honda HRC guys. They had a great year. 2-stroke, 4-stroke. Weisco is performance partner of Honda HRC. Full range of performance components for dirt bikes, UTVs, ATVs, and more. And PulpMX is the code to save with 2- and 4-stroke pistons, Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, and more. Weisco's been a big part of your success.
Yeah.
And they really do build pistons for you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's not the first factory team to run a sticker and then not use the product.
Yeah.
So that's all.
They have a big company, and they're able to. They have a lot of smart engineers that we work really closely with on design changes or whatever we want to do. So they've been really good.
Yeah, awesome. So Lars Lindstrom brought to you by the folks at Weisco tonight, by the way, and Paul Perebijnos brought to you by Renthal.
Sweet.
New distributors.
Great customer. We do have 2 new distributors. So, yeah, anybody that's been looking for product in the U.S., we have 2 new guys that we just signed up, Automatic in Maine and Southern in San Diego. And their containers of product, I think, have arrived within the last couple days. So there'll be 2 more outlets to find rental stuff in the U.S. because I know it's been a bit tricky lately.
Factory Honda bonuses paid out this year by Renthal.
We've submitted them. I think we've paid about half of them. The other ones are 30 days away most likely. But, yeah, they hit every bonus in their contract.
Did Lars? Does he use too much product? Did they use too much product over there at the?
They're pretty good. I mean, they even offer to use twin rings in the sand at home. So like they're conscious of using it. Some teams are definitely.
I'm pretty good
others.
like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Easy.
Well, when you're a test guy, then a mechanic, you know what I mean? You know all the steps of the team, so he knows how to keep sponsors happy. And Renthal gets upset when you abuse product.
Well, we had,
at least Paul does.
We had to negotiate last
More like
year.
Paul does.
We had to renegotiate the deal last year.
Yep.
And I can't remember where we were, but we were sharing a hotel room, and we were just sitting there in our underwear talking about our deal. Like, should we talk about this?
Yeah.
It was the easiest negotiation we've had. Well, it wasn't easy, but it was the most
It's one of the easier.
comfortable.
Very comfortable with each other.
In our underwear, yeah.
Oh, that's great. By the way, right before the show, our buddy Jay Dungy sent us an Instagram of Michael Rappaport.
God, it's gold, too.
That is.
Bagging on Phil. It's fantastic. It's just great. Good job, Jade.
Jade is the ultimate practical joker.
Yeah.
He's not afraid.
No, that's great. And, he spent money to do that, but it's worth every dollar to have Michael Rappaport make fun of Phil.
Well spent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, do you know that Renthal they've been our longest sponsor except for maybe one sponsor,
What's
and it's
the other
almost 40 years.
What's the other one?
DID. They
So-
got you beat.
Another great company.
Yeah.
I was going to bring that up because you were there when I went and did a story with Dave Arnold on the old Factory Works bikes. It was still one of the coolest things I've ever done in this industry. I was blown away by Dave and looking at those bikes and getting up close. And
His memory.
It's his memory.
Crazy.
It's on YouTube, all of it. And you were there, and then I made a comment, like, because the rental bars were on the 86 bikes. 85 were just a steel bar. 86, the factory bikes, there was rental, and it's been on ever since. It's never left. And those bars were gold. I think the first ones in 86 were gold. But, yeah.
Is that RJ?
Yeah.
Was
RJ,
it RJ?
Bailey, all of them. They
Who
all
won in '86?
RJ
right?
and Bailey.
Yeah.
Bailey won the 500s. RJ won everything else.
But 250 Supercross.
RJ, yeah. But that was when rental started. Yeah, from the UK.
Started in the U.S.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Honda rental thing.
Yep.
Started in there and then kept going. Yeah. So it's like you said, Lars, longest sponsor for you guys, which is awesome. You know.
Yeah. Except for DID.
All right, rental bringing you Paul Perebijnos, Hunter Lawrence, full-time 450 rider. Check out Instagram, Honda USA on Instagram. Honda.
Yeah,
whatever,
Honda Power
Racing,
Sports
Honda
US.
Racing. Yeah, check it out. That's the big news from those guys. So lots to get into when it comes to that. And yeah, we still got a lot to talk about. So Trey Canard coming on tonight in Japan, CRE, the debut of that bike. We saw it a couple of years ago. I think the photos were out a couple of years ago. Now you raced it. What'd you think? What do you know about it, Lars? What can you tell us about it?
To be honest, I don't know a whole bunch about it. They've been pretty secretive. Even when I was over there a few months ago, it wasn't available to look at, but it was disassembled apparently, and not in the same area that we were at the time. But yeah, I know that Trey even is pretty new. I mean, he went over there in September, rode it. He's probably only ridden
He
the bike.
hasn't ridden in the USA? He never rode it?
That bike has never been to the USA as far as I know.
Yeah.
And he probably rode it, tested on it 6-7 times before he raced it.
Yeah.
So not a lot of time to ride a completely different type of motorcycle. So no, I was stoked on how he did, and I think the whole session, every session they went out, they progressed a lot.
Yeah.
I think there was a video of him on the starting grate when spinning sideways.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
because I guess that grate's real narrow.
Thanks for that, Maeda. Don Maeda shot that, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only video he put up was
Right.
like that one. Yeah.
Right.
So I'm glad that I know that they figured out that we got 2 out of 3 hole shots, so it was cool.
Yeah, it's certainly exciting times. Have you guys either ridden the Stark or the Alta?
No.
I've ridden the Alta a bunch. It's really cool. Kiefer and Nick Way just did the Stark test for us,
Yeah.
Racer X and Pulp, the other day at Glen Helen, and I think it's awesome. I think that it's so much fun. They're so different. It's cool that the Japanese series let them race with gas powered
Yeah.
bikes, right?
So that's leading me to my question. I want to
Yeah.
see where you guys stand against internal combustion versus electric racing together.
I think there's got to be some serious look at that, like the rules
think
and
they
the
are
governing.
seriously
Yeah,
looking
the
at
governing of the bikes because, like, you know, that Stark had 80 horsepower, and Nick's just like, it's ridiculous, right? So, but I don't trust the AMA to govern anything in our sport.
Well,
I just don't. So I don't know how that's going to happen. Like,
I believe the AMA is in talks with, their European. What would that be? FIM, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And from what I've heard, FIM has zero interest in combining the two.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a place for combining them. I'd like to see maybe a separate class or whatever. But typical Honda, you know, when they do something like that, they brought that out. I mean, the thing looks badass.
It does look badass.
It looks cool, right?
Apparently, I mean, like Drewski was over there, and
Yeah.
I bet that thing is a full works, like, you know, the best of the best.
It even has FEPR 36 on it. I saw because
They,
I think
they wanted it super light.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask
Yeah.
you. Do you know the weight?
I don't know the weight.
He knows the way.
No,
I really don't.
I don't
We'll
think he
ask Jen.
does.
We'll ask Jen.
Yeah.
Is it a factory frame or is it a production frame?
It's factory frame. It's
Oh, so
totally one
frame-
off.
yeah,
The
totally
reason that
one-off.
it's proto, it's
Yeah.
it is a prototype.
Yeah.
It's totally 100% factory. I mean, it uses a few things obviously.
Yeah.
You know that are the same, but yeah, I know that the main goal for them was lightweight and try to work on that.
I feel like Jay Wilson doesn't like electric bikes.
Apparently
I don't know.
not. Yeah,
Apparently Jay
apparently
Wilson.
not.
Something was weird there, right?
Well, yeah, we're
So
gonna
there's
ask
a-
Trey that. What
Yeah.
did he do? Did he say something to him before the race? Maybe.
Dude,
That was
Jay's a
interesting.
nice dude. That was greasy.
Didn't he win every single moto up until that?
I don't know. I'm not sure. He
He
was
was on-
champion. I know that.
Well, he was
but-
on a perfect streak,
Okay.
and
So
that
you're-
might have been the first time he didn't win a moto. He didn't win that moto, right?
No, I think he won that. Oh, actually,
I don't
shouldn't
know.
say.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
asked you this today
That second moto, I didn't finish watching because once Trey
because they
was
were
out of-
tangled up for a while.
Yeah, and he was back, and there was a minute left in the race, and a couple of the guys were out front, and I don't remember who it was. If it
So,
was Tomita or who.
Ultimately,
whatever.
Trey went 3 DNF.
Yeah.
Right. Crashed the third one.
which sounds
Second
bad
one,
on paper,
right.
but it
Second
really
one was
wasn't.
bike damage from Jay Wilson.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
And the last moto too, I got to figure out, but he was leading and crashed on his own.
Okay.
And I think he kind of jacked up his thumb or something.
Okay.
because
We'll ask him.
Yeah. And, yeah.
I think it's cool. It's awesome. That's another innovation thing for Honda, and I think other OEMs should be working on it, looking at it. Maybe there's a place for these things.
Yeah.
There's a place for sure. I just hope it's not racing in front of fans and stadiums because I want to hear some noise.
Yeah. I think it if they can coexist for a very long time, I think that's what will happen. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
That's
like
not,
halftime shows or something like
that, or like even, I mean, the bike is awesome for having tracks that are close to towns and stuff where you're not
Yeah.
going to, the noise is the thing that kills it for
sure.
almost
Yeah.
everybody. So
Yeah.
they have their place in that, I think, and hopefully that's the first place. So
Yeah, if you like you said, you have some property and your noise is going to bug your neighbors, and you have the choice of 3 companies that are making bitchin' electric bikes. Now you go buy one of those and go
Yeah.
ride that, or whatever. Or maybe if you're uber rich like Paul, you have an electric bike and a gas bike. You know what I mean? And gas bike you go to Glen Helen, and
Yeah.
electric bike you want to ride your property over here or whatever. There's
Yeah.
places for it.
Remember when Eric Peronnard introduced the 4-strokes at U.S. Open? Like,
Yeah.
I think that would be cool because that way you're still you're marketing the product to consumers in the stands, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh, that's an electric version. I can have that where I live because
Yeah.
no one, there's
Yeah.
no place to ride,
Right.
and that way you're still seeing them competitively race. And
But the KTM, and I don't know any of this. You would know Paul better than I do. But they have the electric 50s, right? Electric 60s or no? They're
no,
just 50s.
not yet 50s. yeah.
So is the electric 60 coming?
well,
and
there's,
then-
yeah,
Electric 50s are bitching, right?
They are.
They may die a little bit with power usage. I understand. That's why the dads are carrying them around Loretta's. But
oh, you should go to the starting line at Loretta's for the electric class.
yeah, I
It's
don't.
the
I wouldn't
coolest-
want to. I would.
Dry ice everywhere. Like,
I
it's
would-
unbelievable.
I would just get mad. But anyways, yeah. So looking forward to talking to Trey about that. Super cool that you guys did that, and it's neat to see Honda step into this game because I rode the Alta a bunch. I think the Stark guys are cool. That bike is awesome from everything I heard, and I like to see that. It's cool. Just like I think it's cool that Triumph's here and Ducati's coming. All of that. Great. Like, it's good for our sport. It's more jobs. It's more rides. It's more interest. It's more things to talk about. So, hey, by the way, we do have Chuck on one. Chuck, you were at the Millville Ride Day.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, good. This is Chuck and Brianna.
Oh. Yeah, thanks for coming out.
How was your buddy doing that I almost landed on?
Yeah, he broke his back. No surgery needed. He can feel everything. But yeah, he crashed on the Chatapult.
Jesus,
My buddy from Canada.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody broke their back.
I was literally,
Yeah, and then I think again I don't know. Yeah, recovery will be a little while long, but he's got all the feeling and everything. But yeah, poor Trevor.
oh, that's good. I was literally right behind him. I went in between him and his bike.
Oh really? Oh yeah. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez, it was scary.
Yep.
But yeah, Saturday was a lot of fun. We want to thank you and Kiefer for letting us come out.
Yeah, that was cool. That was awesome to have everybody
it was
out
awesome.
there. Yeah.
And Brianna did not show her boobs for it.
Yeah, that was Kiefer got some entries, and we were talking about how Kiefer gave out his 10 entries, and we were sure
Oh, he gave him to boob shots.
boob shots.
I can see Chris
Yeah,
doing
I mean,
that.
Yeah.
she-
I mean, that definitely sounds like one way to get a ticket out of Kiefer.
Kiefer denied any of that. He's like, I'm not some creep. I'm not asking for boob shots. And I'm like, okay,
maybe
you're not.
she-
You're
You're not
asking.
asking, but you're accepting.
Exactly. So,
Maybe she showed her butthole. I don't know.
yeah.
I
All
don't
right.
know that.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
So Sunday, on this unfortunate day, kind of had a little bit of a race tech rant with that.
Okay.
It was the first practice of the day, A, B, and C. She goes out for her sight lap. I was just gearing up, getting ready to go out, and she was coming up around the new horseshoe that they opened up Sunday.
Yep.
And she said she was on the right side of the track. She jumped up, landed, and then next thing she knows, she remembers waking up in the ambulance to
Oh,
Phil
geez.
Nicoletti.
To Nicoletti. Yeah.
Sounds like a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah. That does sound
But-
bad. I know. I heard it that she was out of it. That sucks, man. Yeah.
I just don't understand. Maybe kids or somebody just listen to this. Parents, kids. I don't even know who did it. I want to say that the guy ran away. I don't know. There was a guy next to her.
Yeah. Did he jump on her or like what happened? I don't know.
Yeah. He
landed
jumped
on her. Oh,
top
okay.
of,
Jeez.
landed on top of her, and she was knocked out cold. She doesn't remember probably 45 minutes.
Oh
of-
damn. That's scary.
And you don't know
She
who
had
landed on her?
No, I got up to the track. I actually wasn't even out there. I saw a medic out there, and I was like, maybe, I don't know if it's her or not. So I rode around, got up to it, and I could see her clear as a day where she was. So I ran up there, asked the guy that was right next to her, I'm like, hey, what happened? He's like, I don't know. I think somebody landed on her. And I'm like, what?
Where is he?
Yeah, that sucks. 'cause
Yeah.
we didn't have that many riders there. So, yeah, that's
No.
unfortunate.
So, I mean, Sunday was a little bit more, but,
Yeah.
I mean, it was the first practice of the day.
Yeah.
When people are out there just doing their sight laps, rolling jumps, trying to get a feel for the track. And then some
I think I know
kid,
what happened.
guy, I don't
What happened?
know.
Phil was there, right?
No
Yeah,
idea.
Phil
He was
was
probably
there.
in his way.
Oh, you think it was Phil?
He
Yeah.
smashed her.
Yeah, yeah. It could have been Phil.
Could have been Phil.
Yeah.
Fucking Phil.
I could see Phil finishing his laps and then going to check on her in the ambulance.
Right,
too.
right,
Yeah.
right.
Or like, you shouldn't have been in my way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hey, I'm trying to put in a moto.
Right.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
No.
So I don't know. I don't know who it was, and I think that's shitty that the guy didn't even come forward.
I agree.
Or,
Totally.
but she's finally feeling better. I had to take her to the hospital. We sat all Sunday in Mayo, got her home Monday, and then had to take her to the hospital again when we got home because
Ugh.
she was having terrible migraines all week long. She wasn't even functional. But
I'm sorry, man. Yeah,
Anyway.
it sucks. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, I don't. If some guys can just look ahead as they're riding the first practice laps of the day. Just look ahead.
Yeah. Yeah,
See
just,
what's the
right.
don't look at your front fender.
We did have some injuries. We had your is your girlfriend or wife?
Yeah,
Yeah, girlfriend.
girlfriend.
My buddy's back. Another guy.
Yeah.
Did the guy almost endo of the uphill triple? Was that at your ride day, or was that something else? I saw a Millville video of a guy endoing.
No.
And then he saved it.
My guy
Isn't
went.
that-
My friend went to triple the catapult, so land on the backside. It was all muddy and greasy, and he came up short, bounced, flew off the back, and then went down the hill. The backside of catapult was ugly. So,
It was nasty.
yeah, there were some other
Yeah.
crashes. Yeah, but it was fun. Thanks
I'm
for coming
glad.
out, though. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks again. Hopefully we can come back out next year and
Yeah, it's
try
great.
to redeem ourselves.
Hopefully the weather will be better for us. We had a
Yeah,
muddy-
2 weeks earlier.
Yeah,
2 weeks
Yep,
earlier.
we're gonna try. Thanks, man. Thanks.
Hey, how was your donuts?
Oh, it's good. Thank you, man. Yeah, they're good. Yep.
Okay.
They were
Okay.
actually I only had one, and then I went back to get them. They were all gone. So
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
that's
All right.
that's how
Have
it
a good
works.
night.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Millville Ride Day. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. I said that last live show, too. It was a lot of fun. Good times. RV, Bradshaw, J-Mart, Phil, Troll Train. Troll Train is fastest guy.
Troll?
Troll, dude.
I mean,
ripping.
It's his home track, right?
No, I know, but just, ripping.
Alex is a liberal.
I've never ridden Millville, but that's one of the
Yeah.
bucket list tracks that
Yeah.
I want to ride.
Well, come out next year for the ride day.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
So Jeff wants to talk about electric bikes here on 4. What's up, Jeff? Electric bikes?
Yeah, hey, Steve. You guys were talking about the different classes and whether they belong in the same class. Just kind of thinking of, as these things progress, and if Honda comes out with bikes and others, and the Stark has already shared that they have the ability to lock their computer into a certain horsepower range for a 24-hour period to support the racing series. What's to stop just the 450 class from just becoming an open class, as long as the bikes are homologated and the production rule's still in place, and just run what you brung, and the best rider and bike and combination wins?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, first of all, I don't want to trust the company to lock the bikes and tell us that they're good. I want a ruling body or a
Sanctioning
governing body
yeah.
to be able to do that, right? I don't trust Stark or Honda, to lock their bikes into a certain horsepower mode. So you'd want the sanctioning body to figure that out. 2, those things are unreal off the start. They're instant torque, instant power right there. They're going to get all the hole shots, especially if you got a rider who practices it and knows exactly what he's doing, unlike Trey in the mud. But so I don't think you want to race them. Like, you'd want to find out, like, hey, a 450 horsepower is 65. I think electric bike needs to be 40, 35, 45. I don't know. There's some number that you can find for electric bike that it needs to be. How do you find that number? I don't know. That's tough.
The whole thing is tough.
Yeah.
The whole there's no good answer right now because
Yeah.
it's so complicated.
Yep.
That I think that's why, and I think the AMA is doing a good job with Pelletier and everything.
They're trying. Yep.
Working with FIM and the MSMA and all that to try to do this correctly the first time, so we don't come in and
Because
have to.
they screwed the
back.
4-stroke up so badly. I think they understand that, hey,
Yeah.
we really fucked this
We
up.
need to move slower
A
here.
550 4-stroke was the ruling when it first came aboard.
And they do a good job of talking to all the manufacturers, and we
Yeah.
have steering committee meetings where we do all this, and so everybody needs to be on board and be right now. two manufacturers making electric bikes, I don't think the other guys would be too
Yeah.
stoked on that. So,
Yeah. Right.
when everybody can agree on what it should be, if it's its own class or whatever,
Yep.
who knows? But yeah, the answer is not easy. That's why.
I don't think, though, you can necessarily let the OEMs make all the decisions because they're self-serving, right? Just, hey, we don't make one, so screw it. We don't want
We're
one.
not interested.
We're not interested. Well, okay, hold on. Is it better for the sport? Is it better for new people? Is it better for noise?
Yeah.
I don't always trust the teams to,
It's got a great place in our sport for sure.
Right.
I mean, I'm not really a electric bike lover by any means. I think if you can go ride your buddy's track in the hills or right by your house, or even have a track like a BMX track, go have a race in town. It'd be awesome.
It's still a
you
good
have
way.
a Levo, don't you?
What's that?
Don't you have a Levo?
I do. It's not exactly the same though, Steve.
You said electric bikes.
Electric motorcycle.
Better.
It's still a way to introduce new customers
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
to our sport,
Yeah,
new enthusiasts.
absolutely.
Like you don't have to race them. Obviously, not everyone gets into the sport to
Yeah.
race.
Dude, it is awesome though for the little guys, like the little
50s?
bikes that they make.
Yeah.
That you can get your kid on one of those, and they usually they got on something that's loud, and they're especially our son. He's got to go in and be like really comfortable. If he's not comfortable, he's not even trying it.
Sure.
You go in with like power mode 1 on one of these bikes, and then
Yep.
you work your way up.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
But even the Stark, you can get it down to 20 horsepower.
yeah,
You
I
can
mean
put
that's
you can
the
put
cool
Stark
thing.
At 20.
Yeah, yeah.
You can
So your wife, girlfriend can get on it. And
Yeah.
100%. There's a lot of advantages
Yeah.
for sure, and the low maintenance, the no smell. There's so many.
But
But
I guess too there's a switch on the Stark of a map, so you just put 120. But then if you like to ride it at 80, just tell your chick, do not touch this switch. Do not touch it,
yeah,
because
Bad news.
Bad news, right?
yeah. But there's a lot of opportunity for things like that. But at the same time, I'm just like anybody else. I'm not sure I want to watch Supercross Maine with quiet electric bikes. I don't know. I don't
You
know
can hear
about
the
that.
announcers then.
Oh wow, well, that's a plus.
I mean, yeah.
Maybe. I mean, who knows? But
We gotta hear what they're
I
saying.
can hear Lurch. I want to hear Lurch. Electric bikes. No, I'm with you. Maybe just another class. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yep.
But it's great that Honda's doing it. It's it's all that. So
I don't ever see it happening in the same class.
okay, yeah. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the call.
Awesome. No problem, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Dylan Ferrandis, the Phoenix Honda. I want to touch on. This Chase Sexton guy. He's going to KTM. I don't know if you heard that, Lars.
damn it.
Yep.
I was wondering why it wasn't at the track the other day.
Prado 450 Supercross test. I want to talk a little bit about that. So we have things to get to when it comes to tonight's show. We've got an interesting caller on line one.
Yep. Oh boy.
Kenneth Watson.
Fuck them if they don't pay my bills.
What's up, buddy? How are you?
You suck, Mathis. Good. I was just listening to Lars, man. I remember those meetings with with all the OEMs together, man. Those were a hassle when I was a team manager. I didn't know if you guys know, but I was a team manager.
No, we didn't know. No, we didn't know. No, not at all.
No, I was just checking in, calling in. I haven't talked to you in a while, and
No.
I know I started up my podcast again, and we're going to start launching it here soon to hit the waves probably at the end of the week. But I just wanted to make sure everything was cool, and I don't want you to think that I'm doing something to get back at you on Pingree's side. You're mad at him, he's mad at you, or some bullshit. People are messaging me going, you're only doing that because you're on Ping's team and you don't like Mathis and trying to fuck Mathis. I said, first of all, I didn't even know they had a beef going on. Second of all, Steve's my friend and Ping's my friend. Just because they don't get along doesn't mean I have to pick sides.
Yeah, it's
So-
fine. Yep.
Love this guy right here.
Yeah. Don't listen to the internet trolls, Watson. We're good.
Should we get
We're fine.
Pookie in here? Because she said if there's any drama, she wants to be in on
Oh
that.
yeah,
so.
okay, yeah.
What's
all
up?
good. I just want to make sure that we're good and
You could have
just
you could have just
shot a
texted me.
text.
You could have shot a text over, Watson. But no, it's all good, man. No, it's fine. Good luck with the podcast. I mean, you did it. You know.
you got some good people on some of my favorite guys. Lars and Trey Canard and Trey. I mean, dude, those guys are all solid.
Thanks, Kenny. Appreciate it.
No,
man.
definitely.
We try to provide a bit of a lineup every week.
He didn't say Paul, by the way. That's awesome.
Yeah.
You got Paul P in there too, right?
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, Watson,
good,
it's all good. It's good luck with your podcast. You know, I got no problems where you're taking it, what you're doing, or anything else. You know, yeah, it's fine.
All right.
That's it.
I just wanted to make sure we're good and just wanted to say hi and have a good show.
All right, thanks, buddy. Good to talk to you.
Later.
All right, see you.
Good job, Pitts.
Kenny Watson, everybody. Start up his podcast.
He's had a couple, hasn't he? Or is it just like he had it and then he went away and then coming
I
back
think
in?
he's coming back in. Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, the motor world needs more podcasts. we need more.
That's evident.
We don't have enough.
He's got an interesting perspective on things.
Yeah.
People. He was on here for a long time, right?
He was. He really helped the show. I started with Paul Lindsay, and then about 6 or 7 episodes in, Kenny was living in Vegas. Stopped in, and him and Paul did not mesh. And that made for great radio. so it was good times back then.
I'm a kinky bastard, okay?
Firepower Parts, Firepower Honda with Max Anstey, Dean Wilson. Get at your local dealer at motorsport.com. Featherweight lithium batteries and chains made in Japan. They're helping out a lot of privateers, and Firepower Parts with Firepower Honda. World Supercross coming up with Dean Wilson, Max Anstey. Is that next weekend, Paul? When is that?
Yeah.
Like it's this Saturday or next Saturday?
I think this Saturday.
We should really do a better job of
We
that.
probably should, but I don't know. Maybe the date changed. Maybe it canceled. I can't keep track.
Firepowerparts.com. Please check them out if you can. Again, at your local dealer at motorsport.com. All right, let's talk a little bit, Lars, for you. Like, phenomenal year. Chase gets that Supercross championship, right? The ups and downs of that. Then Jet wins the outdoor title. Is there any world that the Chase Sexton Supercross title, yes, for sure. You saw that coming. You know, it was a chance that based on the year before. Is there any world where you saw Jet not going perfect, just winning the 450 motocross title? Is there any, like, preseason or, like, preseason 450 stuff or anything that you thought, hey, this dude could actually win the 450 motocross title?
Yes. And I probably have to say that was at Motocross of Nations in Redbud. You know, I knew he would be good. Everybody knew that he would be good. But, you know, when he was able to win that moto and almost both motos at Motocross of Nations, and I was like, wow, he actually, you know, was able to make moves, and Lucas actually called that he was going to win both motos before the race ever happened, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. But but yeah, no, that was probably the time when I was like, you know, he's going to be a contender, you know, straight away right into the thing. Obviously at that point didn't know if, you know, Eli was going to be in it or what was going to happen with Chase, but and then obviously after the first moto at Paul, I'm like, ooh, it's going to be an interesting, you know, summer. So
I got a text from, I don't know, texter. I talked to Benny Bloss somewhere in the middle of Supercross. He's like, dude, you got to see Jet on a 450. And I'm like, yeah, man. I mean, I'm sure he's good. Like, Jet, well, no, you got to see him on 450. I'm like, yeah. Like, I get it. No, man. Like, it's ridiculous. And I'm like, okay, like, all right, you know. And then, but look, his 250 motocross titles, although very good, weren't like Carmichael-esque or Stu-esque, where you would immediately be like, wow, this dude is just, I mean, he won both titles.
Especially in 21, right?
Yeah.
Like that one was not as impressive as 22.
And he didn't give me a lot to think he was going to jump in with the best riders of the world and never mind just win the title. Never mind go perfect. But looking back on it, when things happen like that, you start looking at clues, you start thinking about it. You're like, you know what? Like, the way he rides, 250s, you're sort of stuck to certain lines on a 250 because you need to clear jumps or keep your momentum up, all that kind of stuff. You look at the way he rides and how he picks his spots, and every rider says in the 250 class that they're better on a 450. They all say it. Mm-hmm. The first guy that doesn't say that will be the first time ever.
Suits my style.
Suits my style, yeah.
Yep.
But then you start thinking about it, and you're like, wait, yeah, the 450 really does.
Do you think Barsha said that? Do you think Barsha moved up? I can't remember.
I guarantee you he said it.
It suits my style.
I guarantee you they all say it.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, yeah, so I guarantee you Barsha said it at some
Yeah.
point. We should look back at the archives and see, though. But you know what I mean? Like, you start seeing it, and you're like, oh, yeah, 450 does suit him.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the starts just alone, you know, 250 is tough to get a start for anybody, you know. I mean, the class has a lot of good guys and a lot of, you know, and a lot of parity. So it's tough to do there. 450, if you get your starts down, there's probably less top guys in the 450 class, but the top guys are really gnarly.
Yep.
So, I mean, once he got that, but yeah, I mean, just I don't know. He's able to do stuff on a 450, and that's people aren't able to match.
He looked like a couple people would challenge him a little bit, and then like we talked about all summer long, he was like, no, I can go a little faster if I need to. It wasn't a Stu thing where Stu was just, look, I'm going to just destroy you every single lap. Ricky Carmichael, same way. Jet was much smarter about that, and you're watching him, and you're like, yeah, he's got this figured out. Now, would I have liked to seen Sexton, not miss 6 motos or 4 motos or whatever that he did? Sure, things might have been a little different, but I don't know, man. Phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, just amazing for him to do that, to win at 450 Outdoors.
For sure, yeah. We didn't expect any of that, and the way he made it run. The way that he rides, like the maturity level that he has on the bike,
Yep.
I think that has come a lot from Johnny O and from Darren, from his dad. But the fact that he's able to ride that way and not want to annihilate, when he probably at some races can't, like Hangtown. Yeah. He rode around with 3 seconds ahead of AP there, and just was okay with that.
Yep.
Even we were like, can we get like a 10-second lead?
Well, so what that does is I come in Monday and I'm like, AP's looking good, dude. Ferrandis at Red Bud looking good.
Or like the first race, him and Chase had that awesome battle and they won by like 45 seconds. And then the next race they were only like 10 seconds. Like, did they gain that amount of time?
Right.
And then we go to whatever race.
Yeah.
And we're like, maybe not.
Well, yeah, no, and that all of us are like, oh yeah, no wait, AP Dylan, like great riders, but yeah, no, they're not on his level, and we get confused.
Yeah,
because we're used to. Ricky just wanted to soul crush you, right? James wanted to do that. Tomac, I don't think there's much.
Tomac in Hangtown, like 2014 when he won that, he was like on the last lap, like revving behind guys. Yeah, and we beat Dungey by like a minute. Like, I think maybe after he had that big one in Colorado, maybe he stopped thinking that way, but he wanted to annihilate then too.
It did seem like Jet was just like, I can win by 3 seconds is good enough, right?
Yeah. It's rare. So
it is rare, and we're going into 450 Supercross. We'll probably touch on that a little bit later, and then Hunter's season also. I've been a bit hot and cold on Hunter, like as far as like he's a world-class racer, right? But he couldn't stay healthy for a long time, and then at times when you watch him, he's great, but there's a lot of people that maybe more flash than him, and he always just ended up getting it done. Right, this year he just got it done. Second motos when he needed to. Rose to the occasion all the time, and I think part of me that was impressed by him was not so much his speed or like that flash, because there isn't a lot of it. It's just that mental game of his. I think the mental game of his where it's like
a pressure player. Yeah.
I don't have it. I don't have this speed in qualifying. I don't have it in the first moto. I'm going to figure it out, and he did. So to me, when I look at Hunter's outdoor season, I'm impressed by just like almost the psychological advantage he had on those dudes. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And he was able to get through people too. Like a lot of people couldn't, like I think we were talking about Kitchen, like he got a good start, he'd be up front. If he didn't, it was hard for him to go forward. Hunter always was able to go forward. Even though, when he got a good start, I think he won every race that he started up front. I don't think there was any, we were kind of joking, and I don't think he got passed by anybody except for
there was
somewhere.
One guy, right?
And then one lapper passed him back at Millville on the last lap or whatever. Like, that was kind
a
of
Truman stat.
Yeah.
I think Dan was in our group text about this. Like, he hasn't been passed except by one guy, and it was somebody really obscure.
Yeah.
Which because there were times where he didn't get the start or didn't have the qualifying speed.
But in Supercross is where I think he was really, really impressive, because he did have a ton of fastest qualifying laps, he didn't years before as much. And, he was able to win in a lot of those situations where he didn't have to, like Nashville. He still won for the championship. It's kind of like a Cooper Webb type of deal. 21 or whatever. I agree. He's not as flashy, but man, he's made so many improvements. That's why he's going to ride at 450 next year. Right. Is because he's just been on this trend, this upward trend of getting better and faster and more confident. And body-wise, he's better than he's ever been. He had some issues with just even like his diet, where things like that before where they got that figured out. So now he's really earned a 450 factory ride, and so I'm stoked to have him.
So the original plan was to not jump into 450s, right? At some point, he had a 250 deal. I watched you guys sign it underneath the tent one time.
Yeah, Millville. High Point.
Yeah, and then, so what was the thinking behind getting him up? Because you'd filled in with Colt Nichols this year. Did a good job for you, got hurt a little bit. I think everyone would understand if you kept Hunter down another year to get more titles, because that's what you guys want. and then signed a B-level 450 guy. I think we all kind of expected that. What expedited that?
Well, I mean, originally I think we were trying to keep Chase, and we're going to have, Chase and Jet, and then Hunter and Chance.
Mm-hmm.
But then, as you told me earlier, Chase isn't on our team anymore.
Yeah,
He ended
he's
up,
gone.
He ended up leaving. I didn't know that. And so when that happened, we were trying to figure out, what are we going to do with the 250, 450 thing? Who are we going to get for a 450 ride? And like we were saying, it would have maybe been a 1-year deal. There was a few guys that were good options, but then the question came up, and maybe we should just move up Hunter.
Yeah.
And that started looking a lot better. The more we thought about it, and
he was amendable to that. Like he was like, yeah, I want to. Like,
I think he thought about it for a little bit and then decided, this is probably the right move to do.
So the idea first came from Honda or came from the Lawrence camp?
I think it came from us.
Cool.
Yeah, because I remember talking about it with Brandon Wilson, who's my boss, and we had talked about all these different options. We had a big spreadsheet out for years ahead of what we're going to do, and we that came up, and then it just we're going to see what he thought, what Myrtle thought, what the family.
Yep.
And a little bit of going back and forth, but I think everybody kind of agreed pretty quickly that that's probably the better way to go.
One of the theories I had about this kind of idea as it's come together is I kind of feel like it could be advantageous to you guys as a team to have both the Lawrence brothers on the same bike, developing the same bike, working together, like instead of having them both separate on different motorcycles. I don't know if you see that as something, but I feel like with Dazzy and how involved he is and having both his sons on the same bike, I feel like you guys can maybe progress faster, right? You can try things with different guys on the same day and maybe make more.
I mean, it definitely worked on the 250. I mean, they ran similar setups, just slight differences here and there because of Jet's height and weight, stuff like that. But yeah, they basically helped develop that bike together to what it is now, and even now Joe starting on our bike, basically just, hey, here's Hunter's setup. Let's ride this before we change, because a lot of times the riders will come from a different bike. It happened with Colt last year a lot, where they're looking for the feeling that they last had on the last bike, and then you just kind of end up chasing that and going around, and then you end up where you were anyways. So.
And what better compliment to have next to your guy that's like, this is our generational guy, like this is the special guy who's going to be his teammate, right? Mm-hmm. Like we've always had these A-B type setups. Like there's a lot of ego when it comes to the top guy that's trying to win at the sport, but when you have his brother there, I feel like that's maybe the best guy you can put to be next to him that can still achieve really high-end results. Right? Like you're not going to have any of that. I don't think there was Chase versus Jet beef, but if there was, another big name 450 guy and Jet in the same truck, maybe that's an issue. It's not when they're brothers, right?
Yeah,
really.
I 100% believe I think Chase and Keir were looking at the bike for some of their problems, as the bike is the reason. But I also believe that and again, this isn't sort of what I hear from them, just things that I know, things that I hear. I didn't hear from either Chase. They want to be the number one guy. All these guys do. It's not just a Chase Sexton thing. They all want to be the number one guy on their team. The days of like Hannah Lachine and Bailey and Reed, Villeman, and Ferry, like those days are over.
Yeah.
The guys want to be a top dog.
And besides what Chase and Keir thought or felt about the motorcycle, like they still, I've kind of just lost my train of thought, but they were at Honda first. And then I think there was a path to becoming the number one guy for Chase. And all of a sudden, this young Australian kid all of a sudden just leapfrog everybody. That has to be a bit, that's like the atmosphere I think maybe changed a little bit for Chase. I know you guys did a very good job about keeping the entourages down and making sure everyone's on a level playing field, and I could see that. But at the same time, I could see that maybe Chase and Keir felt like, damn, like, you know what I mean? Like we're next to a pretty big shadow here.
Maybe. I mean, at the time, when they already signed, they were already, they didn't even race each other really yet, I guess, other than at Donations, I guess. Mm-hmm. But yeah, we did. I think I'm proud that we did a really good job of giving Chase everything that he wanted or needed, or, changes even during the end of the Nationals there.
Yeah. When we rode the bikes at Washougal, there was 3 rounds to go, or whatever, 4 rounds to go. And you guys were like, yeah, we're going testing. We're going outdoor testing.
Yeah.
Whatever we need.
Yeah.
We know you're leaving.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Yep. And especially when we knew he was leaving too. We decided early that it wasn't going to change anything. You know, we were going to give him just as much of an opportunity to win as Jet, and there wasn't going to be any favoritism. And I explained that the first round, Paula, and even at the SMX rounds too. And I think the last rounds with Chase and Kier were cool.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't any real.
Yeah, nobody was.
Yeah, nobody was complaining or there wasn't any
blowouts,
tension it was fine.
But I do think my point stands. These guys want to be number one guys. Yeah, they want that way, right?
For sure.
It's that way, and it's a different era.
It's a different mentality too at that top. Like when you're racing for a title, those guys think a little bit differently than the guy that's trying to get a podium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see how it works. I mean, we'll talk more about it later on, but yeah, I do think that for you guys balancing that, it looked from the outside that you did a good job of that. Like you never quite know. I've told this story before on this show. I had a team manager tell me, a factory team manager, and you probably know who I'm talking about, Lars, tell me that 3 or 4 weeks in a row, the way the truck was parked in the pits at Outdoor Nationals, if you came back from the mechanics area, the truck was parked so that the one rider was the first one in the tent, walking back from the truck. So this manager was talking to the one rider 3 or 4 weeks in a row first, because he's literally the first rider he sees because of the way the truck is parked.
Yeah.
Was it Watson?
No.
I know where this is going. I think I've heard the story before.
So then what happened? One of the riders' parents freaked out, told him that Honda's favoring this guy, Honda's doing this, that they don't care about you, they care about this guy, this team's doing this or that. And next thing, the manager was like, hold on, man. It was just the first guy I saw, the way the truck was parked.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't have any favoritism. That's the things you got to deal with.
Right.
It's
a balancing act. That whole thing is you're just trying to make sure everybody feels like they got the love, Yeah. And it can be tough. I mean, I do the same thing. Like if I come back and it doesn't matter who did what, like I just look at the guy that's got the biggest circle around him and I go to the other guy.
Okay.
If everybody's huddled around when Kenny, when we had him, and Chase is over there with like him and Zim or something like that, I'm going to Chase. We don't need to all be around one guy.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of things to try to avoid those little moments.
Yeah.
But they're always going to happen no matter what. So you just do your best.
This guy was like, I only because it was the first guy back.
Yeah.
And the way we were parked, I was just going down the line.
That came up under our truck one time. I want to say a parent or something, and Mitch was like, I don't know, he did better. He got to the truck first. Do better on the track, and I'll talk to you first. That was his answer.
First guy back.
Yeah.
Right.
He ran the race faster than you, and he's here now. I'm here. I'm going to talk to him.
Yeah. No, it's these are things, though, that wives, girlfriends, parents, agents, you got to balance all of that, and that's a lot. It's not easy.
No.
So, I applaud you guys for that, too, because the atmosphere, Cliff White days, and we love Cliff. Dan Bentley, Cliff White, Honda was
very corporate.
Very corporate. Wes McCoy.
Very unapproachable, it felt.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like, I worked at Yamaha, and the old timers at Yamaha, Keith, Bob, John R., like Guerra, they hated Honda. Hated Honda because of all the arrogance and all the pricks over the years. You know what I mean? And you guys, Brandon, yourself, you've done a nice job of turning that truck around.
I think that started a lot with Kehoe,
Yep.
and that whole thing too. So, but that has been something I've focused on too. And I mean, this is just my personality, isn't it too? Like with you, Steve. Like, I talk to you guys, talk to you and Weege and freaking whoever else, and so I don't mind that it kind of genuine on my side that I don't mind talking to you guys because we're kind of close, I guess. But the riders we have now too make it easy. We have guys that are actually fun and things like that. And So anyways,
but even back in those days, the mechanics hated each other. You know what I mean? Like not never mind the riders and the.
Yeah.
The mechanics didn't like each other.
And we were all very prevalent in the Chad, Ricky, Stu days. Like, it was – the entourages hated each other.
Yeah.
Like, it was deep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
which I don't feel were there. Like
Fox had to have different gear guys for each guy.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah. And now you see, like, Chase and Kenny riding during the week.
Super different.
Adam and Eli and Kenny took a private plane to a race last year or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, definitely different times than what it was. All right. Hey, Renegade Race Fuels is the only fuel that's gotten into the Firepower Honda team. And this stuff, it's fantastic. RenegadeRaceFuel.com. They won championships with Will Hahn. You guys familiar with Will?
I know Will Hahn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won a championship, it said.
Regional one.
Hung out with him last year a lot. It was cool.
Yeah.
With Colt.
Yeah.
It was fun.
and then so not so much anymore.
Not so much.
Renegade is your guide and partner to get the whole shot and be the first one to the checkers. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade offers real octane and not overhyped marketing bullcrap. Again, RenegadeRaceFuel.com. They're looking for dealers and distributors, and they're bringing you our first guest of the night. He's a friend to everyone in the studio, a friend to all in the motocross community. Eric Peronnard. What's up, Eric? How are you, man?
Hey guys, good evening. So good to be back. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has
I
been.
haven't seen you. I haven't seen you for a few weeks, Steve. Unfortunately, I was in France with Lars and Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Witnessing a great motocross of nation. Not necessarily great for US, but great for the sport.
Now, Lars, did you have Aussie shirt on, Honda shirt, or USA? Like what
I
was
was Aussie all the way.
you were Aussie guy?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Paul, did this make you angry?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Why would it make me angry?
All right.
I am the unbiased USA guy. That's
Listen,
the lane I am choosing to take and will stay in.
All
And
I
that's
know-
why I continue to say, going back to what you were saying about just these Yamaha guys hating this is why a team manager can't be the team manager of Team USA, in my opinion.
Right.
And I'll say that to Lars. You should not be team manager of Team USA.
All right, there we go. Hey, Eric, let me ask you, you've been around the sport a long time, as we know. You've done a lot of things, promoted a lot of Weege and I always joke you're the only promoter that every rider likes. Nobody likes the race promoters. They're always greedy. They're always taking too much money, except for you, Eric. All the riders like you. All the teams like to deal with you.
I think it's changing a little. Just like you guys were talking about Honda, there's an old world where Honda was the enemy, and there's an old world where the promoters were the enemy as well. I think it's our world has been becoming a lot more friendly, and sorry, but with the friends I have that are on the show tonight, I don't think none of us is going to put fuel on the fire. So I mean, it's all good people that want to build bridges and not burn them down.
I'm into, what did
sure
you?
Lars and Paul are laughing about that because I think we can all relate on our style. We believe in speaking softly and carrying a big stick instead of doing the other way around.
I do the other way around. We know. I just yell. I yell a lot.
Exactly.
Hey,
we love you.
what did you think of the SMX races, Eric? If something new that the series tried, and Lars, I want to get your opinion too. We saw the dual main events, 20-minute mains, all that SMX stuff. What'd you think, Eric? Did that work? Was that something that was good?
I think it was a success. In my opinion, I'm not seeing the necessity of not having whoops. I think whoops are part of Supercross and kind of part of the sport, regardless. Short of that, I would say, everything was well done. I like the format. It was exciting. I mean, I went to a couple of races, watched some on TV, and I think we were given a really good time, for Supercross fans, for motocross fans, because, we want to separate Supercross from motocross all the time, but really at the end, it's the same fans,
Sure. Lars, what did you think of the three races? I mean, I got the sense, I've said this a few times on my show, mechanics, maybe managers, a lot of people tired, a lot of people hard to gear up for a 3-race series and build new bikes and do all that. So I did get a sense of some fatigue in the pits, but overall, the series worked, I thought, as a presentation.
Yeah, I think it did too. I think when we first went to Charlotte, everybody was pretty smoked from the outdoor series and the whole year. So the first race, I don't know why I felt like our team had, and maybe the whole industry kind of was not super excited to be there. And I thought the venue was it was okay.
Right.
But I did think that when we went to Chicago, I thought that track was kind of cool because it was so different in a stadium like that, or in the Speedway.
Yep.
And then that, for some reason, maybe because Chase had won, and the whole, like, the Lawrences kind of got their butts kicked, so they were motivated to go to the next one and win.
Yep.
That one felt way better, like we had more energy. And then the Coliseum race was cool. Like, it was just cool being at the Coliseum. I know a lot of people have said that.
Yeah,
but the peristyle, all the things. And I think they did a good job as a series to make it a real hybrid. Everything that was going into that was like half Supercross, half motocross in every way.
I was surprised at how well it worked, where Charlotte was a hybrid, Chicago was outdoor, and Coliseum was Supercross. Like,
Yeah.
they did a good job of that. I didn't think of that when I thought all the tracks were going to be kind of the same.
Yep.
Yeah.
But no whoops. Eric mentioned that. Do you think we should bring them back? or-
I don't know. From what I told Feld and those guys was like, I thought it was kind of cool. I mean, like there's 3 races. I wouldn't want any more than that. I would hate for us to go to Supercross and they go like, hey, we're not going to have whoops this round.
Yeah.
Because I think that's such a big separator and they're difficult.
Yep.
So I know that it probably makes the racing a little closer, but you should be good at Supercross, and Supercross has whoops.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Yeah.
So, but
for sure.
But yeah, no, I think it was cool.
And to me, they're the playoff races, right? Like, I think they should be the biggest, gnarliest, most difficult tracks at the most pristine venues. Like, that's I didn't go to the Charlotte one, but I heard obviously a lot of the same sentiment that he's kind of expressing. The Coliseum was on par, but I feel like the venues need to be grand.
Well, but
for
the tracks
playoff
weren't.
season.
The tracks were easy.
Yeah, let's make them hard.
Okay.
Right? That's supposed to be the best riders of the year. Like those are the finalists. Like I think it should be more elite somehow.
Okay.
Like privateers don't need to come to every race.
Right.
Let's get on it right now. Like everyone will hate me for saying that, I'm sure. I don't give a shit. But I'm just saying, like, they're the playoffs.
I was wrong.
They are the playoffs.
Hey, Eric Peronnard on the show, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. Eric, Hunter Lawrence, Jet Lawrence, Ken Roxon, Cooper Webb, Justin Barsha, Justin Hill, Paris.
Joe Shimoda.
That's 250 class.
Yeah. Tom Allen.
Okay.
Well, V. Allen Shimoda in 250 class. Yep. But like, I say this all the time, but yeah, this Paris is really stacking up. Like I'm legitimately excited to see this race and how it folds out. Lars, are you going?
Yeah.
You are? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you there.
Lars is going.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, only Paul is not going at that stage, but I hope to convince him by the end of the show.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, if you guys would put it on the back end of EICMA, it makes it a whole lot easier for a lot of us to come.
I'm really only going because of Eric.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, he's my favorite promoter. He's everybody's favorite promoter.
He's everybody's favorite
Him
promoter.
and Xavier, they're fantastic.
You know, if Eric's there, it'll be fine, right? Like, it'll be fine if Eric's there. But like, if you're going to a race that Eric's not promoting and it's brand new, you don't know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
At least that's
I
my feeling.
I went all the way to Bulgaria. I went all the way to Bulgaria to Eric's race, and it went
I'm sure
smooth.
it was fine. Yeah.
It was fine.
I've got the ability to go, 24/7 to make sure everything is okay. But I'm not alone there. I mean, I'm working for Xavier. He's awesome. He's even more demanding than I am. So sometimes it's overwhelming. But we're gonna make it work the best we can, and it's gonna be it's a 40th anniversary. So we needed something good. And honestly, I don't think in our wildest dream we could have been dreaming about having such a lineup 8 months ago. At IM1, thinking we're going to have, most of the title holder riders there, and having Kenny, having Cooper, having Justin Barsha. I mean, it's just like it's close enough that we're starting to believe it, but it's definitely going to be something difficult to top, and we're already a little bit worried about next year. So how can we do better?
Yeah, it's going to be great. I mean, like last year, Brayton and Roxon had great races. Ferrandis was there as well. That was a really good lineup, and this one's way better. I'm looking forward to it, man. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Eric, what?
Yes, I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Are any Euros coming? Like, obviously, the Febvre experience didn't go well, but are there any guys of that level coming?
I think Febvre did everybody in for
That's what I was wondering, yeah. Like, no Geyser? Or...
No, we just have we have Suviras, we have all the good French guys, we are usually very fast, Thomas Ramet. I mean, all those guys can do a moto between our guys. They can't do a championship, but they can do a moto.
Yeah, don't sleep on Subs. Yeah, don't sleep on Subs.
Yeah,
sure.
Subs finished second a couple of times at the Paris Supercross, So they have that special drink that they must have for the Paris Supercross that makes them go much faster. So that's what's going to happen. I don't think we're going to be in shortage of excitement. It's going to be awesome. We have Tyler Behrman also coming just after winning Imagination. He's going to do some real big tricks on 120 feet, or should I say something like 40 meters for the European.
There you go.
But
Euro.
It's gonna be big. Hey, Canadian too. Only U.S.
Oh, that's right. Our system here is
just
awesome.
you guys. Eric, we were talking on the top of the show about Canard racing the CRE in Japan and where these electric bikes fit in with racing and how it works. And you're a great guy to talk to because you had an Alta, you rode the Stark, you were involved with those guys.
I have a Stark too.
You have a Stark too? Okay.
Yeah.
Where do you put a Stark or Alta or whatever in these electric bikes in, gas powered engines of 4-strokes? Like, how does that work, or what do you think?
That's a loaded question. It's very polarizing. Unfortunately, it's become a very polarized topic.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly think the electric bike, like the Alta or the Stark, are better for medium level to good rider, and not as good for the top guys. The top guys are so good on traditional bikes that it's not a miracle for them. But Paul was a pretty good rider, But I mean, we all know how to ride bikes. But I feel like a medium speed rider is much faster on an electric bike. After that, it requires so much more training and adaptation that I'm not sure that the top 10 guys are faster on an electric bike. But I can guarantee you the local riders are riding much better on a good electric bike, such as a Stark or an old Alta. So,
interesting. Yeah.
And it doesn't mean it's just that was really our motto at the Straight Rhythm years ago. It was like, hey, 2-stroke, 4-stroke electric, whatever you want. It's really a fun bike to ride, and I think the proof will be in the pudding over the years. But Honda is believing in the concept. Few brands are believing in the concept. We just have to be patient. It's not going to happen overnight. It's just like electric start. It didn't happen overnight.
Right. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what these guys do. 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Eric Peronnard or Paul Perebijnos, Lars Lindstrom. Give us a call. We got some lines open still. Eric Peronnard brought to you by RenegadeRaceFuel.com. Eric, like as I've always said to people, did either one of you two ever go to Bercy?
No.
The arena? Lars, you went? As I've said,
yeah, Lars was a big time in Bercy. Like a long time ago. I'm afraid to think that, but we had some. Yes, yeah, we
wrenching
had some
for MZ
after races.
I was going to say this must be an after party thing.
So I've often told people, like, look, I don't know if any race in the world can beat Bercy. When the atmosphere is charged, when Barcia takes out a French guy, when Pourcel and Alessier get into it. I don't know if any race ever in the world will ever touch Bercy. The fans were on top of you. Lars, you know what I'm talking. It was just nuts, right? I was there as a mechanic or as a media guy for a long time. And this Paris race at the Defense Arena, it doesn't have that same atmosphere, Eric, as Bercy, just because it's newer and modern. But I almost think, like, for a profitability ratio and a hype ratio for the track size, I think this thing has surpassed Bercy in some ways. How do the French fans feel about it? How do the people you talk to and yourself and Xavier, like, where are you at with this Paris Supercross and the way it's been built the last few years?
Oh, it's a very, very interesting question.
Thank you.
Steve. First, you're welcome. First, we didn't leave Bercy. Bercy left us.
Okay.
They shut down for 3 years. But for complete renovation, and then we went to Lille, and Lille was kind of like not working very well for us. The building was not heated. We were having, it was like not very comfortable place.
There was no Starbucks around anywhere. There's no Starbucks.
Exactly, which is also a big plus or minus, depends what way you look at it. But so when that Defense Arena opened in 18 or something like that, 18 or 19, that was really a blessing in disguise. And we really had a fantastic opportunity to go there. Since then, we could have been back in Bercy, but we decided not to because we felt like that page was turned. And funny enough, Xavier sent me an article last night about the two key events in Bercy was the tennis tournament and the Supercross. The Supercross left because of, we had to, the tennis tournament just went on standby, went back to Bercy, and now they are questioning as well if the building is not too small, it doesn't fit all the international regulation. So, to conclude that conversation, I think the timing was really, really good for us. The fact that we were pushed away, we had to recreate the event in another town. Then we could come back to Paris, and this arena is fully sold out. It will never be the same. I always compare Bercy to Namur or the Monaco F1 GP. You cannot duplicate things like that, but now can you, if Monaco was building F1 track 20 miles from town, it would never be the same.
No.
Now, will it be successful? I'm sure it's good people and the good work. It could be successful. It could be the Monaco GP, not in the street of Monte Carlo, But, I think we have the same situation with Paris. The biggest problem we have right now is the inflation of everything. I'm not getting into, political, but everything is costing more. Riders the rider price didn't go down during COVID. It basically went up, and everything is more expensive, and sponsorship is hard to get. I'm not going to tell that to my friend Paul and Lars. They know that sponsorship are not knocking at the door to finance Motocross of Nation or a race team. It's tough. So, we're going to do the best we can. We have an incredible 2023 year.
Great lineup.
We're going to keep on working to make it as good as it can be, but we need everybody's help. And by the way, Lars, thank you so much, because Honda has been a great friend of Bercy, Paris Supercross forever, for 40 years, before your time or my time. And it's been really one of those companies that has been always supporting, helping, and not making it a obstacle or a nuisance. And that's, to all the motocross fans, thanks, American Honda, for that.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I think, a huge part of that is because you were so easy to work with, Eric, and everybody has a lot of respect for you. Doesn't always happen that way with, promoters and things like that. Right. But what I was going to say also is that this track, the reason I think that we have such a great lineup this year of, premier riders is because of the venue change. The Bercy thing was cool, but it's a little bit more of a sideshow. This is a real track, and so we can get actual testing in. And
no, it's 48 seconds or 51 seconds last year or something like it was.
51 seconds. And that, if we were still at Bercy with the current power of 450s, I'm not sure you would shift in second gear. It's now we have a real track. And we will have a real track for Xavier and I. The sports level is very important. We don't want. It's not a show. It's a show for the industry, but for us, we take it as seriously as if we were running an IM1.
And it's on MXGP TV too. MXGP TV,
exactly.
right?
Oh, that's new.
Yep. Exactly.
So
wanted to plug that. Thank you, Steve. You saved me the effort.
Paul Malin will be there calling the action both nights. So,
JT?
Yeah, that'll be. Probably if there's a camera, JT will be there.
So our season pass will work.
I don't know. Yeah, I would think so. Sure.
Eric?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Oh.
I don't think so, but
okay.
I'm not sure. But I don't have to watch it on TV because I'll be in the middle of the track.
I guess there goes my chance, because usually I jump in with Malin and do some commentary, and I even made a crack about Ferrandis, and he texted me last year while I was on the air. But with MXGP TV, they're not putting me in there. Yeah. Hey, but Lars, are you with me on Bercy? Like the atmosphere, like there was some It was pretty cool.
It was pretty cool. I mean, it was so small, right? Like Titan.
Yep.
The way with the girls that they had on the thing too was a little risque, right? That was kind of funny.
Yeah.
But
also, I remember all the if people didn't.
You remember that, Lars?
the ones with the angle grinders on their crotches.
No, that was Germany. I don't think that was ever France.
No, that was in Geneva. We did that.
Yeah, Geneva in Germany.
Go.
I saw that. That's when you put the grinding wheels up against your crotch plate made of steel and sparks fly off it. I mean, that's opening ceremony.
That's home. That's
yeah,
entertainment.
That's the kind of cool stuff you see when you go to those races, though. You
Yeah.
see stuff that you
Yeah.
wouldn't see in the U.S. and it's
Mike,
awesome.
If Mike, if Mike Mewey is listening, Mike,
Yeah.
get chicks with metal crotch plates, grinding wheel up against them, shooting sparks out.
Sell some tickets.
Yep.
Yeah, Charlie Mancuso almost died of a heart attack in Geneva in 2002. So it was like I never seen a guy being so shocked about something. That was funny because it was so shocking.
Yeah.
You
Meanwhile, it's just a Wednesday in Europe. Like it's just like of course we do this.
Yep.
Why wouldn't we do this? Now, looking forward to it. Paris Supercross, November 17th, 18th, I believe, coming up with that lineup. That'll be great. And Hunter's 450 debut.
Yeah.
Right.
Hunter's 450 debut.
Thanks to the
Yep.
Yeah, big thanks to the Lawrence. They've been absolutely awesome to work with. It's when we made the deal at that point, nobody knew how good 2023 would be good for them, and they kept their word, and it's just amazing. Just amazing to be so fortunate.
Yeah. So for people who don't know, the Lawrences were supposed to go like 3 years ago. They had some issues, and then COVID hit, and all of that. And from what I hear through the grapevine, not from Lars, but from some other people, Jet Lawrence just went perfect season in 450 outdoors. He's worth a lot of money. But the Lawrences had a deal for 3 years now to go, and they are going for 3 years old prize money or show-up money, which is great. Like you said, it's very honorable of them to do that, right? Because at this point, Jet Lawrence is a different guy than he was 3 years ago. So
absolutely, they are fantastic.
Yeah.
So we look forward to see them in action, and they already got a taste of the French fan a couple of weeks ago. I think they'll be blown away.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. They're gonna love it, and it's gonna be a great race. So again, MXGP TV to watch it. Eric, before we let you go here, brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. World Supercross. It's something that's been talked about in the pits and the industry. Again, I love talking to you about this stuff. The business of moto. They've had some problems. Yep. We had Adam Bailey on our show. He admitted, we came in too hot. We should have looked at things. They got some new investors. Adam was a very, I thought, contrite guy on our show a month ago or whenever he came on. They rejigged the calendar. They got 3 rounds now. They sound like they're going to go in the fall next year. I guess, Eric, for a guy who's been in the race promotion business, and Adam, and you like him and all that, but for a guy like yourself that's been in the race promotion business for 40 years, probably a little sense of, man, we told you guys.
Yeah.
We told you guys.
Exactly. And I'm not here to point fingers because I really love Adam. He's a good guy, and he was kind enough to invite me at the beginning of his promoting career, and I was very helpful to him to start Oz X. It's no surprise. Sadly, it's just the equation did not work. Mm-hmm. It's easy to say all the things that were said, but in reality, it's not that way. And I keep reminding people that 99% of the people that love Supercross are located in U.S., Europe, and Australia. Every time you get out of those 3 locations, it's you have a lot of motorcycles. You always hear about the 20 billion bikes sold in Indonesia or whatever, but that's not our fans. Our fans are hardcore, and that's the first mistake everybody does. We're gonna go and we're gonna export Supercross to places where they don't know it. But if they don't know it, it's not gonna work. So
sure.
you have to bring that back to really those three continents, Australia, US, and Europe. And even Europe is not easy. I mean, it's like there's so many venues, so many countries that are not so much into Supercross. Like a country like Spain, they don't care much about Supercross. I mean, Barcelona Supercross was one of the oldest Supercross in the world, and they can't do it anymore. Nobody cares. It's so that's the first thing, and we all know that they went in very loud, carrying a small stick instead of the other way around, and that didn't work. I mean, I never wished them bad, but that didn't work. So.
Yeah.
Hopefully the 24 plan will be solid, but the chance of success are still, not very big. It's a very, very challenging project.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Again, I've said it, 4 or 5 rounds in the fall. Maybe incorporate Paris. It can work. There's something there, but
Yeah, we had everything for the record in 2020. When was COVID beginning? 19?
20, I think.
20.
Yeah.
I was with the Monster guys at the MXGP in England, and we had made a triple crown, a Monster triple crown that would have been, Paris, Geneva, and Australia. Oz X. That was pretty much in the book, and then we ran away back to our plane to fly home, and we know what happened after that.
Right.
So that never happened. But that was really the idea, and I still think that triple crown idea has legs. But anything over 3 races, it's going to be a real hard sell.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Maybe it can't work, Steve.
Yeah, maybe. Hey, Eric, what about Geneva? Any chance of Geneva coming back? It was such a long-running Supercross. It was there for forever, and it's a great building, and the fans were into it.
Yeah.
What do you think? Any chance of Geneva coming back? COVID hurt it, but yeah.
Yeah. It was a perfect storm. As you know, the race belonged to Palexpo.
Mm-hmm.
Palexpo was the host of the Geneva Car Show, which was the biggest car show in the world, and has been belly up since. So it was not only the Supercross. It was 75% of the business that was in Palexpo that was destroyed with COVID. So when you lose an event that is 75% of your revenue, you don't have appetite for much after that.
Yep.
And I will be having more meetings with more people. I don't go a week without having that request. Not giving up. I still think it's possible to restart something, but I'll be very cautious about being too optimistic.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I like Geneva, as always.
Yeah.
You go to Geneva, Paul?
Yeah, it
Never been.
was a great race.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Did you go to Geneva?
Yeah,
Yep.
love Geneva.
Right.
That's awesome.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was really fun. It was a little cold.
That was the best part. I mean, cold outside. I just liked being in Switzerland, and then
I liked some of those restaurants by the lake. Down in Geneva.
and then the hotel right next door, and you walk out and you get that the winter feel. We drove from Italy, from the MXGP shop, and in through the Alps to there. It was great.
Also,
That's
Starbucks
right,
close by.
yeah.
Starbucks was close by for Geneva too, so that was good.
Yep.
Always remember that. It was at the airport. Not so bad. Eric, thanks for your time tonight. Appreciate it. I know it's your anniversary even, so.
Hey, congrats.
Yeah.
Congrats.
So I need to get back to my lovely wife.
Yes, absolutely. She's a smoke show, so you should get back to her. Thanks, Eric. Thank you, and we'll see you in Paris, man. Can't wait. Looking forward to it.
See you guys in a couple of weeks. Paul, buy your ticket. We need you there.
Yep. There you go.
Thanks,
Renthal
Eric.
needs
See you there.
to go there. Thank you, Eric.
Cheers, guys.
See
Thank
ya.
you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. That's Eric Peronnard, everybody. Brought to you by Renegade Race Fuels. Great guy.
Awesome.
Always. Yeah.
He's
Great to deal with.
kind of like, because he's from Florida. I grew up in Florida. I met him early on. He's kind of become a bit of a mentor to me, honestly. Like,
Has he really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've leaned on him a lot, and when I transitioned from pro taper to Renthal, he was the one person I spoke to about it.
Yeah, I think some riders lean on him. I think riders lean on him for financial advice, for
Justin
career advice.
Brayton, I know, they are really, really good friends.
Yeah.
And, with a bunch of the other riders too, because he's such a genuine guy.
Yep.
He
You
is.
can really trust him.
And he really knows the lay of the land and the industry and the power players and what he thinks. If you're, sometimes I'll just call and be like, hey, this guy told me this and this guy told me that. What do you think? And he'll be like, well, and you'll be like, oh. Like you'll walk away with a better understanding of a situation in the industry, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And you just got that vibe like he's just a good friend.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You don't
I really look up to how worldly he is too, right? Like he is not a product of one society or culture. Like he is very educated and worldly and knows just so much about the world.
You know, he literally went around the world, right, on a trip with his family.
Yeah, for 3 years, right?
Yeah,
no work.
I don't know about 3 years, but
I thought it took a
train
while.
trip. It trains just across the world.
Wow,
Literally
maybe
took
I'm wrong on that.
I don't know if it was 3 years. It was a long time though.
I thought it took a while or something.
Train across the Atlantic too?
Yeah.
No, I think
they have a tunnel.
I think when it came to the ocean crossings, they went on a plane. I'm not sure.
He should have taken a boat though.
But loving to have Eric on the show, and Paris is going to be good. It is really going to be a good race. Roxon rises up at those races, dude. He's really good.
Super good.
You know,
any of those.
I mean, I guess Kenny's good anywhere, but
right.
You know, we're talking about Ken Roxon.
If he's motivated, he'll be good.
Peyton
Shimoda's racing there, by the way. I know it's only a 250, Steve. But
yeah.
Joe Shimoda's first race on a Honda. So.
Okay, and then Tom Vial.
Tom
Vial.
Yep.
So I've never been to the old school Bercy, but like you were talking about vibe and best race, and we're like, for me, I don't think a race will ever top the U.S. Open. Ever.
Well, U.S. Open tried to be Bercy. That's what they wanted to be.
Yeah, but it's not as good as the U.S. Open. Like
it's better.
You never stepped in dirt at the U.S. Open, and there was strippers everywhere, and you're in the casino, and you can go gamble in between.
Where were the strippers? There was just like
you got
down the street.
They were behind the black curtain.
Oh, okay, all right.
That above the start. That
Eric put the U.S. Open on. He'll tell you he wanted to bring Bercy to America. You know, the lasers and everything else. Think that, but like people right on top of you and yelling and screaming. I mean,
Yeah, and also they let him with the chainsaws and all the stuff. I mean, they did some stuff that was kind of crazy, right?
How about the track being covered in paper too by the end of the weekend because people just
all
throwing
trash on it and stuff? I'd always see photos of that. Yeah.
But it was cool too because all those Euro races. The one thing that, and Steve, you can attest to this. Like when you go over there, any other person from over here, I was going to say American, but they're not always going to be American. We can't hear something.
Yeah.
You just become buds, right? Because like you all kind of hang out in the same group.
Yep.
You know, like everybody just kind of it's a cool atmosphere.
Yep.
It's fun, and the same thing with Bercy there. You'd go next door to the hotel, was right there.
Yep.
Like literally, 50 feet, and then everybody after the race would have dinner and the thing, and it would be red wine and what.
Yeah.
That's and water. That's all you got to drink: water or red wine. And the red wine would just keep coming.
Yeah.
I hated red wine until I was there.
I don't know how Reedy made some of the races the next
or
day.
GL.
Or GL too.
They had
but
a huge one in 08.
Yeah.
I think that was it. I mean, that would Andrew Short completely demoralized them. You know, like
Andrew was probably in bed by 8, and those guys partied till 3 and smoked and
still beat him. Yeah.
They were like
long shot.
One year there was like potted plants flying around from Bercy in the lobby. Like you're just like, what is going on with these guys? Like, go to bed. You have to race. You stop.
Some guys are better when they act that way.
Yeah, maybe. But no, it was certainly a good time. And you'll see the restaurant is next door, not far from the arena in Paris. You haven't been to this new arena, right?
No.
Yeah. So there's a Starbucks and Chipotle close by.
Starbucks obviously is a very important thing. It sounds like.
Just
for a race to be successful.
Well, I mean, 9 times out of 10, he's got it in his hand, right?
And then but what would piss me off is we're in Paris. There's all these great restaurants all around there. I used to bug Brayton about this, and he would just eat club sandwiches at the hotel restaurant, which are really good.
That would bother me too.
And I'm like, JB, we are like literally in the city of like world famous
the best
restaurants.
cuisine ever,
and they're all over the place, just like Bercy. Like I'll show you some of the places where they are. And JB's just like, yeah, man, club sandwich.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
I'm just like,
if I'm going somewhere different, I am going to try some local stuff.
We had a great time in Paris. Or, no, sorry, not Paris. Laval. Yeah.
For the destinations?
It was really cool. We definitely searched out the restaurants, and Hutch was good for that. So found some really cool places.
I think the last time we were there in Ernay, I went to an outdoor pizza cafe that was amazing. I went with Anton. Now, I don't know if it was that. It was definitely French, so it could have been the Saint Jean.
Saint Jean,
or Ernay. Around those ones, I went to an outdoor pizza cafe that was like amazing, like a wood fire, the whole thing. I was like, we are in the middle of this. Looks like a guy's backyard.
Yeah.
First of all, you're like, is this really it? And just some restaurant. It was great. So,
yeah.
I really like me being Canadian and just reading motocross action every week and just being such a fan of the sport. The fact that I've gotten to go to Bulgaria and Geneva and Sweden and Paris and Belgium, all these places that we've all been to for my job is
cool.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like it's a pretty cool thing, right? When you think back on your career and the things you've done and Venice and
for sure. And I know I'm a bit bitter and sometimes I get angry towards the sport just because.
Sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay.
But man, I'm truly thankful for the places I've gone because of motorcycles.
Yeah.
And that's because that's all I've ever really wanted to do is
Yeah.
explore the world. Like I want to go everywhere, and I've gone many places.
Yeah.
Not on my own wallet because of motorcycles.
That's why, like, when I worked for Red Dog, his first Red Dog mention of the night, it's hour and a half in.
Yeah, it's a little late.
He would turn down 30, 40K all day long for these races. And I'm like, you're an idiot. It's like, no, I don't want to go.
Dumb.
And of course, now, what does he say now? I should have took the money.
Yep.
But it's like, dude, they're paying you to fly somewhere in Europe, and they're paying you $40,000 to go see
somewhere
whatever.
different, a different part of the planet. Like,
he's
I
just
I really like that about when we had Kenny. Kenny's been around the world, doing GPs, and now the Lawrences, like especially Hunter. Hunter, Hunter? Like he speaks French like really well. He knows German pretty dang good. Yeah, like he's a language guy. Like he's into it.
Yeah.
He's a cunning linguist.
Yeah. And I thought you were going to say something else for a second.
Yeah. No, I think you did.
But I just appreciate that because feel the same way, being in Sweden so much that I'm into the whole experience like you. So I appreciate when they actually they appreciate it, not just a lot of times the young riders too. They're just like, man, let's get in, get my money, get out.
Yeah.
Like you said, like just let me eat whatever McDonald's or whatever, just get me through it.
Yeah, it's like no, man.
I hate going to Europe with an American. They say, "Oh, McDonald's, let's go eat." I'm like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah.
Well, okay, I'm the Starbucks guy, but yes, generally speaking, everything else I'm good with.
Yeah.
But
why Starbucks?
You just know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, but what are you getting? Like a macchiato, caramel
latte, which is just like steamed milk and
isn't coffee amazing in different parts of the
that's,
world?
That's what I'm getting at.
Australia.
It
is. It is in some places. It is supposed to be amazing.
I don't drink
but yeah, it is supposed to be. All right, Michelin, designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range. It's not new anymore, actually. Featuring Michelin adaptive design. Michelin Starcross 6s, they got 11% more durability than the previous generation. They're available in 6 versions: sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions. Designed to win, MichelinMan.com/motorcycle. Our guy Randy Richardson brought in Cam Zink, a Michelin mountain bike athlete, to the live show. Marks, he was cool, Zink.
Yeah, it was really cool. I think
and slightly insane.
Dude,
he's got to be insane.
Those runs, those videos of those runs are just absolutely bonkers.
And that's on video. Imagine going there in person and seeing how
I can't
gnarly
even imagine.
it is. It's got to be steep and just gnarly.
And for Randy, he was always bringing Cam in for the show, no matter what. But he just happened to win Red Bull Rampage for the first time in 13 years or whatever. So have him in there, and then talking to him about how he goes through his runs. You're like, dude, like,
you're
I'm
a
like,
nutcase.
How do you know how fast he goes? Yeah, you do some speed runs. I'm like, how do you stop for the speed runs? Yeah, you just stop. I'm like, okay, all right.
I feel.
So actually, Michelin mountain bike tires used by Cam Zink, Rampage winner. That's all you need to know for the folks at Michelin. And our guy FMIP there last week at the Huddle Brewery. Thanks to Michelin for coming on the show. I appreciate it. And Troll Training as well. Troll Training, they'll prepare you for the best season yet, whether you're a vet guy, an off-road racer, you're Dark Side at Millville. He's been on Troll Training. I don't want to admit this. I do not want to admit this, but our buddy Darkside, you're familiar with the gentleman.
Yeah.
Used to have a ponytail.
Jamie Guida.
Yeah. No, I know who he is.
Right. He's been on Troll Training for 6 months, 7 months, and I worked him pretty badly at World Vets last year. So last November, he didn't even see me all day. I was just gone. Well, we go to Millville. He's got me covered.
You got nothing for him.
And he's crediting Troll Training. I don't say I have nothing for him.
Okay.
I'm on him, but he's better.
Okay.
Okay. I'm not going to.
So we got a battle coming at the.
It's like, would you say that
Vets.
Chase had nothing on Jet Outdoors? I wouldn't say that.
No, I would never say that.
Right. So that's what it was like.
Okay.
It was a lot of.
It was like Chase and Jet.
He was Jet, and I'm Chase.
Oh.
I got something for him, but I'm not able to get him.
I have a solution for this. If there's an argument between the two, because I've had experience with a beef with another guy that rides and who's faster.
Okay.
We settled it at Loretta Lynn's.
Oh.
With me and Paul.
Yeah, you and Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know one comment I gave him one time really put him over the edge.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Motivation.
Yeah.
But hold on. At Loretta's, doesn't he have you covered?
He should, because he's been there 75 times.
Right.
I would say I do.
Yeah. I would say he does. Paul's a Loretta's champ.
Yeah. But when we left Loretta's,
he had the better
finish.
Had
the better finish.
I'm not aware of this. Yeah, I'm not aware of this.
But there's this asterisk, and I'll admit that there's an asterisk there. Because he did win a moto. He's better than me there, for sure.
Yeah.
But that was the first time I'd ever been there. I rode one class. It was muddy 2 out of 3 races.
Yeah, it was kind of a shitty year.
Yeah.
Was that your last year you went?
No.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Second to last year, maybe.
All right.
Yeah.
Was that 17?
So
I'm just saying that's an option
So, Paul,
for you.
maybe you want troll training to get up to Lars.
I
surpass Lars.
employ an in-house training professional.
Okay.
And she lets me sleep with her.
Okay.
So I
And
got
you
a better
and
deal.
you
Sorry,
employ her.
sorry,
Hey-o.
Troy.
And you
Or
employ her.
sorry, troll training, but
Well, you can sleep with Troll Trainer. He's a good-looking guy.
no, I don't know if I can go that far.
Trolltraining.com. Be like Darkside. Check him out. John Wessling, good guy also. Partners with Alex, and they'll help you out. Trolltraining.com. Grant Harlan, troll training guy. And
What a difference in.
look what Grant Harlan did.
Yeah, Harlan
Good
had a
guy.
hell of a national number 23.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
yeah.
Freddie,
Also,
number 22, even more amazing.
That is crazy.
that's going to be weird.
Yeah.
That'll be weird the first time we see 22.
Maybe he'll go through the whoops better now.
I don't know, man.
I can't believe he made it through all season. He was the only guy, he said?
He's the only guy to get points. To race every race.
Really?
He didn't get points every race because he didn't make some main events, but he's the only guy to race every race.
That's
Harlan missed.
That's impressive.
Harlan missed one because of World Supercross, and that was
Jed
it.
obviously missed because he was a 250 guy
Yeah,
half
and
the year. Yeah.
Chase and AP and someone else missed
They
three.
missed rounds.
Three.
Damn.
And that was it. Everybody else raced all of them. Or
And Harlan didn't race all of them?
he missed for World Supercross.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you want to give him an asterisk, whatever. But Freddie, the Rock. I mean, Freddie.
Rock.
He's a solid,
Freddie's
steady.
MO, yeah.
yeah. He's just a slow, steady guy. All right, everybody. We're going to come back for a commercial break. We have John Anderson coming up. We have Trey Canard as well. Looking forward to talking to those guys. Got more questions for Lars Lindstrom and Paul Perebijnos as well. So we'll be right back after this commercial break, everybody.
Love this guy right here.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer check out motorsport.com and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX 20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Cole Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Gregg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin Adaptive Design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones, central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Type, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win.
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO. I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson. I'm Aaron Plessinger. I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher. I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence. My name's Jet Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tal Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO. I'm Jiren Ferrangis, and I choose OGO.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From Garage Buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com. Fly Racing. Decal Works. A little late there. In-studio guests aren't even up here yet, but Tits Legendary's here. What's up, Tits?
Oh, hey. Glad to be here.
Yeah. Isn't your job to tell me when the commercial was ending?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did.
Can confirm.
Pretty sure you
Yeah,
didn't.
I got a witness.
The last I heard was a minute and a half.
Yeah.
And then that was it.
How much more?
I got no other warning. I got
At a
no
certain
other
point, you have to put your headphones on and hear what's going on, right?
Well.
I apologize. I'll take the blame for that.
Hey, do you
take
notice
it out of my paycheck.
Do you notice how different it sounds with that curtain open?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Right.
Would you like me to?
No, it's fine.
No, they got to come up anyway. It's fine.
Hey, listen, motorcycleindustryjobs.com, job of the week, outside sales rep. It's off season. It's a loose show. Outside sales rep for the folks at OGIO. Love the guys at OGIO. The #1 brand in gear bags, hydration packs, helmet, goggles, and travel accessories is looking for experienced outside sales reps with a current portfolio to represent sales at a domestic dealership level. Please check them out. They're looking for motivated reps in the following states, and they're all on motorcycleindustryjobs.com. The contractor job, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Upload your resume for free today, and they will put it up. And if your company looking for some good people, know that the people will go to motorcycleindustryjobs.com and check that out as well. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. Motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Speaking of OGIO, love the guys at OGIO. Lars, you guys actually posted a motor engine builder guy on motorcycleindustryjobs.com one time.
Yeah, I was going to say that. It was really good, actually. It kind of weeded out a lot of just like the excess people just, you know, responding. You have to have kind of a thing with them, right?
Yeah.
So it was actually really good. We got a bunch of qualified people, so it went well.
Good to hear. Thank you to the folks at motorcycleindustryjobs.com, and thank you to OGIO Power Sports. Whether it's a 9800, whether it's the layover bag, whatever it is, OGIO Power Sports will have you covered. There's a code to save at OGIO Power Sports. It's what's the code, Marks, for OGIO?
Oh my gosh.
What? I forget it. It was a new one.
I don't know. Let me find out
Can
for
you
you.
look it up?
Yeah, let me.
All
I'll do that
right.
for you.
Layover travel bag, fantastic. 9800 gear bag, of course. The rig bag that I used at Millville, I carry my gear with it. Also, they got the new dozer bag out as well, OGIO Power Sports. Pulp 15, the code to save with OGIO. Pulp 15 is the code to save with the folks at OGIO. Thank you to those guys for coming on. John Anderson, by the way, coming up here. Paul Perebijnos, Lars Lindstrom. All right, hey, let's talk some silly season. So, yeah.
Isn't it over?
No. Dylan Ferrandis, the guy who's won every title except for 450 Supercross, was kind of on the outside looking in. I thought he would go to HEP Suzuki. I even tweeted that. I thought that was going to happen. He rode the bike. He liked it. He rode the bike twice. He liked it so much. But now that deal didn't really happen, and now he's going to Phoenix Honda. What do you think of this, Paul?
I don't know. Meaning like how I think he's going to do or how it came together. I don't know much about it, honestly. I heard this today for the first time. So I guess my opinion is I don't know. I mean, I don't have much of an opinion.
Great talk.
Sorry, I don't know what to say. Like, is he going to do a lot better? No. Is he going to do a lot worse? No. It's going to be the same.
Is this a done deal? Like, or is this just like you have very good sources?
Yeah, I think it's happening. Yes.
What gear is he going to wear?
I don't know.
Oh.
That's weird because I heard it's not Thor, and that team is a Parts Unlimited team with Moose.
Maybe they won't be Moose anymore.
Maybe they won't be Moose. Or I almost think if you sign Dylan Ferrandis, you give him the option to do gear because that's how you also attract him, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think you make him wear gear. So I don't know anything about the gear choice. But Lars, he was trying to get on a Honda.
Right.
So you guys didn't have an opening. So there is this.
Yeah, and it's tough too. I mean, like when it comes to factory bikes and stuff like that, they're not just. It's not like we have another one. And the amount of parts that it takes for a season sitting there, and then that happens way in advance, and it's expensive. So that's not super easy, but yeah, even I was surprised when you said that earlier.
Yeah,
and
are you?
So it's not.
Are you just?
So it's not a factory bike.
I don't know. I would guess not. If Lars
if
is
he
saying,
don't know about
if
it.
you don't know, Brandon Wilson maybe could know, but I would feel like you would be on the inside of that.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe they've got a separate deal with some of the other, suspension companies or something like that to make it close or something. But yeah, as far as I know, there's nothing like that. But
well, I definitely be Factory Connection because I was using it for the outdoors. So I think Ziggy and Factory Connection guys would be involved,
right?
At some level.
I think actually that's
I mean, that was the rumor for a while, right? There was a Honda thing happening with Factory Connection involvement. Was one of the rumors that I heard months ago, right? Or a couple months ago.
But he wanted to be on a Honda, which is, I guess, speaks well for
I mean, I had talked with him in the summertime, and he had mentioned that. But how do you know exactly what the guys are? They might be going to Cali and saying the same thing. I'll, you know, if I don't ride on your bike, I'll retire or whatever. That's kind of So he did seem he has been interested, with being on our team before, and we've had interest also. It just didn't work out, and then we had some really other good options that we had to choose from ourselves. So
does Lars? Does anything? I don't. Maybe this isn't the right way to phrase it. I was going to say, does anything bug you more? But that's the right. Does anything get you? And look, you were a racer. You were a privateer racer for a long time. Like you tried it,
Short
right?
time, yeah.
Short time. You certainly understand the perils of a privateer and the struggles of a privateer. You get that. Paul does too. Does anything get you roll your eyes more than the fans saying, "Give this guy a factory bike"? Like it's just like clockwork.
Yeah.
The first privateer that does well, or the first factory guy that's injured, give him his bike. Give that guy his bike. It happens all the time.
Yeah, and it definitely isn't going to change. I mean, I think everybody knows nowadays that the bikes that you can buy out of just straight production are really good.
Yep.
And I mean, what's the guy this summer too? I'm drawing a blank. Masterpool. Sorry.
Yep.
I mean, he's a good example of that. He didn't have a lot, and if you got the talent, you can make it happen. So, the tailoring that we do for the rider is a big deal. But at the same time, I mean, it ain't gonna make.
Right. Well, I rode your bikes this summer.
That's right. You were blazing fast too. And
Jet.
Were you better? Were you better on those
No,
bikes than your?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I was worse. I was probably worse because I hadn't ridden a Honda for 3 years.
Yeah, because you weren't used to it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I was like, I was waiting for the thing to start sucking air through the front. Didn't hear any of that.
That's what we need to get. People need to realize. Like
he heard something sucking air. But
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I heard it when he went by too. Actually,
I mean, I say this a lot to people, but like Sexton would be damn near the same on a bone stock bike. Maybe he would just have some more failures, or maybe he wouldn't get his good starts all the time. But like the rider makes a giant difference in our sport.
Huge difference in the rider. But I mean, the things that they can do on a works bike, suspension wise, is they can jump into a hole and not die.
Yeah.
There's certain things like that. Yeah, it does make a difference, but it's the amount of repetitiveness that they've gotten riding that same bike, and we've got it. To the
Yeah, I
point
mean, I had a set of factory stuff on my bike for a while, PSF stuff, the KYB. It was good. And I mean, I'm cheesy, vet, slow, fat guy. I was like, this shit's amazing. So it does make a difference. But, yes.
Well, but it's not going to turn a guy that's doing a 1 minute lap time. He's not going to get a factory bike and go 55 seconds.
No.
It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. That's one of the things why I love our sport, and my interest in F1 has waned. I've never got an interest in MotoGP because it's like Quattanaro was world champ on a Yamaha.
Who's that?
Quattanaro.
Are you trying to say Quartararo?
I don't know.
He is.
It's a whole thing. But the point is the dude was a world champion, and then Yamaha couldn't keep up to Ducati or whatever, and now he can't. I hate that. F1, right? The Vettel's just
F1 right now
like,
I mean, I shouldn't say that because Red Bull's won almost every single race, but there's a lot more parity in that series now, so that's cool. I'm a big F1 fan, so.
What do you mean there's more parity?
There's a lot more teams that can win now.
Not this year.
Heck yeah, dude. McLaren this weekend was way better.
I know Max has won 16 races.
Yeah.
Though.
What do you?
I really think that he's just that good, though.
That much better.
Because
you don't think it's the Honda engine?
No, because AlphaTauri has the same thing. But anyways,
I
he doesn't say it right.
But anyways, so
Yeah.
I think there's more, but I know what you're saying. Yeah,
So
I
one
agree.
of
Our
the
sport
things-
is that one sport where you can.
Yeah, in a roundabout way, this is why I love our sport.
Yeah.
It's
Yes,
not
I agree.
machine dependent.
Totally.
It's athlete dependent.
Totally.
I love it.
Yep.
So that's going to be interesting. Okay, that was Ferrandis was silly season discussion number 1. Silly season discussion number 2. Jorge Prado comes over, races Supercross.
No, not yet.
Sorry, ride Supercross. Looks pretty good. Kellen Brower from Racer X went out and filmed him and said, Kellen's Kellen's pro MXGP guy. I get it. He loves Marvin Musquin. But
has he ridden a Supercross track himself before?
No. But he said he looked pretty good. And we talked to somebody before the show, Paul, who said that he looked pretty good too.
Yep.
So, think we see him here? Not next year, but 2025?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's kind of like, I've just heard him speak, and he's achieved what he's been working to achieve. Right. He wanted to be world champion.
Yep.
So he's still young enough, and if Supercross comes somewhat easier to him than maybe most do of comparing riders that come out of that GP series, which it sounds like it does.
Yep.
Why not give it a try?
Yeah.
he is good, and I think he's had some Supercross experience when he was younger too, right? That he was pretty good. But all those guys that come over like that, if they would have rode the SMX races, they would have probably done great. But throw the whoops in there, and guys like him they're not gonna be immediately winning. I don't think. And I think for him, he's had a lot of interest in coming over here.
Yep.
And I think that he's a little bit I think you'd be surprised when he actually races.
Well, and
especially in race, like that's the thing I think that people don't realize. Like you can go through a set of whoops at the practice track when you have all day to learn them, when there's no pressure to learn them. But when you have 2 short practices and you got to go through them, and then you're trying to race a 20-minute main event, those things are different at the end.
Well, I think too. I think a big part of it too is when you talk to guys, 17 races and 18 and 19 weekends, it's a meat grinder, man, and you got to be on it, and it's hard to stay injury free. Look at Dylan Ferrandis, right? I mean, like I said, the dude's won every title here. He's got 2 podiums in 450 Supercross. He just can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
He can't get it, and full props to the guys that do. But it's no joke.
But his skill set, I'll say this: his skill set does point me towards his. He can maybe be more successful in Supercross than other guys. Like for instance, Steve, I'm a big Hurlings fan.
Oh yeah.
But his
Still?
I still think he's awesome. He's just done things that blew my mind. But anyway, his skill set I don't believe would translate into Supercross very well. He comes from the back, right? He's super fit. He needs the long race. Jorge's a good starter, a sprinter.
Yeah.
Like I think he will adapt to Supercross better than maybe others have out of that series.
Enzo Lopes, club deal. Exercise his buyout clause from there. Went over to Star. What do you think about that, Paul?
I think he's betting on himself.
He is.
He wants to
really
win.
It's the 1-year deal, Supercross only.
Yeah, so Supercross only 1-year deal. You're putting your chips on the table, and at least now he'll be able to look back and say, "Hey, there was that year." And I don't even want to speak in such past tense like that, but he is giving himself a shot to make a real career out of motocross by doing that. In my opinion, he ain't winning
Supercross last year.
He's not winning a title at club. He's just not.
Mm-hmm.
You can't convince me that he will. Where, maybe he'll win at Star.
Oh, didn't you get in a fight on Twitter over this? Over a privateer winning? Okay, all right.
I don't think so.
I feel like, though, last year Enzo was really fast in qualifying.
Yep.
And a lot of times I was, he would all of a sudden he'd go P1 and it was ahead of Hunter, and I'd be really impressed. Or not just Hunter, but all the other guys over there, right?
Yeah.
And but he just didn't bring that to the race very often. So that makes me wonder.
I think the Star
equipment-wise, it makes me wonder if that's the big thing that's going to change for him.
This Star, I mean, it is dog eat dog, right? All day, all during the week, everything else. So he's going to either rise up, because you don't just
sink
fluke
or
your
swim,
way. Yeah, you don't. He didn't just get P1 one time. He was P1 a lot, or even if he didn't finish P1, he was P1 for a while or whatever. That you don't fluke into. So to me, like he's either sinking or swimming.
Yeah, you have to, right? Yeah.
The atmosphere and the pressure and the take no prisoners of the Star team will crush him, or the bike, the structure, the training program, the confidence, he will rise.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see.
Did he get much starts last year, or was he always coming from the back?
He got some starts.
Okay.
Yeah. Phil has spoken to him and basically was like, put your entire existence into these next 6 months.
Yeah, he's right.
Everything you want.
He's
everything
right.
you got. Like don't worry
because he
about
can change his life.
Don't worry
in
about
my
your,
opinion.
Yeah, don't worry about your chick. Don't worry about your.
They do the DV program or whatever.
Yeah.
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 Pretty much. Yeah.
Right. We have.
What?
I don't know where mine is.
Oh boy.
Just,
yeah, I don't know. I know.
Yeah,
well,
you're just throwing up softballs.
Mark
set up pre-show kind of threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
I don't think they get a blowjob before.
I'll just throw it in later
No,
when
we
I
just
find
got that.
it.
Yeah.
It's kind of the opposite of
you
that
guys
one.
all just shut your mouths
Listen,
when I
Jimmy,
when you
the
hear
great
it,
Jimmy
and it'll be
Hawley,
good.
the great
So-
Jimmy Hawley.
Yeah, Jimmy's
he's
the best.
given us tons of advice over the years. So
I'd fly the girls in from L.A. Boy.
So how do you think Enzo will
Wake
do?
up, Supercross.
There we
Eat
go.
Supercross. Shit, Supercross. Fuck Supercross. And sleep Supercross.
Yeah.
I found it.
That's what you got to
Thank
do.
you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know if he's going to win the championship. That's a huge ask. He's never made the box before.
But does he take a jump?
Yes, absolutely. I think he takes a jump. Yep. I think that bike is better. The atmosphere is better. During the week stuff is better. He's going to have people to chase. He's going to be chasing Cooper Webb.
When you say the atmosphere is better, what do you mean?
Yeah.
I mean the pressure, like the we win. This is what we do here.
The expectation?
Yeah, the expectation. We don't just, hey, great job. We're here to be serious.
Because I think Bonacci, I like him a lot. He's cool.
Yeah, good guy.
And I think that they have a pretty good deal going on over there as far as that
Yeah.
goes. But I think I agree. Like, you're expected to win over there.
You
So
are.
the mindset that he goes into is like, should be winning.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he does make that switch to be able to do it.
And honestly, I think some of the little things that people don't realize, the difference between an elite team and I don't know what you want to call club, factory supported team or.
I called them a B team and they got mad at me.
Well, they're going to get mad at probably anything then.
Okay,
but
right.
to me, it's the continuity of a program like Star, like little things like, sometimes the bike doesn't run good in the initial first practice when you're on a lower team, right? Because you don't have data or you don't have, but when you're on a team like that, you don't miss a day practicing.
No.
I think on lower end teams, sometimes you miss a day practicing. Maybe your bike's broken and just get, so little things like that I think add up to make a big difference on the race weekend.
All right, next thing up on the silly season, Chase Sexton at KTM. I know, Lars.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. Did this really happen?
Hey, were you bummed when you heard about it? It's been a long time in the making, but like
Yeah. I like Chase.
Right.
It's kind of like your girlfriend broke up with you because you're not good enough kind of feeling.
Sure.
Just to be honest.
Yeah.
Because we were able to win the Supercross championship with him, however which way we did.
But by that point it was done. He was gone by then.
Yeah.
So
but
it was
I don't
one of
think
those.
we didn't really know officially that he was gone. I'm sure he had signed before that, but it was still, to us, it was still out there.
Yep.
So we didn't really find out for a pretty long time, which was kind of a bummer. But it wasn't because of money or anything like that. I think it was more like, what we talked about before, being the number one guy and needing a change in whatever way. I mean, the grass is always going to be greener on the other side, no matter what. It doesn't matter
until you touch it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, he had a lot of issues the last couple of years, and he wanted to make a change. I don't blame him for that. That's what a lot of guys need. So,
do you think there's anything? And try not to look. Brandon Wilson's not going to listen to this. Okay, no one important is going to listen to this. I don't believe so, but I've had people who I really respect and trust tell me that the Honda rigidity, the Honda lack of feel in the front end, is one of the reasons he was crashing and losing his front end. The way he rides, he's a bigger guy, he's off the back, he's losing his front. My comeback to that is, as a mechanic, is like, look, they can change races, they can change the trail, they can change the offset, they can change bar mount. I mean, there's so many things you can do to get weight on the front end of a Honda or the way somebody to help that. And I had other people, like I said, who I know and I trust. They're like, nope, he's not going to do that on a KTM because of the. Is there anything to that?
I mean, I can tell you that we definitely went, every which direction
sure,
to make him,
which is
happy.
my comeback to that. It's like,
right, yeah. I mean, I guarantee you it wasn't. I mean, if too much weight on or not enough weight on the front, that ain't it.
Yeah,
that it wasn't that. We had a good setup that we got for Supercross where he started knocking off things and. The crashes that happened, I don't know, man. I feel like he got so comfortable on pushing on the front. He pushes the front, I should say. He puts a lot of weight on the front, and he puts a lot of trust in the front. And I think to some extent in the Supercross, he got so comfortable that, there's when you have a lot of traction on the front, you're pushing on a lot. When it goes, it's usually not here it comes.
Slow thing.
Look at like road racing, those guys are right on the edge. And then when that thing snaps and they lose front tire traction, it's gone. So I think that's the kind of rider that he is. And we did a pretty good job at trying to, fix all of those issues for him.
I would imagine when you tried to fix those issues, then the bike suffered in other areas, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess so. And anyways, we'll see if that is different for the
right.
And maybe it will be
yet to be seen. Yeah.
The thing is too, he crashed a lot in 20 outdoors and then in 21 Supercross, and then he's gotten better every year because he's getting more, just gate drops on a 450 and just his experience level is much higher. Right. So I mean, he crashed way less this year than he did last year. So this next year, you would think he'd be that much better.
Right. I'm not the, and again, JT and I, this will be an eternal battle for JT and I because he comes at it from a rider and I come at it from a mechanic. He's not the one who told me about the Honda thing. Somebody else did. But there's an eternal battle where I'm just like, look, man, they can pick the bike however you want. You want more weight on the front end? They'll get more weight on the front end for you. You want, it's just a motorcycle. It's not like a magic, magic machine here. There's people whose jobs are engineers and everybody else, technicians, to fix that bike and make it the way you want. And when you say it's good and you're happy, then it is the way you want it. And if you're losing the front end, they'll tell you, hey, man, let's pull that offset in. Let's pull the front axle in. Let's do a number of things. And so I'm not in that boat. I'm not in the boat of that Honda, man, it loses the front end. I'm not there. Sorry. I'm sure Keir thinks differently.
I still think there is something to the platform you start with and it agreeing with some people and maybe not with others. And I'm not speaking Honda and Chase specifically. I'm speaking in general. I mean,
but my comeback to that would be Chase won a championship in so many races.
Yeah, I get that.
I think that platform agrees with him.
I get that. But when I was listening to you speak, it almost sounded like the race team can do anything and create any bike almost. And I don't think it's that far. I mean, that's why the Star Yamaha's the best. It's not, in my opinion,
but Paul,
all about the people at Star.
Paul,
it's because the platform is better to start with.
Okay, but you literally took the example of the only manufacturer that turned its motor around. That's what you took your example as. And in that case, yes, they can't turn their motor around. I'll give you that. That platform is why that 250 is so good. It's sucking so much air in. It's got a big throttle body. All of that works great, right? In every motor that's not turned around, though, you can make them. You know, so that's where I'm at. Like, you're right, the characteristic, but man,
it's still steel versus aluminum. It's a lot of different things, and I still think you can throw anything at it for a Honda and make them feel comfortable, and they'll throw anything at it for a KTM. But I still think you arrive at different things, right?
Yeah,
and maybe those different things that you arrive with suit a certain rider better than the other. Is all I'm getting at.
I believe you, but then Chase Sexton won so many races that I think that thing suited him pretty well.
Oh, it did.
Yeah,
he won. He's a 450.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Champion.
But they're, I'm sure Chase and his dad. I don't know, but I'm sure they feel like the bike is the cause of some of these crashes. And we'll see.
They do.
And we'll see. But I'm not there. Like where I'm like, I just think you're trusting the front too much, or you're leaned too far back. Like in Seattle. Like to me, Seattle, he was coming in, he was way back off the back. In a slick dirt. Like I'm just like, well, I think that's on you. I know riders don't like to hear that, and sometimes they can't tell themselves that because it hurts their confidence.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I mean, Chad Reed, was anything Chad's fault ever?
Good point.
Was anything Chad's fault?
But I mean, he has that mindset, and Hunter's kind of got the same. Like you said earlier, if he doesn't get a good qualifying or something like that, or in the heat race you get worked, they're kind of the same. You tell yourself it ain't me, and you come into the race and. A lot of times they'll prove that point that like all of a sudden they win the race and you're like, how
that's why sometimes I talk about being in the media in this job. Like you can just see like, a receiver drops a pass. Well, you dropped the pass. Like you had it and you dropped it. In our sport, like as a media and you go around and you try to find answers, the racers most of them are not going to admit they did something wrong. It's somebody else's reason, right? Yeah. And you're Chase. And sometimes it is. Sometimes it legitimately is somebody else's reason on why a rider does poorly or whatever. But in the media, you're trying to chase things down, and the riders are like, "Yeah, man, yeah."
Although I think that Chase did a great job of taking it on the chin this year.
He really did.
He met with the media like in his lowest moments. He would talk. Yep. Absolutely.
He had a lot of hard situations, and he never seemed to shy away from much of it.
And he could have said a lot of times there, like, "Yeah, my freaking bike," whatever. And he never did.
I actually told him that privately. I said, "Hey, man, I really admire."
I did too. Yeah.
You meeting the media on your low nights. As much as your good nights.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure. And even Keir too. Like Keir is so much harder on Chase after the race than he is on us. Because he's he's seen his kid ride so much. So, anyways, that didn't even come up that much this year, and maybe they were already moved on. They were gonna just do the best that they could and not make too much of a stink publicly. Anyway, it was the year was not a bad year. Obviously.
And coming from the media, Lars, I just have to thank you for finally putting this fucking Carmichael curse down. I couldn't take it anymore. I just couldn't take it.
Me neither.
Honda hasn't won since Carmichael left. Carmichael, I can't take it.
Yeah.
I couldn't take it anymore. It had nothing to do with Ricky Carmichael leaving. There was no curse.
Yeah.
There was nothing like that.
I thanked Ricky at Unadilla on that when they interviewed me too.
There was there was no curse?
No.
Okay.
No, there was nothing.
I had a plan to bring a little doll with a needle sticking through the heart and have him pull it like in front of everybody, but I didn't have to do that, thankfully.
If I had $1 for every time, they haven't won since Carmichael. It's like, oh my God, dude.
You're telling me. Yeah.
No, you're right though. Like you think back to the Honda team with the year before, 22, with Kenny there and the Luxon clamps and all of that. Like that was.
Yeah.
Everyone was throwing shit at the bike at that point, right? So,
yeah.
Which again, props to you guys. That would have never happened at Honda 5 years ago.
Right.
There's no way an aftermarket triple clamp is going on that motorcycle.
It was an X-Trig.
Oh,
It was
I
not
thought
a-
Lux. Sorry.
no,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Got it. Makes X-rig.
Yeah, X-rig. No, we tried a lot, which is why it's kind of funny too, even with Kenny leaving. Like, oh, they'll let him do whatever he wants over there. We did a lot. I mean, we did a lot.
You're like,
So,
we were there.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. All right, Decal Works. Bringing to our next guest on the show tonight. PulpMX 23 is the code to save with Decal Works. Number one for many reasons. Their mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Thank you to the folks at Decal Works, from beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and more. Decal Works bringing you our next guest on the show. He's a friend of the show, WUSA. John Anderson. What's up, John? How are you, man?
Steve, I'm doing great. Thank you. How are you guys?
We're good, man. Lars is in studio. It's fantastic.
What's up, John?
He's telling us all the secrets of Honda. It's great.
Yeah. How's it going, Lars? Paul?
Yeah, good. How are you?
How
Hey,
guys
John.
Doing? Hey, yeah.
So we were saying, John, earlier that with Lars and Paul here, I'm kind of outgunned because it's not a basement husband show, But having you on the line with me, now we're basement together, you and I.
Listen. After Kiefer goes on his rants about, so many people ask me, like, or they'll call in, like, is this Kristen? It's like they don't want to talk to me; they want to talk to Kristen, right? and I'll be honest with you, it used to kind of trip me out a little bit. I'd be like, man, am I that much of a dog or what? Well, I mean, so you know what I did? I started looking at some of the profiles of the people that were capping on me, and you know what? I felt pretty goddamn good about myself.
Pretty good-looking guy, John.
So I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But I know it's all in good fun, so it's a good time, and with Chris and everybody, it's always a good time. But listen, I kind of started listening as you guys were talking with Lars, and I know you let me come on tonight to talk about that race. And I really do appreciate that. But I do want to take just 30 seconds and just say, hey, you know what? Team Honda and Lars. I mean, I got a chance to work with Lars at 22 Motorsports, and I'm sure it doesn't hurt that they have amazing riders, but it takes an army to do what they did, right? And probably will do more in the future. And Lars and Jordan and Shane Drew. I mean, Thomas, Brandon, that whole squad. Like, I remember, I've heard you talk about this before, where Honda always had this thing where you went by there and you're almost afraid to make eye contact with anybody. And it's completely the opposite now. They couldn't be nicer. And I'm not just saying this because, like, oh, they must use your wheels, because they don't. I feel like credit is, when credit's, deserved, then it should be given. And so I just want to, and knowing Lars, I mean, it's funny. I think the first time I really came across him and met him was, I think, Lars, weren't you rented for McGrath at X Games?
Yeah, I think that's when probably we first started talking, because QTM or whatever, we were doing Brembo brakes and all that. So yeah, no, we've known each other for a long time. I appreciate all the nice things. Yeah.
Can you imagine Lars' first gig wrenching was for Jeremy McGrath?
Yeah, I know, right?
Like, I'm out there with Ty Birdwell in the bushes, and nothing against Birdwell, national number 88. I'm grinding away.
Hey, do you know who the first guy actually went to a race and, like, worked on his bike and
oh boy,
I'd never ever was Nicky Hayden.
Really?
That's right.
Like motorbike.
Del Mar Fairgrounds.
Okay.
He rode the 450 in end of 2001 when it was just coming out.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
we did it. We built a dirt track bike, and I got to be his
start with
mechanic.
Nicky Hayden.
Yeah, just went from Nicky to
McGrath
to Jeremy. Yeah,
to Wyndham.
No big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know what's really funny about that Supermoto in that era and that time when we first met, to Lars' point with Nicky, I remember going to the Honda test track and the guys, because I did used to do stuff for Brembo and Marchesini wheels. A lot of the teams used them, and I'll never forget going there and watching those guys literally ride the factory Honda Supercross track with slicks. And you talk about a margin of error being so minimal. Like, there was literally just one groove, and they had to stay in it. They were going through the whoops. They were, hitting the triples. It was. Jeez. I don't think Supermoto got as much credit as it probably deserved. It was a bummer to see it go. But those guys that really did it and did it well, they were incredible.
Do you remember John with Paul Carpenter back doing West Coast Supercross?
Yeah.
Yeah, on a Honda. That was like a Honda support thing.
Yeah, what year was that?
02?
02, 03.
Yeah.
And in fact, I was pretty stoked when I saw that the Supercross is going to San Francisco, because I remember we were there with Paul Carpenter, and if you kind of look at the archives, if I'm not mistaken, I should know this because I was down on the floor, but Paul actually hole shot the main event albeit he was on a factory Honda that they let us put White Brother graphics on because I think Nathan Ramsey had gotten hurt.
Oh, yeah.
And Ron Wood and Bundy were the techs that were kind of in charge of the bike. But it's kind of cool to hear that it's coming back there. A lot of great memories. And
Yeah.
And then you also think about it, and it's like, holy shit, man, that was like 20 years ago.
Yeah, so long ago. It
time
just
flies.
seems like
Was it a mud race that day?
Probably.
I think it was. The one thing I always remember about it is sitting there or standing there on the floor, and that's before they had the bougie tower that you guys get to go up into now, which is pretty cool. But to look up at the, in the city and the skyscrapers and the fog rolling in and the lights, it was pretty cool. So it's going to be pretty awesome to have it go back.
Oh, you raced that night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't make the nitro. My bike was cutting out an electrical issue, and I went off the finish line and just pulled off in the qualifier.
Oh,
I was
really?
In qualifying position, and
You're like, I'm
I don't
out.
want to die.
You're like, I don't want to jump.
Yeah, because it was like going off the, it was scary.
Oh, that's funny.
I've never been there when it's not a mud race.
I think, I think most years it was.
Yeah.
702-586-7857. You got a question for John Anderson from WUSA. John, how's business at W? How's things rolling? What's moving for you? How's my purple rims coming along?
Your purple rims are coming along just fine.
Oh, I can't
wait. I think you're going to be – I was kind of surprised a little bit in a way that you're like, hey, I think I want to do purple. I was like, man, that's a little wild for you, right?
Well,
I thought you were more kind of a vanilla guy, but I like it.
No, well,
And
here's
a lot
the
of
thing.
other people.
I didn't like those blue – when Yamaha came up with the blue rims, I thought those were ugly. I'm like, why'd they do that? That doesn't look good. And then they grew on me.
They grew on me, too.
They grew on me, and I'm like, that looks really good, the blue rims. And then – so obviously I got one of the retro YZ. And it comes with black rims, which doesn't look that good. And I think I would go with silver or purple if I, was getting wheels done by John, which John is doing that for me, Cerakote hubs and everything. And I went with purple.
John, how much of how many customers are you getting asking for purple?
A lot. And
Okay, that's
and
kinda what I
it's kind of
thought.
like, hey, Paul, you know this all too well. I'd have to say you guys are the ones that sort of started that trend with the bars and the sprockets. When you did that, I remember people talking about that, and even our local shops, right? Like if you didn't get it right away, it was gone, right?
Yeah.
It was one of those things, and of course that's Renthal, right? They're at the head of the pack there when it comes to stuff like that. So, yeah, it's been pretty incredible, to be honest with you. When we kind of caught wind a little bit that they were going to do that immediately. I mean, before that was even done, we already had rims at the anodizer getting done because I just, I don't know a lot, but I felt like that people were going to want that, and they do.
People were getting rims to match their bars and sprockets? Like
No. Well, I'm just saying when Yamaha unveiled the 50th anniversary.
Oh, that one.
ride,
Got it.
right?
Okay, got it. Sorry.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Have you
Two, like what you said, Steve, about the black? It's like, I mean, I get that part, and it's like, but we love it, the fact that it comes with black, because that means that they want to switch it.
Well,
That's
listen,
good for business.
it is the bike of the year. It's the best bike out there, as everybody knows. But, yes, it could use purple rims.
Have you laced up any KTM purple rims?
Absolutely.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought. So keep buying them, John, because I'll drop a tidbit on your show, Steve.
Oh,
we're
okay.
going to do another run of purple bars.
You are?
We are. They're not going to be limited edition this time, but it's such a process to make purple. You have to clean out the entire anodized tank, so you do need to organize orders.
Yeah.
So we're going to create another window for
the biggest contest I've done. I've told you this. The biggest contest I think we've ever done on the show was the purple bars and sprockets. Paul gave me 10 sets or whatever, and I was like, email in, and dude, people were losing their minds. And I even came on the show and said, listen, if you have a KTM or a Yamaha or a Honda, don't run these bars. You look like an idiot. And people didn't care.
Yeah.
And nope.
And that's why we have to do it again, because it's stories like John's. I've heard it from so many different customers. Bars are on eBay for way too expensive. People trying to sell them. Like now KTM's come with purple in the graphics. Yamaha just introduced a purple Yamaha. So I think there's still plenty of demand
Our bike
out there
looked good,
to
though.
do it again.
We did good.
It looked great that night in Atlanta. Yeah.
I feel like you guys did. Yeah, you guys made it look
because it was a St. Jude race too. Yeah.
Yep. So it had it in the graphic.
And that's another thing. Honda's always supportive of anything that, at least in my dealings with them as a sponsor, which a lot of times some teams aren't.
Yeah.
Which kind of pisses me off, to be honest with you. Like, we spend a lot of money and we support you guys. Like, if we're trying to sell something, I would damn well hope they're going to be with open arms. Like, yes, we will help you anyway, because we're trying to sell stuff so we can spend it on you guys.
Sure. So John, business is good. Business is moving along.
Yeah, everything's good. I just got back a little over a week ago from a KTM rally in Lake Powell, Arizona for 4 or 5 days. So that was pretty cool because a lot of people might not know, but I mean, yeah, we love to be involved in racing and all that fun stuff. But I mean, heck, we do, of course, vintage and dirt track and adventure and just OE stuff and flat track and supermoto. In fact, we've even, and I want to kind of make this, so your listeners and I know you have a lot of them. We do wheels for Surons and the Talari as well. And with that, I do want to say this. So my son wanted to get one, and I said, well, where are you going to ride it? He goes, we could ride up the local trails where we're a mountain bike. I go, you ain't getting one of those because I get it why people love them, and it's kind of like just taking off. But my stand on that is it's cool, but please don't ruin it for the mountain bike trails. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to go to Glen Helen and ride the thing, cool. But on mountain bike trails, I'm not too big of a fan because I don't want our local trails to get shut down.
I agree.
Yep.
John, WUSA World Vets coming up? Yep.
The 39th annual.
Nice.
And it's pretty amazing to think. And this will be our 9th year as the title sponsor when we got the opportunity to do that. And, as you know, Steve, it's grown to be quite an event. Obviously Glen Helen's biggest event of the year, and it's we're back again. It seems like we were just there, and the entries have been really good, and expecting a good turnout again. So
I will not be going. My streak is ending. I think 5 years in a row I raced it.
The world guys love this though, huh? John, they're like, I know even a bunch of guys from Sweden, they come over and they make a trip out of it, and I'm sure
Canadians.
Tons of Canadians. Yeah,
it's nuts.
Yeah, they love it.
Yep. It's funny is, in fact, I had to ask my wife this, right? Because we get these reports from Glen Helen, and so I did take some notes. Steve, you'd be proud of me.
Oh,
so
nice.
It's 18 different countries and from 31 different states here in good old USA traveled to this event. And kind of a cool thing, too, I know you won't be there this year, but what's really been neat is Jace from Gypsy Tales. He's been doing this whole thing all year long in this prep and this training camp. And so he's coming over from Australia, and he's got a whole crew coming with them. And it's going to be really good. So, again, we're expecting a good turnout. I'm not going to bore you with all the details. The best thing you could do if you want more information is just go on glenhelen.com. And as I always tell people, the vet riders, I mean, they're our customers, right? So they spend money, and we want to make sure they have a good time, safe time, and go home and tell a lot of stories about how much fun they had, and come back again the next year.
Well, listen, Jay, the only reason Jay set this goal and is going is because we've probably talked about it so damn much over the years on our shows, right? I do feel like we've gotten Glen Helen, even with all of my bitching. I feel like people have been wanting to go there because of things that Kiefer and Noof and Galdi and all these guys that have come, Randy Richardson and everybody else that came out and rode it over the years, because it is a good bench racing session with your buddies. So
it really is, right? So, and Steve, I will give you credit. You do, and you've been gracious enough to, like times like now, right? You let me come on and talk a little bit about it, and I do very much appreciate that. Our whole family does. But yeah, I think that the race has definitely got more notoriety, and it does. It's like the big question mark, right? The Vet World Motocross Championships, and I've heard you talk about that, and it's like I feel like if you've done something for 39 years at this point with that much representation from all over the country and the world, I think it you could make the argument it truly is a Vet World Motocross Championship, right?
Sure.
They do it in cycling and mountain biking. They do a one-day mountain bike world championship as well as road cycling. And I know we're talking something different. I know there's been some other series that have come up, and we're not here to compete with them or anything. We just do what we do. And I've told you before, and you know why we do it. Certainly not to make a buck. We do it to honor my late father-in-law, Tom White. He's the guy that started it, and we do it to carry on the tradition for him. So that's why we do it.
Speaking of Tom and carrying on the tradition, do you think, and he was a big influence on this, do you think there's any way ever, John Anderson, that Glen Helen and MX Sports make up? Is there any chance in hell of this happening?
So I saw something today. I forgot who posted it. I think Glenn Helen might have posted it, to be honest with you. And it was about like, hey, there's some threat on Vital. And look, you and I have talked privately about it, and you know that we've really tried really hard. And we've had multiple meetings with some really heavy hitters, right, in the industry, some real influencers, right, like Mitch and Troy, and Eric Peronnard was in there, and, of course, Dr. Feldkamp and all that. And, look, I'm here to talk about fun stuff tonight, but I will say, based on a conversation I had less than a week ago, I don't think it ever happened.
Okay. I mean, because Lars, you'd agree with me. We Paula's good. Nothing wrong with Paula, Lars, but National should be at Glen Helen.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't love Glen Helen that much as for me to ride, but it definitely has a as a place on our series. It can have a spot there.
Paul, will you make your return to Glen Helen this weekend for the World Vets?
No, I'm gonna be busy. I'm sorry.
And you're not going.
I don't want to make it sound like I'm being negative towards John, because I respect him as a human, as a person, a professional. Putting on an event is very, very difficult, but I just dislike the track. Like I'm gonna.
I couldn't believe
I'm not
that.
gonna lie to you. I hate the fucking track.
RV. I remember hearing that a long time ago. I think you asked him.
He just said it last week on our live
favorite
show.
track you've ever.
What a
and he
savage.
says Glen Helen.
Yeah.
JG thinks it's his favorite place too.
Well, JG did good there, and
I know.
RV's done good everywhere.
It's just so.
And he's
gnarly
riding races in Europe too, man. That's good.
I mean, again, I like Paula. Paula's a good track. Those guys do a good job, but to me, the National should be at Glen Helen, and I hope it works out. But John just told us that he doesn't think it ever will. So
and listen, that comes from someone that's very, very connected to the series.
Yeah.
That doesn't own the track, and I just don't think it happens.
Does
and
he,
you know
does
what?
he employ me?
It really
does this gentleman employ me?
No comment. But I'm just saying, it just it sucks. It for many reasons. I think for Southern California fans, and there are unique things about Glen Helen that make it special, right?
Mm-hmm.
The hills, first turn. It's a national caliber track, but unfortunately, as much as we all want everybody to get along and try and work together, sometimes that's a bigger task than we really know. So so we'll see, but I just don't think so.
By the way, again, I said it last year, Glen Helen, a lot of the things I bitched about for 4 or 5 years, they fixed it last year. There was improvements at the World Vet Race. Glen Helen is trying. That was at least something, and I applaud them for that, and they've improved that race from the years past. So,
didn't you say that one of the complaints you had? I remember was like, when you went out for practice, it was just a free for all.
Yeah.
Right. I thought I heard something on the recap of the PulpMX ride day that little Kiefer, didn't he kind of do something similar to that? Where it was a free for all.
Yeah, but we had a lot less riders.
It happens, is what I'm saying. It happens.
No, you're right. Who's getting the Edison Dye Award this year?
So this year, Troy Lee will be the recipient of the Edison Dye Award, and that's on Saturday afternoon, and then 805 Beer sponsors that. So if you're of age, and most people that come to the vet race are of age, they'll do a little party in the museum, and then it carries over into the little rock garden there. So, like I said, with people coming from so far away, they really do make this almost like a vacation, and so we try and plan activities for them throughout the whole long weekend. In fact, I think the gates even open this year on Wednesday, as a matter of fact. So.
Oh, really? Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's a long weekend.
I will be making my return to GH. I think there's a Yamaha Blue Coup race in December. I'm going to go down and ride. I'm not going to race. I'm just going to go ride. So I think I'll be there for the Blue Coup thing.
Well, maybe you'll have your wheels in plenty of time.
Oh, that's good. Yeah,
so
got it. And then I got the Renthal. Paul, I don't want to call it gold. What would you call it?
Hard anodized.
Hard anodized bars and sprocket as
those
well.
Those are sick.
Those
are my favorite.
Those are sicker than the purple in my mind.
Oh yeah, totally.
Right.
I mean, the purple works great for. I want to get off the topic here, but the hard anodized to me is the sickest looking.
No, absolutely. John Anderson here, brought to you by WUSA. Also, I'm proud to announce that those cheaters from Team Guam will not be taking place this year. I guess Lepanovic got hurt at Motocross the Nations. So, for a couple of years, Guam has won the world title. It was bullshit because Dubach and Kiefer are not Guamites. And
Guamites, is that?
I don't know what the term is. Guamites.
I like Guamites.
But Lepanovic got hurt, so I guess Guam's not going to be there. And for me, that makes me happy, John.
Hey, Guamite sounds like something you need an exterminator for, man.
Yeah, it does. Those are big. They come out in the summer.
look at Kiefer and his jacked up teeth. That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
In our Millville, at our ride day in Millville, our Kiefer told this story on our show, but I don't know if you listened, John. But RV was fishing down by the creek, and I guess I don't know anything about fishing, but you got to bite down on a lure or something. You got to bite down on something.
Asshole.
What do you mean you got to bite down on something? Like when you're
to
tying
set
your
the
hook?
or something? I don't fucking know. I'm not a fisherman.
Okay.
And RV calls Kiefer over. It says, "Hey, bite down on this." And Kiefer's like,
Oh,
"What?"
it might have been a split shot weight to like weight your hook. You bite down on those.
I don't know, man. RV's like, "Bite on this, Kiefer." And Kiefer's like, "Why?" Because you got fucked up teeth. I paid $2,000 for mine.
Fair.
That's what RV did. Nice guy.
And hey, listen. And Kiefer's calling me basement.
Yeah, I know,
Right?
right? Yeah, that's
You can get fucked.
Yeah, that's pretty sad for sure. Well, hey, John, thanks for your time as always. Anybody want to get a pulp discount from W? Call there. Ask for Kristen, and then place your order. Yep. And then tell them you listen to Pulp, and you can save money that way on a set of edge wheels, or you can set if you want to get the tie-in stuff, you can do whatever.
Yep, and we appreciate your support as always. And I've told you this before, and it continues. It surprises the heck out of me, but the reach and the people that I've been approached in different places all over that say, "Hey, I of course it happens to be that I'm in the W van, right? But like, hey, I heard you on Pulp."
Yeah.
And I've even had people come up at Supercross, which is really cool, and just come up and say hello. And actually, what's really kind of neat to say, hey, just want to say thank you for supporting the teams that you do. And we are very fortunate to support a lot of them. So that's pretty neat when people go out of their way to say that, because it means a lot to us, because it is a lot of work, and as Paul knows, and certainly cool. Lars knows. But it's neat to have. It's kind of almost like a just a pat on the back, right? So it just kind of keeps you going and it makes you realize, like, man, maybe we are helping this a little bit, and trying to help the sport.
We were talking about people asking for, like, hey, can you just hook me up with like a free this, free that? How many people do you think John gets? Can he get some free wheels?
Oh, he probably gets a lot of them too. I'm sure
RV.
he gets a ton
I'm
of
doing
people.
a bike rebuild.
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah.
Just can I get a set of wheels?
Free, please.
Yeah.
Well, now you guys are making me feel bad because I get free wheels.
You're kind of working. Yeah. You kind of get a little bit of a bike because you're working for it right now.
Okay.
You're promoting.
Fair enough.
And it's funny you say that, actually. We are literally building some wheels for Ryan. Actually, we already shipped them. But it's for a
73 Yamaha.
No, it's like a 94 YZ250 or something. I'm pretty sure. I think that's what it was.
He doesn't even know. Don't charge him.
But
Just
here's the
charge
best
him,
part.
okay?
I texted him a picture of it, and they're purple rims. And he's like, sweet. So I think he likes them.
Yeah, purple.
So,
It's coming back.
Yeah.
Can't wait for
Purple's coming back.
my
Lars,
text.
You guys did that retro bike. Did it sell well? Do you know anything about if that thing?
Which time?
Well,
we've done a bunch.
The last one, the blue
with
seat,
the gold wheels.
The gold wheels.
Yeah, I think it does sell pretty good. Yeah. I mean, it comes production like that too. If you buy that 50th anniversary, but I think that Thrall Jockey guys sell a decent amount of blue seat covers with those graphics and the whole deal.
Your get up at Paula last season was all time.
Yeah. That was one of those cool things for in my time with Honda. That was special. Then we had that whole thing the night before, and then we won every single class the next day. Like it was super special.
Yeah,
we still didn't win the 450 championship. That was a bummer.
Thanks, John. Thanks for coming on. Have fun at the World Vets, and tell everybody I miss them. Maybe I'll be back next year.
Will do.
So
good luck with your race, John.
Thank you very much. And again, Steve, thank you, man, so much for letting me do this and talk about it. And big fans of all you guys. So again, thank you, and thanks to all your listeners, and thanks for all the support. And we'll see you maybe next year.
Sounds good, John. Talk soon, man.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
All right.
See you, John.
See you. That's John Anderson from WUSA, brought to you by Decal Works. Good guy. Great dude in the industry. Really, really nice guy. So thanks to John. World Vets coming up as well. Off-Road Warehouse, 7 o'clock hour, brought to you by the folks at Off-Road Warehouse. Get your bike to the track with style and performance from Off-Road Warehouse. Stop in and check out the latest in truck, Jeep, Overland, UTV, and racing products from industry's leading brands. PulpMX is the code to save. They install everything they sell. They got stores all across America. That ORW butt patch on the back of Phil Nicoletti and Jeremy Martin. Yep, that's these guys. Offroadwarehouse.com. Stores all across America. Brought to you by the folks bringing you this 7 o'clock hour from Off-Road Warehouse. PulpMX is the code to save. All right, let's get to our next guest here. This gentleman was in Japan this past. Did he fly back today? Did he fly back today?
Last night.
Really?
Yeah, I mean
But he's a day ahead over there.
Yeah.
So you gain a
He
whole
would
day.
have left on a
coming this
Monday.
way.
Came back on a Monday.
Yeah, that's true.
You gain a day coming this way.
That's right. So let's talk to Trey Canard. But first,
Don't lose a day, I should say.
Brought to you by the folks at EVS Sports. You know, EVS, one of the things they tell me is RJ Hampshire uses it, and so you know it's tested well. Like EVS is, it's solid.
Mm-hmm.
You know, think about the impacts that gentleman has had.
And he gets up.
He gets up.
He
every
does get
time.
up.
Yeah, he's
what a
tough-
warrior.
he's a tough
Yeah,
dude.
absolutely.
I saw him without his shirt off at Destinations. That man is battle scarred.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. EVS Sports, Pulp 30 is the code to save. Pastrana, another guy that probably tests out EVS gear.
Not as
quite
good
a
of an
bit.
example, though, because he's jacked.
Good point.
Axel Hodges, EVS.
Yeah, EVS, Axel Hodges. They got the new braces out.
Yep.
Pookie made coffins out of the braces. Did you see the coffins downstairs?
No.
Yeah, the Slayco knee braces came in these black boxes. Pookie turned it into coffins.
Oh, for Halloween.
For Halloween. Cool.
Mm.
Yeah. Pulp 30 is the code to save.
Creative.
EVS.
How crafty.
Yeah, very crafty. All right, can I finish or no?
Sure.
Okay.
You're sure.
Another EVS guy, Kyle Chisholm. And he's ridden and rode everything.
Really? He's EVS?
Yeah.
Huh.
All right. EVS Sports, Pulp 30 is the code to save, evs-sports.com. Bringing you our next guest of the night and final guest before we go into some segments with Lars Lindstrom and Paul Perebijnos. The buzz of the motocross world was watching this gentleman on the CRE bike in Japan. Trey Canard. What's up, Trey? How are you, man?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We're great. Thank you for coming on tonight. I know you're probably jet lagged and everything else, so thanks.
Yeah, no worries, man. I'm all messed up, but I'll probably be up all night anyway. So,
listen, 2 DNF. How much do we blame Droopy for any of this? Can we blame Droopy at all?
pretty much all of it, actually.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Good to know.
It's a Canadian thing, you know?
Oh, well, now I don't like that. Now we went too far. Back it up.
True or false, and Drewski said something to Jay Wilson being that second moto on the starting line or something.
Yeah.
And it caused a little bit of a reaction. No?
I don't remember.
Does Jay Wilson hate electric bikes? Is there anything like? Did he show some rage?
He couldn't have said he couldn't hurt it, right? Because it was in front of him.
In front of him,
right?
Because like Jay's a good guy, Trey, but
not at that moment.
What happened? What happened,
dude? I don't know. I mean, I really like the guy, you know, and he did feel super bad, but
he doesn't feel the same.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I had the wheel.
Yes, I'm pretty sure you did. Yep.
There was a right turn. I think that maybe he didn't know about.
Yeah,
You got
when it
clean,
first
son.
happened, I was like, maybe just like
Missed
maybe
the
just a
break.
racing incident, you know, like whatever.
Yep.
And then Shane was like, when you see the video, you might be a little more upset.
Yeah.
Someone showed me the video, and I'm like, oh shoot.
There was an inside rut, Jay. You look like you could be slowing down to take that, but no, Jay. You just I don't know if it was electric bike. Maybe he just doesn't like electric bikes. I don't know.
Trey wasn't. He's been undefeated all season, has he not?
Yeah. The e-bike took him down, man. My throttle housing.
Literally.
My throttle housing was stuck in his rear wheel. Poor guy.
I just feel like it's kind of like that was kind of unnecessary, don't you think? That like to throw away his perfect season on something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It seemed like, I don't know, you know, I know him a little bit, but it seemed like there was definitely a lot of excitement around the weekend, you know? And, you know, he's obviously won pretty handedly over there. So I don't know if there was some kind of, you know, anxiety or hype or stress around, you know, just another rider, American rider being there. So I don't know if that just hyped everything up and you know, whatever. But
he was not having that. He was not having that. No.
Yeah, he you could tell, you know, that he's definitely wanting to you know, to win, which, you know, I think after the first moto, you know, it was going to be tough for me to beat him. So
did you like clean him in your Geico days or something and you're just forgetting about it, and this was like Frontier revenge from years ago.
I told him, like, dude, I've cleaned a lot of people out. Some of them, like, really unintentionally. So just, like, don't feel too bad about it all. So he felt super bad. So,
but I feel like, Trey, when you clean people out, like, you legitimately were out of control and missed your rear brake. And then you're like, oh, my bad. Like,
shoot, I didn't mean to jump on you. My bad.
Yeah.
I don't know. Chad Reed?
Oh, yeah, Chad Reed.
Yeah,
Hey, so when did you first ride the CRE? When was the first time you rode it?
I went over, I think at the beginning of September. I went over in July. We had some other testing going on, and they kind of had like a mocked version just so I could sit on it and see kind of how it was going to feel if they didn't make any changes before I actually rode it. So I saw it then and then rode it in September. I was there for 2 weeks, and we kind of just went at it for a little while. So rode it those 2 weeks and then came home and then went back for just a few days and did some kind of final testing. And then the week before the race, I rode it a few times too. So
that's awesome. And what'd you think? I mean, I've ridden one that it just smiles. It's really cool. It's really fun. What you think?
Yeah, I'm super I mean, I understand, you know, I like the same guy that's really upset about the two-stroke is the guy that's, you know, upset about this, but I just hope people give it a chance because, man, it is so fun to ride. Like the first time I rode it, you know, it needed to be developed, but I was like all smiles the whole time. And to me, that's what motorcycling is all about is being on a bike and smiling. And so I think any way that we can continue to create that is a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. Trey Canard, brought to you by EVS Sports. Pulp 30s, code to save, evs-sports.com.
Trey, what was it like riding it in the mud compared to a gas bike?
It was different. I mean, I think that was, you know, Saturday I struggled for sure. Part of that was just I haven't raced in a long time, you know. So
that's true too, right? Sure.
Yeah.
Mammoth.
So
I
was Mammoth was it, and then before that was Redbud of 17. So there was like a lot more nerves than I anticipated, and a lot of like pressure around the bike too. So the first thing I did when I lined up for practice was spun out. There's like 20 cameras around me. I'm like,
you can thank Don Maeda for putting that up over here for us. Yeah.
But yeah, there was just a lot of things going on for the Saturday struggles, but part of that was I'd only ridden it on like the hardest hard pack of tracks, and so there was definitely some adjustments to be done, and I think everyone adapted super well. You know, like the whole team that's developing that bike did a really good job on race day, and yeah, it was a lot of fun.
So, can anyone here that rode the bike in Japan or works for Honda? Can anyone talk about when the production thing is coming?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know that there's really a solid date on that. You know? But I mean, in Honda fashion, they're gonna take their time and do it right. So this was definitely, you know, a testing event, which I'm super glad that we did it because it really brought out a lot of things that haven't come out in testing. So. So yeah, and obviously, you know, to create the hype for the bike as well.
Yeah.
So, which I thought, you know, other than, you know, the second moto shenanigans and me making a bonehead move in the last one, I think it was a pretty good showing. So
I think that the development on this bike too is kind of a group of people that we don't normally work with, not typically anyways, in Japan. They kind of had a whole little group of
different departments, probably.
Yeah,
right?
It was almost like
this is the radio department,
the battery department,
the
battery guys, and the wire guys.
I would hope they came from the F1 team, you know, with the hybrid stuff over there. But but anyways, they
hey, call the boat battery guys. We got a new bike coming.
But so anyways, it was kind of cool to see some of those guys. And actually, one of the mechanics was our liaison Toru, who's been around for a long time, and it was cool to see him. Drewski wasn't allowed to touch the bike because he wasn't battery certified or whatever, so he was allowed to be there. And
Stop it! Are you being
Toro,
serious?
But Toro sounded good.
Yeah. But Toro was.
True, he wasn't allowed to touch it.
Like on race day, he wasn't allowed to like really
he's not
be a mechanic.
battery certified.
You know how it is. You know, like it's very.
Oh, I love it.
By the book, right? So, so anyways, but yeah. Trey, the only thing I haven't even talked to Trey since he's. I just texted with him about coming here, but what about when you had to do a start with no clutch or anything like that? I mean, I get it, the thing has instant torque and all that, And as you know, the video proved that the thing was maybe a little bit slippery on that gate, and it was the mesh was tighter. It looked like, but doing a start with no clutch and all these motors next to you making noise, that must have been tough, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I know that, like, you know, it's like, oh, that's the strong suit of the bike. Obviously, it's going to get a good start, but you still have to execute, right? Like, and take everything you know about, you know, RPMs and clutch release and all that, and just throw it out the window, because nothing really translates, you know. Really? So there's a lot of different technique, and I had to climb on the front of that bike. I'm sitting on the, I guess it's not a fuel tank, but
the plastic,
the plastic there, and it's all in the release of your wrist, which is super difficult to nail. And then just sitting there in silence is really hard too. You know, the revs go up, and you're just sitting there. You know, you're like, oh, this is so strange, but it feels so cool when you nail it. You know, like I did a bunch of them before the race, and obviously missed a bunch of them. But when you really get it, you just feel the horsepower and the instant torque of that bike, and it all connects. And it's really cool to actually do it by yourself, just because there's you can hear the traction and everything that's happening that you don't normally get to experience.
The chain slap, slap is all weird all the time. You
feel
can
the watts,
the
horsepower,
the wattage.
21 gigawatts.
Yeah. So
I don't even know. Okay,
are you like, well, talking about starts? I like starts, but you're not matting it, right? It's too powerful for that. Or can they change the start strategy so you just mat it? Because I would imagine it is very hard to modulate the throttle.
I think they had like kind of a start mode, right?
Yeah,
Trey,
start mode.
Yeah, we developed a curve that obviously made it as easy as possible.
Okay.
But if you make it to where you can just go 0 to 100 like instantly, it's kind of too slow. So it's kind of like when the gate drops, you go and the response gets kind of too delayed. So you lose that handlebar. So I ended up on a map that was maybe a little bit aggressive, but I just had to deliver the throttle well. And I knew if I just got over the gate good and the form was good 10 feet out of the gate, I think I would be good.
And you got 2 of the 3 hole shots?
Yeah.
Your third one was good. Your third one, like it didn't look like you had the absolute hole shot coming into the first turn, but you cut underneath Jay Wilson, right? And then pinned it and came out in front, kind of pushed him to the edge of the track.
Made Jay even madder.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought maybe I could battle him, but I'm like, last time I was on the outside, it didn't go so well, so I'll just cut under here.
And then
it was cool. It was fun. Like, obviously my racecraft was way off in the beginning on Saturday, and I felt like I was starting to come around as a racer. Just bummed I didn't get to finish it off.
Did you your crash in the third one? Anything related to electric bike? Not being aware of it, or was it just like a dorky crash that you would have done on a gas-powered bike?
When I talked to Jay before the race, he's like, "Man, it is so slick," and that's kind of what I had prepared for. Like even with the bike setup, but they ripped it really deep, and then it rained like 2 inches on Saturday morning, so it ended up being just super deep ruddy. And then the last lap, it finally got that shine, and I just didn't respect it enough.
Okay.
Obviously, there's a lot of like instant torque that I probably should have respected a little bit more, and it just kind of spit off a rock. And the way that I landed in this pothole, I twisted the front end like all the pieces, and the wheel wouldn't even roll, so it had to be done.
Wow. Was it just overwhelming attention all weekend long, media wise, and people and all that? How was that? Like that must have been. I mean, you've won championships, you've won races, so you're used to that, or was this next level?
I just haven't had it in a while, you know.
Yeah.
Like I've gotten kind of used to being the guy at the races that like a handful of people know, and they're like, "Oh yeah, there's Canard. He's back in 2010, he did this or that," you know. "Oh, you ran a RV into the pole. That was so cool." But you know, like now, you know, I'm that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
As far as when I'm at the races, I'm kind of just doing my role and helping where I can. But to kind of be back in that role is definitely different. And then there was a lot of questions about the bike that I don't know what I can or can't answer, you know. So that's kind of difficult because it's still very much prototype and under development, so that you don't want to say too much about it. But so it's hard to manage all of that. And then learning the JMX format was also tough. Even from the gate pick to the qualifying race to the practices, it was all.
You were a wild card, so they gave you last gate pick or something. I saw.
Last gate pick in the qualifying race.
Okay.
So, and then there's the other things about racing the e-bike that you don't think about, as far as how you're managing your economy, and then not having a clutch. Like the first lap of the qualifying race, I was a mess because I was riding hard like you normally would and probably over revving it, but there was no clutch to kind of save me. To kind of like when I got out of sorts, just pull it in a little bit.
Yeah, none of that.
So I jumped out of probably like 6 ruts. I was all over the place. And then the thing that really got me was when I was around 5 or 6 bikes, I couldn't hear my bike at all.
Right.
And there's almost no vibration. So trying to understand what was happening with the bike, what kind of power it was putting out, and that kind of thing was all different, But I felt like I adapted pretty well, but it was a lot to take in and try to perform all at the same time.
Do you know if the Japanese Federation, we were talking about this off the top of the show, do you know if they governed it and was it sort of like a gentleman's agreement by Honda to cap it at a level of horsepower, or do you know anything about how that was done?
I know originally it was meant to be, or wanted to be, raced in the 250 class.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably where it could probably belong the best at this point. We're really stretching things as far as battery capacity and all that. So, but I understand why they wouldn't want that, and I think everyone needs to be pretty careful with it as far as where it belongs and all of that. But, I think in the end, the 15-minute format was perfect for it.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there was a lot of things that they were, wanting to be careful of. Like I had to wear the emergency kill.
I saw that. Yeah, you had the quad kill switch on you. Yeah.
Yeah. So just things like that they want to be extra careful about. But I think I'm just happy that they allowed it to race, because I think there's like I said before, there's people that aren't for it, but the next step of development for that bike is to go racing. So I think it's exciting.
I was talking to somebody involved with the Alta, and they kind of looked at the Stark, and the Stark is better. It's more modern, better suspension. The settings are better for horsepowers and all. It's a better bike than the Alta. But the battery tech is the same. There hasn't been any new battery tech to keep these bikes from, like someone like Trey, 30 minutes the thing would start dying. They get hot, they lose power, that's it. And this person was telling me there is no new battery tech that they know of, even on the horizon. Now, maybe Honda's got something, because
there is something new.
It's
not just Honda. I think Toyota announced it a while ago.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah, solid state.
Oh, okay.
It's a solid state battery that apparently is going to revolutionize the whole thing.
Okay.
But that's kind of propaganda right now, I guess.
Or down the road or whatever.
I haven't seen that to be proved.
Yeah.
But they're saying that even on cars, they'll take the mileage from 300 miles to 1,000.
Really?
Yeah. 10-minute charge.
That'll be pretty amazing.
But
for now, though, these bikes, that is the weakness of these bikes is
Yep.
when someone's really good on them, like Trey Canard, their battery life isn't great, So
that's an issue with the little electric 50 class at Loretta's.
Yeah.
A really gnarly kid will make the thing die before the race is over.
Yeah. So we're not quite there yet, and maybe solid state will
or maybe more technologies will come, but that's there is something on the horizon that people have been, talking about. Yeah, and whether that becomes true or not, I'm not a battery expert, so that's just what I've read.
Yep. Trey, did the bike – so in the past when I've ridden the bikes, they're heavy, but even people who rode the Stark, they don't feel heavy on the track.
Yeah, I mean, the power character is so good.
Yeah.
It takes a minute to learn, for sure. Like you're used to shifting and kind of, finding the right torque character and all of that. So it definitely takes a minute to get, but yeah, it's crazy smooth. I just think about, your local vet rider that goes out on the weekends, and I'm like, dude, this is the ultimate bike for this rider. no oil change, no air filter.
Yeah.
And it's just really smooth, and you can make it as slow or as fast as you want. So, yeah. I just keep going back to it being fun because, I don't really like to get into the politics of all the electric stuff and all that. But for me, motorcycling is fun, and if we got bikes that do that, that's the big deal.
Yeah. Why are these guys so mad? Like, don't buy one. Don't buy it. Don't do anything about it. Why are you so mad?
I think they're probably just afraid that it's going to take over completely, and we're just not going to be able to buy, combustion engines, But like I was saying earlier, I don't think that's happening anytime soon, and I think we'll coexist for a long time. But it has a great spot, like we said.
Absolutely.
Trey, like what if you had a track right downtown, and people can come but you can build a supercross track downtown and have a race, and people wouldn't be bummed, you would think.
Yeah.
So it's got. There's just
even
things you
the
could do.
Start comes with a charger in the stand. Like, so you get your stand, you just plug your bike in. You still need a generator.
That thing's cool.
Or a plug, but they're coming along.
How long does it got to sit there, you think?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not
You're
sure.
missing the next motor.
Well,
like,
listen, the way I ride,
75%.
my arms and hands are pumped up after 20 minutes,
That's
and
true.
I'll be sitting there for an hour.
Yep.
So I got an hour.
Yeah.
You're
pumped. Steve would be like, I can't do it, dude.
Yeah.
The thing's only
I
at
would
30%.
I would love to go on. I got no juice.
Love to.
Yeah.
I want to race right now, but I can't.
That's pretty cool, Trey. I think too. Like, look, and you've done a lot of stuff. You've won championships, Motocross the Nations, right? You were coached by Tim Ferry. There's stuff that you've done that's phenomenal. But to be the rider to race, I mean, Ernie did the 250F back in the day, and
Tortelli
did the 450, and
Drewski was there.
I thought Rhino did.
No, was there?
Okay. Anyway, back to my story. Okay. I think, Trey, for you, like, just being chosen to do this electric CRE, which, let's say in 20 years, it's a popular bike and everybody loves them and all the bugs are worked out. It's kind of neat, Trey, that you're the first guy.
Oh, dude, I'm honored, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I think my role has changed a little bit over the last couple of years with Honda, and I'm honestly really excited about the next couple of years. I don't know. It's just a really, really fun thing to be a part of as far as the development, at this level. So I'm enjoying it a lot, man. I think it's really cool. The trips to Japan are tough sometimes. It's a long flight and different time zone, all that. But I've really enjoyed just being a part of the process and being able to add any kind of feedback, especially to be able to kind of relay our race team, the things that our guys are asking for or needing or wanting, to be able to try to offer that at the very base level to the guys that are building the bikes is pretty valuable, I think, to me. And I hope it pays off. I hope the next few years things, are really, really good bikes,
So we announced earlier that Hunter Lawrence signed an agreement to ride 450.
Yeah.
We've also signed Trey for another 2 years. That just happened.
Nice.
Recently. So we've been way more involved with Japan, developing into the production, the current 450 and 250. So Trey's helping a bunch with that, and we're having a lot more input with our riders also.
Yep.
So
Nice.
pretty exciting times.
Yeah, Trey, tonight we're blowing Lars about all the accomplishments of Honda, and he deserves them. But let's not forget, you deserve some of that too, man. You work with these guys, you're testing for them, you're eliminating, all of Drewski's shitty suspension settings right away, and then you're getting the good ones. So you deserve some credit, Trey.
No, thanks, man. I mean, I do give Lars a lot of credit, man. I think what he's done super well is he's created an amazing environment for everyone to work together. And, Eric Keogh really laid the foundation for that. But I think Lars has just added an element there that allows for a lot of creativity and passion is really important, but if it doesn't have a place to kind of grow or have open discussion, it kind of can go away. So I think Lars has done a really great job with that, and I guess what I'm saying is it's allowed everyone to really contribute, and it's really cool. I'm really happy to be a part of this team. It's a great group of people that are all really passionate about what we're doing. So it's super cool.
I wrote that in his agreement.
Okay, yeah.
He has to say that.
Lars,
Thank you, Trey.
Lars is very media
that
friendly
bonus,
too.
Right? Isn't that the Lars bonus?
Yep. Yeah. You just hit that.
Lars is very media friendly too. Like very, PulpMX, very welcome under that truck.
Yeah, we did collaborated with food this year.
Yeah, we did a collab on the food.
Obviously the riding the bikes.
Yeah. That was pretty amazing to get a chance to ride factory Honda bikes for the first time in whatever that was. Like with Kiefer and I. Yeah, that was pretty amazing that we pulled those strings. Trey, we do have a call for you from Earl. He's on one. Earl, go ahead. What's your question or comment towards Trey Canard?
Hey, Trey, I was listening to you talk about riding an electric bike, and when you had a bunch of bikes around you, you couldn't hear your bike. You guys thought about having a Bluetooth headset, for fake sound in the helmet?
I've made a lot of sounds with my mouth in the last couple months, that's for sure.
No, I just mean, you have fake sound piped in so you can hear your bike.
Well, but if it's fake, then you can't hear it. So how?
Well, it's man-made.
Okay.
It'd be computerized.
No, I get
obviously.
what you're saying. Like BMWs or other cars have like sound inside the car so that you hear it. Even though the thing sounds terrible on the outside, but it sounds like a V8 on the inside.
Exactly.
Ford Mustang has that at 4-cylinder.
Oh, I did not know that.
So yeah, I hear what you're saying.
All right, Earl.
Like a PS2 remote, Like
Yeah, there you go. No, but I mean, because you were lost, right? You had a bunch of bikes around. You couldn't hear your bike what you were doing.
Yeah.
It's a great idea.
Thanks, Earl.
That is good.
You can make it sound two-stroke.
Nick. I did a podcast with Nick Way about the Stark, and he said, Glenn Helen, like dudes are like, oh my god, like as he came up to him. First of all, he's way faster, and second of all, they can't hear him. So he's coming up on guys fast, and they don't know he's there, right? Yeah. Hashtag electric bike problems.
I think Tomita said that same thing, right, Trey, when you were battling with him?
Yeah, we were doing some mock races before the event, we were, trying to find the right economy and the right maps and all that. And Masuda, I don't know Masuda's last name, Japanese champion, he does some test riding for Honda now, but I kind of squared him up and darted down the inside, and he almost looped out going the other way because he didn't expect me to be on the inside of him. So, which if you're racing other electric bikes, I don't think is an issue because it's you can hear the other ones in your around and just you don't realize how much noise the 4-stroke motor actually tunes out.
Yeah. Trey Canard here, brought to you by EVS-sports.com. Any other questions for Trey? Well,
no.
Trey, how's your hand? I know that last moto you kind of landed right on your thumb or your wrist or something. I don't want to.
I don't know. She's pretty swollen right now.
Yeah, I could tell. It looked like it hurt.
I could hitchhike. Yeah, I could hitchhike pretty easy. But I'm gonna go to my orthopedist tomorrow. Just get it looked out. So. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know the answer yet, but hopefully it's just a bad sprain or something.
The last question: what's the last best Japanese word that you learned on this trip? Because me and him going to go back and forth with.
Man, probably Otsukare Samadista.
Yeah.
Which there's
good job, everybody.
Okay.
There's not a good. The translation in the English is "you look tired," which. I just think
Otsukare-sama, that's like good job for everybody.
Yeah, but it means you look tired from your hard work, so thank you for working
I guess
hard that you look tired.
Right.
So I looked up the translation, I'm like, you look tired, what? But it's kind of
Does Honda fly you business to Japan?
I did go business this time.
Okay, all right.
A couple times I didn't go business, and that was.
Come on, Honda.
No. The first one was the first trip we did. We actually got a little bit hosed by the travel agency that we were using.
Okay.
We're not doing that anymore.
Okay.
For him.
Yeah.
And that was tough, but we got through it.
He's an American hero.
No.
He can't go.
They do a great job with sending us business when we go to Japan, which is very rare.
Yes.
But he obviously is going a lot more.
Right.
Yeah. Lars went business a month or so before, and I'm like, oh yeah, I'll book a business class ticket through this company, and then it was like $13,000 or something.
Yeah, for the cheaper. That was the cheaper option too.
Damn.
Yeah. And Lars was like, I
think we can do this better.
There's got to be a better way.
Yeah.
Well, awesome, Trey. Thank you for the time. Again, I know you're jet lagged and everything else, but what a cool experience. Thanks for sharing it tonight on the show, man. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, talk to you soon, buddy.
See you, Trey.
All right. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Thanks. Trey Canard, everybody. He's a valuable part of your team, isn't he? He's,
Big time.
Yep.
Yeah. Not just with the riding and the testing, but the feedback he has at the race, and he's willing to do whatever we need. He videos and comes back with things that, and he's got such a good personality to, get along with whatever personality, we have.
When he raced, he's always been funny and lighthearted and a good guy, but when he raced, he was very serious. He was wound really tight, right? He took it, I know he's got upset at me when he was racing over a few comments, just different things like that, because I think he just was wound tight.
Yeah.
Not off the bike, but about his racing. And I feel like he is so relaxed now, so cool, understands everything. Like age helps too, right?
Yeah.
He's a great guy to talk to. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, he's closet super funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, you can tell he's done some stuff, but he's had some jokes too that are like you wouldn't expect.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's some really good ones. I wish I could tell them. But
not from there.
Yeah. When it came out of Trey's mouth, you're like, wow. Like, and there was a couple of good ones.
8 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Cherubies. Love the guys at Cherubies. Whether it's chain blocks, slider kits, frame guards, disc guards, hand guards, and more. Replica plastic kits, whether it's Barsha, Jason Anderson, AC, Cooper Webb, all of that. Cherubies has fine-tuned the products to offer the highest level of performance and protection in the industry. At Cherubies USA on social. Thank you to Cherubies. Paul, you would appreciate this. Cherubies stuff, there's no filing the holes. There's no drilling holes. So everything just lines up.
Perfect.
Lines up. The holes are great.
Not like this.
No, the washers fit in. It's fantastic. Thank you to the folks at Cherubies for coming on board. Appreciate it. It is time for the X-Brand Goggle Tear-Off segment. Let's do this.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire. X-Brand Goggles. Choice of Josh Strang, who just won the last GNCC. Craig DeLong, the GNCC champion, wears X-Brand. Think about that.
Josh Strang came did he make it a comeback kind of? Because he was good like a long time ago. Now he's good again.
He's older.
He's older, yeah.
He's older.
Okay.
This is his 17th year of doing GNCC.
I haven't heard of him in that long, but now all of a sudden I hear he's winning. So
this was his first race. He won all year.
Yeah,
he
hasn't.
one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he hasn't won a bunch.
Okay.
But he's fifth all time in GNCC wins. I just did a podcast with him, so I had to do some
He's
research.
been around a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. He's fly racing, X-Brand Goggles. Toughest series in the world is GNCC. X-Brand, champs. I mean, what else do you need to say about the goggle? Pulp Show 23 is the code to save. What are you laughing at?
Just smiling because his read, just seeing Lars's reaction.
Choice of champions.
Yeah.
No, Hunter Lawrence's goggle looks a lot like the X-Brand Lucid goggle. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay.
It says Alpine Stars on the side, so I don't know.
All right. So these questions are submitted by Roto. Are you familiar with Roto?
No.
Roto?
Roto-Rooter? No.
Roto-Moto? Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm being legit. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah. That's not. No, that's. You do something else like that.
Nobody knows. All right. Here we go.
Let's hear it.
Let's do this, Marks.
Yeah.
It's getting weird.
Okay. Yeah. Lars, who at HRC has the biggest influence on what riders to bring in when there's an opening?
Brandon Wilson.
Paul.
I was going to say Lars.
Paul, if you had to come out of retirement to wrench for any current rider for the Supercross season, who would you choose?
Dino.
0.9.
Steve.
Yep.
3 trips to the Sphere in a month to see the same band. Must be doing well for yourself. Whatever happened to the rest of the Pulp team's Lambos?
Well, Mav TV didn't pick us up, sir. So we only got 1 year of Mav TV. And then one set of tickets for the Sphere was free. So I had to pay for the other 2. Back off, Roto. Greatest concert ever.
No kids.
No kids, yeah.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
It's the greatest band at the greatest venue in the greatest city in the world.
Greatest band? Greatest city?
Yeah.
A lot of assumptions
Oh,
here.
yeah. Marks? Stop it. The Sphere is life. If you went to the Sphere, you would understand. I went on a rant a couple of shows ago.
I'm sure there's plenty of other things to see at the Sphere.
Yeah, besides you two.
I drove by it today. It's got those little the eye that comes down and like looks and stuff.
Yeah,
it's funny.
It's cool.
But I haven't been inside, so I have no idea what you're talking about. But I'm sure it's cool.
It's the greatest band, greatest venue.
That's a great opinion.
It's the MSG
They're
Sphere
good.
because it's Madison Square Garden,
Yeah,
right?
the owner of James Dolan owns it.
Okay, yeah.
Lame.
All right, Lars. You've worked with or alongside MC, Ricky, Reed, Roxon, Wyndham, Chase Hunter, and Jet. Who holds the biggest place in your heart?
Ooh.
Putting you on
Dang,
the
that
spot.
is a
Well, he
good
didn't
one.
really work with Ricky much. But
I mean, yeah, not as his race mechanic, but yeah.
Let's not talk claim Ricky here.
It's either going to be Jeremy. Yeah, let's just go with Jeremy. I mean, Chad did give me tons of opportunities that I would never had, so that whole experience does ranks up there. But
You know, they used to say that when you worked a pro circuit, and Paul knows this, when you worked a pro circuit, you were ready to work anywhere in the industry. That also means if you work for Chad Reed, you're ready to work anywhere in the industry.
yeah, I learned a lot, and I came out of that thing. I went in there kind of being a kid, and I came out being a little bit less of a kid.
That's when Lars and I became really good friends. And yeah, because I was at PC when they were first starting Chad's team, right? It started in like November. You guys put a team together ASAP. So we first met that way. But then every Supercross we would hang out or we'd go out. But I would finish my bike and then usually go and hang out and watch Lars work because he's always changing something.
Yeah.
He was always doing races or clamps or suspension, and I'm eating my sandwich. I was ready to go.
Telling Dino what tires to run.
Yeah, I would pick his tire.
We literally be running to Dunlop right before the race with Chad. Like we're switching now.
God, the stories you must have about changing parts for Chad.
Yeah, it actually started becoming really fun. Like I worked for Josh and we didn't change anything. I was bored. I was over helping Goose.
Poor Oscar too. All right,
Paul, how hard have you tried to get Star to break from the dark side and see the light with Renthal?
I don't have to try, but there's budgets.
Imagine the product they go through. Good God.
Yeah, they would be expensive.
Hey, we got 9 guys.
I think they got 11.
11?
I mean, if you count amateurs and stuff, I don't know. Let's count them. Enzo Lopes, Cooper Webb, Eli Tomac, Justin Cooper, Nate Thrasher, Styles Robertson,
the Deegs,
Deegan,
Jordan
Smith, Daxon Bennick, Gavin Towers. Who am I missing?
Wow.
I don't know. That's 10.
That's 10.
Yeah.
I'm impressed you can name them all. That's a lot.
All right, Steve. Which 250 rider on a new team has the most pressure to perform in 24?
Oh, Joe Schmoda. I think Joe Schmoda does because that's a spot where they're coming off double championships. You are one of 2 factory Honda riders in the world. You probably got a nice contract to go there, and it's time to win if you're Joe Schmoda. It's not Kitchen. It's not time to win for Kitchen. You know, like you probably get another year, and then it's time to win. It's not time to win for Max Volan. He hasn't won yet. He's sort of rebuilding himself. Yeah, it is time to win for Joe Schmoda. So, and how do you think that's going to go, Paul?
We shall see. I think he will win some races. I do not think he wins a championship, though.
Yeah, I do.
You guys should make a bet.
We should.
Maybe we will.
Yeah.
You guys
Put it
should.
on the board.
Let's work on that.
Okay.
Yep. No, what did look, I was pretty surprised to see Joe switch, but when you thought about it and you did the math, like financially wise, he could do his own helmet deals. Kawasaki never had a chance, you know. But what attracted you to him?
I mean, when we decided that we would move Hunter up and we had that spot open, to me it was pretty natural. I think that I mean, it probably had a lot to do with Lucas Myrtle too, obviously, right? Because he's representing him and that
Lawrence's,
spot. Yeah. But yeah, I'm sure having his own gear deal and all that's always something that is lucrative coming to our team versus another 250 satellite. But I really do feel like he was the best option to continue winning in the 250 class. You know, obviously towards the end of the series now, he got really hot, you know, and going into this next year, I think he has a lot of confidence.
That's the problem.
I think he's going to stay hot, Steve.
I've been neutral on Schmoda, and I picked him for championships or as a championship guy, I think 3 straight series, and he's just not been there, and then all of a sudden he gets good, and you're like, oh, Joe Schmoda. It's like when the pressure's on, he doesn't seem to be able to do it, and now the pressure's going to be on him. So, yeah,
we're going to find out.
Right, we are.
I think with the program that we have for him, and I'm no disrespect to the Pro Circuit program because it's really really good. But I think that with our riders too, that can help him in the direction that we'll go. I think that maybe Lawrence not being in the 250 class too might give him a little bit of motivation.
Right.
But yeah, I really do think that especially Supercross, and outdoors obviously.
Yeah, see, I think he's better outdoors than Supercross.
Yeah. When he first came and he was on the amateur thing, I didn't see a high ceiling for him because he to be honest, like saw him a couple times pull off, and he wasn't even really that hurt and stuff like that. So I didn't really have a ton of faith. And then he has just kept going better and better.
Steps.
He won a Supercross race. I wouldn't have predicted that, and then outdoors too. So I think he has a higher ceiling than most people.
He's going to base himself in Florida with Lawrence.
Mainly, he's going to be in California. He's going to spend time in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Still Nick Way though.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right, Lars. No doubt the goal for Joe is title this year, but what is the team's goal for Hymas in 24?
Well, right now, I mean, Chance just started riding because of his ACL surgery that he had, and that's gone. He had a couple little hiccups in there, but nothing major. And so now he's good.
Wasn't successful?
What, the surgery?
Yeah.
They put this other little thing in to stabilize his LCL.
Yeah.
And it works for a lot of people, and it was snagging on him, so they had it removed.
I have to laugh because every surgeon in any sport undergoes successful surgery. Well, yeah, he didn't die, so I guess it's successful. I mean, how do we really know?
Yeah.
But they always say that in the press releases, so I always laugh when it comes to any sport.
Yeah. No, that good point. But anyway, so I guess the goal for him is to get back to where we were, which was building into a top 5 guy, and for Supercross, now that he has that experience, and hopefully he'll be better. I think top 5 in the series is
you guys should
realistic.
You guys should have let him go. Kept letting him go.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Just he stopped racing after Daytona or whatever, before Daytona. You should have let keep
Oh,
going.
yeah, I know that was.
Yeah.
You never know, right? Like he wasn't supposed to race any Supercrosses. He was going to ride Futures, and then we decided, you know what, screw it, let's just let him ride.
He's fine.
Yeah,
He's a factory Honda rider.
Yeah. But the goal was for him to come in and be really ready for outdoors.
Oh my God.
And it seemed to work for other riders. But I guess Steve doesn't agree.
No, it's just come on. Like same thing with Ryder D. 3 years of Futures. You ready yet, Ryder D? How are we looking?
Well, I don't think that was his choice to stay in
I'm not. Whoever it was, just whoever's. Just what are we doing? You practice on a full Honda track on a full works bike with the best riders in the world, and we used to have Faulkner and RJ and Ricky and McGrath. They would just jump in. They just got a race. That's what happens. You just jump in.
We were going to do that.
There is less of that.
Yeah,
today,
for sure.
right? Less experimenting, jumping in different classes, jumping in different series, way more like stay at home and hone your craft and then show up in your ready stuff.
Can you commit, Lars, today, August 30th, on the Pulp Show, on who's West and East?
Is it August 30th? Is that what you said?
I said October.
Did you?
I don't know. Maybe I said
I think
August.
the lights from the Sphere are getting to him.
Wait, say it again. Okay, October 30th. What can I commit to?
Can you designate who's on which coast today? That's what he's asking you.
Oh, I mean, barring any weird incidents or accidents, Joe will be West and Chance will be East.
There you go.
Hallelujah! Oh my God! Mark this down. Someone mark this down.
Time-stamped.
Someone mark this down.
Great. Now something's gonna happen. The
Just
plan's
no.
gonna
Listen,
change. And
that's my whole thing. It's like what you just said. Unless something happens, and certainly something could. But can we just get a fucking idea, teams? Can we just figure it out?
Yes, you can.
Like imagine Lars going to a football game and not knowing who the other team you're playing. Hey, it's New England, and I don't know who's playing. Let's go to the stadium and show up. That's literally what we do in our sport. We have season preview videos, and we don't fucking know who to talk about in 250s because we don't know who's fucking racing. Is it so hard to just tell us that? When I asked Mitch Payton the same question, he goes, yeah, you just never know. You just because things could happen. Okay, I understand that, but can you give us a pre-anything happening West Coast team? Can't do it.
Yeah.
Can't do it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm glad you're not upset anymore.
Fuck.
Wow. Is that the Race Tech rant?
It just bugs the shit out of me. Like, how are we supposed to talk about
Couldn't tell.
in the media and the fans when these managers just are like, nope, everyone be ready for Anaheim. It's like, fuck, man.
The first race for East now is like the 5th round.
Yeah, it's early. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a month, but
I am a big believer in the first race should be a showdown.
Some guy said that.
I don't mind that, except
I mean, I think it's another way to progress these 250 riders to understanding that they need to be ready to go January 1
Paul,
or whatever.
But Paul,
what?
What if we have an injury and then there goes our East Coast title because
Then
our
don't
guy
get
got
hurt.
injured?
I don't know. Then don't get hurt.
Thank you. That's the comeback from these guys.
That shouldn't be a comeback.
Right.
Like that's the series. Like, okay, all right. Well, then if you're worried about it being injured for round 5, then don't show up to round 1 and give away the points. That's my
I don't know, man. I'm with you.
We just show up and race.
Yes.
I don't know, Steve.
Show up and race.
All right, next question.
Paul, Did we set the bar too high with Team USA last year? Will we ever have the top 3 choices all willing and able to race again?
Yes, I think so. But yeah, last year's team came together super easy and nice, and this year was the polar opposite on every level. But yeah, I think next year
wasn't easy last year, but it worked out.
I thought it was pretty easy.
I thought I remember a lot of like back and forth, Justin Cooper or the other guys battling.
Or Barsha and Craig. Or
yeah, but hey, whatever.
I was the guy saying, look, you guys have lost 8 years in a row doing the exact same thing.
Put a 450 guy on, yeah.
What did you put? And USA used to win by putting a big bike guy on a small bike, and Italy won. A few teams have won by doing that. Fucking put Craig on. That's what and then Justin Cooper got really mad at me. But I was like, try something different. You guys have lost 8 years in a row.
Yeah.
That was my thing. But Cooper rode great.
Yeah,
I'm good with
I
putting
think
that
those conversations were happening just because Cooper was not himself during
He hadn't
those
been doing
times.
that good.
No,
Yeah, he hasn't.
no.
I think he was coming back from injury maybe.
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
So it
Yep.
was kind of like, let's wait and see if we can. And
Yeah. I think as long as we have these SMX races and it's in Europe, you're going to have a bit of a problem getting the 3 best guys.
This SMX thing is definitely
it's
more
real.
difficult for Destinations.
Right.
This series is long.
Yep.
And we talked about that. Everyone was tired come Los Angeles.
I was tired.
Me too.
March
and
was
that
tired.
2-day format, I think the teams hated it at the end of the year.
I was not tired.
Okay.
You're fake news.
Am I right about that, Steve? Or,
What?
sorry, Lars?
The 2-day format?
Yeah.
Good and bad. I think for those races, because the track was so different, it was nice having an extra 2 practices to figure out bike setup.
Yeah, the tracks are super tough. So.
Yeah, because that actually was one race where it mattered quite a bit
I
because
was
the track
joking.
was so different.
But what was it? What was the cost that it added?
Not that much because we're there on Friday anyways.
Okay.
But they had us there like all day long, which they talked about, and they kind of changed for the last round, or even in Chicago. That the fans were in the pits for like forever.
Yeah.
On a Friday, and so that was a little bit difficult. But it was nice showing up at like I don't think we showed up until like 11.
That was very Euro, huh?
Yeah, that was kind of nice.
When? On Saturday?
Saturdays. So even though.
Oh yeah, LA Coliseum. I showed up at 9.
Yeah,
because I was just like figured Supercross program format.
Yeah. So even the 2-day format didn't change it to like us flying in on Thursday. We already do that anyways, most of us.
Oh, okay.
You're not a Friday flying guy?
Not very often. I usually come Thursdays.
You're setting up the tent?
Wow.
Yeah.
You're doing the tent?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm right in there.
I'd like to
No
work for
wonder-
you. Yeah.
no wonder why Honda
Jimmy
wins.
Perry just seemed to
Their
always.
team manager flies on Thursday.
If I'm not busy doing something, I definitely want to be the guy to so the
2
guys,
tents too.
2 tents, but we focus on the one truck, so we just kill it at that truck, and then we let the mechanics and the crew chiefs, or not the crew chiefs, mechanics and that truck driver do the tech truck because they got that truck down. So now we really.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we crush it on that. Me, Drewski, Hutch.
Okay.
Tom.
Oh, so the management guys do
there's
the
an
race
executive
They
team.
do hospitality.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's an executive team that handles one truck.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
All right.
Okay, Steve, last one. Is it Bush League that Brayton has no intent to race this year but held on to the number 10 in an effort to influence who it goes to?
No. This has been my race tech rant, but if you hang on to it for 1 year, I'm fine with that. I'm good with that. But it's the other guys, Tutu, Tickle, that hang on to it longer. I don't like that. Like, I get the 1 year, that's cool. And actually, PulpMX was talking to Brayton about racing next year. I don't think it ever happened, but he could have came back. But no, I'm fine with it. Just 1 year, though. That's it. Then let it go. 1 year. Done.
Yep.
Stop year after year after year.
I agree.
So, do you guys think 3-digit numbers should be permanent? If you could pick a 3-digit number?
I think I do.
I think I'm okay with it.
I don't see, like, if you want to be a 3-digit number, who cares?
Yeah.
Just do it.
Like Alessi or
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing that got me pissed off when they did that was they wouldn't reassign the 2-digit. So if you earned a 2-digit and you took a 3-digit number in 100,
Oh, they just went unused?
Yeah, it just went unused.
Oh.
I didn't like that because getting a national number, if you don't respect it enough, they should give it to somebody who would.
Right.
Yeah. All right, that's X-Brand Goggle Teros. Choices champions everywhere. X-Brand Goggles. Choices champions everywhere. All right, Race Tech rant of the night. I got a few of them. We can make it quick. We can make it simple. Pulp23 is the code to save with the folks at Race Tech, the motorwork, suspension work. Great guys. The gold valve started in like 1984. Still going. It's a revalve in a box. Tell them you listen to PulpMX. They'll give you a deal. Thank you to the folks at Race Tech. Race Tech rant. Couple of them. Number one, Cade Clayson, our buddy, and a few other people on social media. We're getting on Jorge Prado for running the number 1 in his Racer X video on Supercross.
Stop it.
Stop it.
You can't be serious.
Stop it. Who cares?
It's a fucking practice track.
Yeah. I mean, he's number one in MXGP rider in the world. He's got the number one plate for that. And he wants to wear one on a supercross track while he practices. Who cares? Why is anybody?
That can't be real, right?
Oh, really?
Are you serious?
Oh, wow.
Just kind of
He's a fucking world champion. Who cares what's on his bike?
In
He's on a practice track in Marietta.
Yeah, he's
Who cares?
Yeah, he's in a practice track.
It's a practice track.
Guys used to
He's
get
not
pissed
showing
when
up
the
to
Supercross
Anaheim.
guy would have the number one on there when he's practicing for Supercross. Like, I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's a thing.
It's passionate too.
Nah, yeah.
Okay, Chase Sexton goes over
It's a thing.
to Lommel.
Yeah.
And shows up at Lommel, number one plate.
No
That's
problem.
all good?
Who cares? Let him do it. He ain't going to look good.
No
He's going to
problem.
be slow out there with a number
Some
one.
guy with gardening gloves is going to go past him.
Yeah.
but that's a true story. Timmy got passed by a guy with gardening gloves.
Wow.
Like a Lummel practice day.
We were practicing. We were practicing before Zolder.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy lumberjack and gardening gloves blew by him. Anyways, yeah, who cares?
Apparently people do.
I know, but they're idiots.
They are idiots.
But then I really respect your opinion, and you seem to care. So
I
maybe-
don't care that much.
Okay.
And I mean, half of that was just to see that
Yeah,
reaction
exactly,
that I got on
exactly.
the face.
This is all. Yeah, exactly. I knew why he was doing it.
But I mean, like even then, okay, this is another one.
Okay.
Same kind of thing. You are racing during the year, and this happened. Not a big deal. You're racing during the year. You get the red plate. Your bike at home, immediately red plate on there and just practicing during the week?
I'm okay with it. Especially if you bring home race plastic and it goes on your practice
and
bike.
then you lose it the next weekend?
No, I don't agree
give
with
a
that.
shit.
I don't agree with that. I don't.
It's
really
just
agree with
kind of like, you can do whatever you want. Who cares?
Yeah.
I agree. Who cares?
But
it's kind of
okay.
like.
But
Now,
wait, you're saying practicing the week after with a red plate, and you currently are the red plate holder.
You just got the red plate.
And you care enough to put red plate back on for that Tuesday when you ride?
Well, if the rider specifically asks for it, like, hey, I earned the red plates, put it on my practice bike, yeah, you're gay.
But that's what he's talking about.
No, it's not.
Yes, he is. He's saying.
Well, if the rider asks for it, that's gay. Yes.
Who knows
Yes.
if that's the deal.
But
if it's like, but if it's like the mechanic is like, oh, like yeah, we take our race home stuff and we put it on our practice bike. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't think that's ever the case because these guys have practice bike mechanics at home. Whoever have red plates.
I did it at Pro Circuit.
Yeah, it's different.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Just wonder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me go back at you now?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
It's, you know what else is lame? You win the championship, and you run the number one in that year when you aren't the champion. That, my friend, is lame. And you guys did that.
No, but even if it's like
You
a
guys did
historic
that.
moment and the series is over, the defending champs are not at the race.
Doesn't matter.
It can make all your
It
sponsors
doesn't matter.
extremely happy.
Nope. Wear it the next year when you're the champ. Don't wear it in the year that you're not the champion and you're shitting on the guy that has the number one plate.
I mean, I kind of
don't
get
like
it because Dean and I talked about this about running number one at Paula, and I told him, I was like, I think it's a bit too much of a flex.
Yep, don't do it.
I mean, we talked about it with Jet too.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the Nationals, but it was mainly kind of joking around because so many people got
because Jorge raced the Moto 2 with the number one, I believe.
Did he?
I think so.
Oh. Well, he really likes that number one.
Well, he clinched after first moto, I think, right? And I want.
But listen, no, Tim Geiser's your champion until the start of the next year. So beat it. And Tomac's the champion.
Yeah,
beat it.
You're respecting last
Yes,
year's champion.
You're respecting him, exactly. You're like, hey, man.
I get that.
I don't have this yet. I'll have it next year. So, yeah.
Yeah.
So take
if
that
those
one,
guys
Lars.
would have been there, it would have been no way.
So if they're just injured and dead, we can just move on?
Yep.
Apparently, yeah.
Yep.
It looked really cool. Tell you that.
Sure did.
So
the suggestion might have come from sponsors. You never know.
Just to recap, we don't like the number one on a Supercross track.
Yeah.
When
No,
but
we
you
don't
can
I don't like the
practice
number
with it
one
all.
when you're not Supercross champion.
Yeah.
And you don't like the number one.
This is why our sport's dumb. This is why we make fun of people when they show up in a rider's jersey at a race. This is the dumb, fickle crap of our sport. Yes.
You show up like the week after on a motocross track, and you're wearing it because you won the MXGP championship. That's legit, But you go to a type of racing that you've never even raced on. You got number one on. I just think that's
Yeah, but he hasn't raced nothing. He's practicing.
Yeah,
it's not his fault. There's video cameras everywhere.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. What's the difference? Who cares?
I don't care.
Nobody cares.
Yeah. You think Jorge was like, hey, before you put my bike in the crate and send it over to America to practice Supercross, make sure it has number 1 on it.
He might have. He might have. Though. He might have. I don't know.
I hope not, because then we'll make fun of him.
But to not to spit on and shit on Eli Tomac and just take that number 1 plate. And
what are you talking about?
And run it.
Chase Sexton's the champion, is he not?
No, but for outdoors, for the Lawrences.
Oh yeah, we didn't do it mainly because of respect for Eli.
Yeah. Oh, I thought
we didn't even ask.
I thought we're talking about Salt Lake City. They didn't run number 1 outdoors.
Salt Lake City is what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
Tomac, Supercross champion.
No, we didn't run on the 450.
Not in the 450 class.
Oh, 250 class.
Craig and
Nichols.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about too. All of that. I don't like it. That's my race tech rant for that one. My next one is again directed at Lars. I can't really nail this one down because I get because the goalposts always move on who's to blame for this, right? When I go around and I'm yelling and screaming, the goalposts are moving. I talk to Pelletier, I talk to Davey, I talk to teams. The goalposts are always moving. So I don't really know who to fucking blame for this. But I'm going to blame you, Lars, because you're here. When we go to Motocross the Nations, we don't know what we're doing. We're unfamiliar with grates on outdoors. They're scary. We don't know what they're doing. We better run on outdoor grates for outdoors this year. That's what I was told was the reason.
What?
The
reason to go to grates?
The teams requested the grates for outdoors because
of Desnations? I don't believe that.
I don't believe that.
Again, I said the goalposts move all the time.
Come on. The teams care about Desnations that much? They're asking for practice? Give me a break.
Okay, if you take away the Desnations, the teams ask for grates outdoors because they don't want to develop new maps and they don't want to practice dirt starts and they already know what maps work in grates, and let's make our lives easier and let's take motocross, a sport that's existed for 65 years, on dirt, and let's make it an outdoor grate, which is lame.
I thought it's
your fault.
I thought it's because it's so much quicker loading the gate.
Yeah, it's more to do with that. I think they just kind of told us, "Hey, we're going to do it," and everybody was like, "All right, cool." For us, it was. It doesn't matter to me. It was either way. In fact, you want to hear my opinion on what we should do?
Yeah,
you're going to like this one. Yeah. This is what I think we should do. Every track has their own option of what they can do. I think that one track should have concrete starts.
Oh,
I think one should have dirt start. And they can have the great start. You have all 3. You do a couple races with one, or whatever.
Around,
because guys are better. Like K-Dub back in the day off concrete, like he was good at that.
Mm-hmm.
I love concrete starts. Some guys probably from Florida hate them.
I didn't get the hot rubber all over me. I hated the hot rubber all over me.
I like being able to warm my tire up, getting at that point.
What about the hot rubber
sitting
all
up
over
way
you?
more.
I don't know how you're getting hot rubber.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
You're holding your.
Are you down there with your mouth on the
no,
wheel or something?
You're
like,
holding your rider's fender while he's trying to do a burnout, and he's smoking you out.
I never had that.
I've never had that issue.
Yeah, I don't know, but I like that.
Anal bleaching?
Having the riders have some options on.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Are you on the show right now, October 30th? Are you saying?
I feel like this light is like this interrogation.
Are you saying?
No. I feel like this is a cue that he is queuing up Roto. Like, hey, these are the clips I want on Instagram.
Are you saying
these ones?
Are you saying you are not for the outdoor motocross grates? You were not for them.
I wasn't for or against them. Nobody came to me and said, "Hey, next year, what are we doing?" Not that I can remember.
Right.
I don't remember there's being in the team manager meeting or steering committee meeting or anything like that where they're like, "Hey, what about grates for next year outdoors?" I mean, maybe we talked about it at some point, but I don't remember a whole team of people or the teams coming together going, "Yeah, we need them for outdoors too," especially not because of Motocross Nation. I guarantee you that's not it.
Bullshit line I've heard.
Again, I told you the goalposts move. Like you run around in the media. This is why it's tough to be a media guy sometimes because you run around and you ask people in charge, very important people, and they either just lie to you or they don't know, and you just run around. And I'm trying to run around like, why the fuck do we have grates outdoors? Like, what's the problem? What's going on? Like, we have start maps, and we have hole shot devices, and we have blocks, and we have rear hole shot devices, and we have lights. We have fucking what happened?
That's the evolution
now we got grates.
That's the evolution of racing, though. Like that's just
evolution is not having starting on dirt.
No, not necessarily the grates.
Fix your bike, please.
All the other things you mentioned.
Okay.
All the other things you
That's
mentioned.
fine. Can we just not? Can we at least just have fucking dirt back?
I'm a fan of dirt.
Okay.
I feel like it does take
Lars,
away.
I apologize for thinking it was you.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll take it. But what do you love so much about dirt? Just the technique is different.
Yeah, it's just called motocross. It's starting on dirt. That's what happens. Yeah.
So Supercross though is fine.
I mean, I get the Supercross part because it's dirt brought in. Like, they only have so much dirt there. So I get Supercross because it is, a pain in the ass to keep maintaining during the night. Well, I understand it.
Okay.
I can understand it. But motocross, it's just fucking dirt.
There's just fucking dirt in Supercross too.
No,
I don't understand this argument at all. I don't.
Paul, are you familiar with the dirt getting down to the plywood?
No, I'm not familiar at all. Never seen it.
Well, that's odd. You were a mechanic for a long time. I think you understand that.
I was being sarcastic right there.
I know you were.
No, I know. But
yes, I've never seen it on a starting line ever.
No, I understand that. I haven't seen it on a starting line either. But the possibility exists that these ruts get that far down on a starting line.
No, because you fix them all the time.
Yeah,
that's the one part as a mechanic, dude. I might as well have written Caterpillar on the side of my right foot with Chad. Like we had to dig so much dirt out for him because he had to start with the little left. My toes still hurt, so I'm good with the grate.
Did you wear those stupid boots?
I wore the Alpine Star Low Boys with or the Fox ones, I think, with the metal steel toes, and they're
ridiculous.
Yeah, so that part, I mean,
65 horsepower,
to be honest,
and you're
I don't really care, dude.
Yeah,
I'm the manager. I don't have to do that.
Oh God!
Wow.
See, Jen?
Wow, there we go. It took almost 4 hours, and now it's come out. Yeah, now it's here. Absolutely. All right, that's my race tech rant of the night. Race tech.
What's that?
That's my.
That's the Wildcat rant.
That's Wildcat Racing.
Okay,
yeah.
Right there.
That's me, Wildcat.
Got it.
All right, Lars Lindstrom, Paul Perebijnos here. Lars, I want to talk to you a little bit. We got the motorsport.com tweet at Tits segment coming up as well. We've got a lot of questions for Lars, not much for Paul around.
Darn it.
Yeah,
it's fine.
A lot of questions for you. But no, hey man. Again, getting back to your roots a little bit. You started as a test bike mechanic, and worked your way up. You're a race mechanic for a little while. You've done a lot of jobs there. Your dad was a team manager. It must be pretty cool for Again, you haven't jumped around. It's always been Honda for you, right? You rode Hondas, everything. Well, what?
Well, I worked for Chad for 5 years.
Okay.
And it was Cowie for 2 of those.
Oh, that was it. Okay. All right. Well,
close enough.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Must be cool to be team manager of HRC Honda. And like you said, Eric Kehoe, right? Dan Bentley, Cliff White. You go down the line of the great Dave Arnold, Roger Coster, right?
Yep.
Yeah, your dad. So it must be pretty cool to ascend to this position.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. I think when I first started, and I don't even think you can call me a test bike mechanic because nobody would let me near a bike, and I don't blame them when I started. Yeah, because I was
you just drove the white
I was
whale?
just a kid that wanted to ride dirt bikes. Like I hadn't figured anything out when I was 19 or whatever I was. But yeah, I didn't really dream of doing that. I guess I didn't really even think of it as a possibility because of the guys that were my predecessors. They're guys that I had tons of respect for, but then one thing happened after the other, and like I said, the whole experience with Tutu, I learned way more doing that in all the different areas.
Because everybody did everything there, right?
Yeah, I mean, when I was working on a factory team or working at Honda, you have your specific role, and you don't really go outside of those lines very much. Like when I went to work for Chad, I had to do, I had to call sponsors and line up this and logistics and parts and get all Anything.
Tablecloths.
Yeah, tablecloths.
When you guys got tablecloths stolen.
No, that was Davo's. That's why he was so passionate. But anyways, that and then getting to work with Mitch Payton, and when I met Paul and all those guys, I learned so many different things that I wouldn't have known, and so much responsibility on me, and there was only 2 or 3 of us on the team. So that's kind of
really opened your eyes a lot.
Yeah, and I grew up quite a bit. I probably matured a lot, and then a couple different positions at Honda, and then the crew chief job that I got in 19 was probably the biggest step I'd taken for a long time, and a lot of responsibility, learned a ton, and then Eric kind of groomed me without me knowing it, and so
you think Eric was maybe the guy who told when he was leaving?
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, okay,
I know that. He told me at Hangtown 21 there, at the end of the day or whatever he said, I forget exactly. I think he said, next year's going to be good for you. It's going to be really good for you. And
really?
And I'm like, what do you mean? And I asked him, I'm like, are you leaving? And he's like, no. And then like 2 days later, he's like, hey, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
But obviously, he was in a weird spot there. So, anyways, that whole experience was a trip. I never really thought of it, like I said. And obviously, I've gotten really lucky with the riders that they handed off to me. and it's gone better than I could have ever dreamed. Right. So
what's the biggest thing you deal with, positively or negatively, as a manager that you didn't think about beforehand? Like where you're just like, oh my God, like this again, or like I talked to somebody else about this and they told me, dude, truck driver fights. This truck driver hates this truck driver. This truck driver doesn't like the parking spot. This truck, they're like truck driver fights. I'm like, what? Just something like that. Like
that's a big part of it. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow, maybe this is it. Yeah. No, but there's things like that you like didn't realize that you had to deal
There's
with.
stuff like that, and then one thing that I can mention, or I wouldn't mind knowing. We're not going to get into this all right now, but every team, the team manager for Honda might not do the same job as the team manager for KTM or Pro Circuit or whatever. Like it's pretty funny to see, like when they make Caroli, good example. How much experience does he have in like doing? Does he know how to work
parts,
on Excel or on PowerPoint? Can he present budget things and make spreadsheets and like what is he actually doing? So the team manager position is kind of loose. I feel like
it is
for what it actually means, and so for me, like one of the things is like expense reports, getting them all from all the guys on the team. And you can imagine a bunch of guys on the team that don't really, their main focus is not to like get on a computer and like, so.
Fucking Jordy.
Jordy's really good actually.
Damn it.
Yeah. But anyway, so dealing with that and then, trying to find any mistakes because once it goes through the system, if there's something wrong, then it comes back and it's, luckily I work with an awesome,
Trish.
Yeah. I call her Lady. She's not really a lady, though, is she? But she kind of is.
I mean, she's a lady.
Yeah, she's awesome. She works with me in my office, and she helps me with all these things that people don't really think I probably have to deal with when it comes to payments. Oh, my gosh. Like, there's going through a corporate company like Honda, just making somebody a vendor, the amount of time and all the things and the getting their W-9, like doing all these different things and jumping through the hoops that you have to do.
So you're probably not in the
Honda.
shop as much as you'd think somebody would think you'd be in the shop. Like you're not in the shop as much.
No.
Right.
No, I wish I was.
Right.
There's some things like that are definitely not the glamorous or the fun thing to do. But takes a lot of my time for sure. I'm on the computer a lot more than probably people think. And then trying to keep my inbox from being this is pretty tough too. So
Gothic J could do an expense report in no time flat.
Gothic J would just eat $2,000 on a flight and be like, yeah, it's all right. I got upgraded first. I bought it.
Gothic. Hey, at Yamaha we got $30 a meal, but you could just
got three meals though.
Yeah.
Okay.
$30 a meal. Gothic would not eat breakfast or lunch. $90 of sushi. Like, just that's his move.
Yeah,
I'm doing $90 in sushi tonight. You're 5 foot tall, 100 pounds. Where'd you put the $90 in sushi? Oh, it's so good. I got a whole lobster, Mathis. I got a whole lobster.
Yeah, it was probably still alive too. Like the weirder the better for Jay.
Yeah, but Gothic, because we would do our expense reports as mechanics, and we'd just sit down at our benches and we'd do them at Yamaha, staple everything, do all that, and he would be done his so quick.
He just wouldn't spend anything, or what?
I don't know what Gothic did. He ripped through his expense reports.
He would be just fine though, like losing tons of money and like he's pretty awesome when it comes to like he's taking us all to lunch for the season just because he wants to. Like he's so cool like that,
right.
He's just super nice when it comes to those kind of things, and but he does not mind losing a ton. Like he will buy a flight for $3,000. Everybody else's flight was like $600. He bought a first class flight. And he'll just expense that $600, eat the rest, just because he wanted the status.
Yeah.
Wow.
Or the nice flight to wherever.
So, and then how much of it for you is dealing with personalities on the team and, hey, this mechanic, like this guy did this and this guy's not coming to work, or just not coming to work, but he's coming in late, like all that personality stuff, right? Like,
that's a lot. Yeah. And I think that's where I
can't see you being a dick at all, though.
Well, I think that's one of my strengths is dealing with different personalities.
Okay.
Like I can deal with some real assholes. I'm going to cuss.
And he has patience too.
Like Steve,
Wow.
Okay. Just being honest.
Well, like Dan Bentley. Like Dan would just tell you to fuck off and like this is how it's going to be and get the hell out of my office, right? Dan. Like that's how he would be.
But you have patience too because we've obviously talked about things and you've talked about situations and I've been like Jen before. I'm like, dude, clip whatever, like end it. This is you're driving yourself nuts and the rest of the team because of it, and it took months for it to happen because he's
I think I definitely have a lot of patience from my mom for sure. But yeah, that is a lot.
It's a lot,
Dealing with personalities is. But right now we got a pretty awesome team. Like
Troopy.
Yeah, and Shane's the same way, right? He's pretty cool all around to get along.
Yeah.
Just don't let him start talking about politics.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a lot for yourself to manage, and then you got to the riders and the dads, right? Keir and Dazzy are pretty tough guys, and they have ways they want to do things, and I'm sure there's times where you're like, yeah, hey man, we can't run that Works Connection perch on there. You just can't. We don't have that's a bad example, but whatever. We can't run this company's radiator brace or whatever because we don't have a deal with them and we don't test it. We don't know what it is. Stop putting that on your bike during the week.
Yeah,
things like that.
Yeah,
Or, you know what I mean? Like because they're both strong personalities and they're smart guys, but they maybe don't always play by corporate Honda
right
rules.
But when it comes to those, I think we do a good job. When it comes to those kind of issues, we'll be like, all right, we can't run that, but let's accomplish the same thing by doing it a different way, and let's work with you. If you think that's a big deal, we'll make that happen somehow.
Yeah.
And I think we did that a lot for all of them.
Like we talked about with Kenny and the clamps and
or whatever it is,
yeah.
like the suspension or different directions or whatever it is.
Yeah.
We've always been able to make that happen. So, but yeah, dealing with all that is definitely takes a lot of patience and just yeah.
What I really love about you too is like again, your dad was team manager. Your reverence for Cliff White and Dave Arnold, like it's high. Like these guys, and the history of Honda, and the sport. And I think again, we talk about that Carmichael curse and all that. I got a feeling that you appreciate that winning with Honda and breaking that curse or whatever you want to call it because of the Honda history that you grew up with and around. I think that's pretty cool. That'd be like, a lifetime Yankee fan managing the New York Yankees.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that kind of thing.
For
where
you
you're
with
like,
the Leafs.
Me with the Leafs. I would probably turn him into a winner.
Or McDaniels with the Dolphins.
Why was he a Dolphins guy?
He started out as a water boy.
Oh, he
did?
Came
from the bottom. He's a great story.
He a water boy for the Dolphins?
No, not for the Dolphins. He's been all around the NFL, but he started out as a water boy.
Okay.
Yeah, which I think is pretty impressive. He's a goddamn head coach.
Right. Well, I think it was impressive that Lars used to drive the white whale, and now he's team manager.
That's
right?
what I mean.
So,
he swept the floors.
No, but you know what I mean? I love that about you. Like, there's some managers that are just like they're button pushers or whatever. You know Honda, and you know the history, and you know the people that have come through there, and it makes you probably soak this in a little bit more.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, I've been a Honda guy. My dad worked for Honda too, so even before he was a team manager, and then after in the auto division. So I grew up as a Honda guy. My brothers rode and Honda, whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah, it means a lot to me to have to do that, to get to do that, and winning that 450 championship with Chase was super special and kind of surreal. And to be honest, I don't even know if it still has really sunk in because the weekend after we're already doing something else. So, but yeah, all the guys that I worked with and getting texts from all of them after that and this whole year it's just stuff like that is really cool, and I do appreciate it.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. Like I'm with you. Like Cliff White and Dave Arnold, like they're legends, right?
Yeah.
And all the things they've done, and they're real mechanics too. They're not parts changers,
right?
They don't have summer cross wins, but they got almost everything else. Those guys are icons, and I don't care. I won't hear anything about it. Like they're greats.
Yep.
And
when Steve asked you the question earlier or maybe it was a tweet question on which rider has the biggest spot in your heart, I almost thought you were going to say Chase because I know how much that meant to you because he's talked to me about it because I know he's such a Honda man, like company man through and through, and I know that championship was a massive deal for that company.
Totally. Yeah. I mean,
you hated the way to win it with Eli going out with an injury.
Right.
Yeah, that sucked because Eli's an all-timer and a great guy. But also you could be like, well, Chase was faster.
Yeah.
Practices, heats.
That was a legitimate title.
Yeah,
that was a legitimate title win. Like you had to be there to capitalize.
I think we had you on the show after, and you're like, that's not the way we want to win it. But Chase was great. And
I mean, he qualified like the fastest 14 out of 17 times or something.
Yeah.
Like he was clearly the guy, and there's obviously some of those things that he did were put him a little bit behind, but also the penalty and Detroit or whatever it was, stuff like that happened.
Yep.
Kind of a little bit out of our control, but anyways, that one did mean a lot, and so yeah, Chase will always have a special place for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Any regrets is the wrong word. Do you wish the Kenny thing would have ended differently or better or?
Yeah, I
know?
do. I mean, it kind of sucked the way that it ended for sure. Because Kenny is another guy that, I spent a lot of time with him and worked a lot, and I like Kenny a lot too. Me and him are still cool and talk quite a bit. So it was kind of lame the way it ended. I mean, what do you say?
If he doesn't put out that post with the broken bike and all that, does that change things?
No, probably.
No?
I mean, that wasn't,
No, I know
ideal.
it wasn't the straw, but the back. But you know what I mean? Like at that point, I felt like you guys were over him, he was over you, and it was time to go.
Well, I mean, I think it would have easily been Kenny on the team again.
Through it,
yeah. If he did, I think that World Supercross thing that he wanted to do was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
What if that doesn't happen? He re-signs, Chase is moving up, and now there's no home for Jet. Well, there is a home, but
yeah, there'd be home.
A 3-guy team, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, this year would have been Supercross only for Ken, anyways.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So it would have just been we wouldn't have.
Hunter would have went outdoors.
Yeah.
Outdoors
450. Yeah.
I still think moving Sexton up to 450 outdoors was a bad move, but what do I know?
Yeah.
Proved you wrong.
I remember when you guys did that. I'm like, what?
So what do you think about the Hunter Lawrence move then?
Yeah, it's fine. The dude's 25 years old.
He's 24.
Okay, turning 25. he's
when you're talking about a 10-year window, 1 year does matter.
Yeah.
He's 24 years old. He's raced all over the world. Like, he's fine. Yeah.
So it's
he's
age
ready.
a lot of times for you.
Experience. That's
Because I would say his experience is light.
Because when you're
for
RJ
his
Hampshire
age.
and you're 30 years old and you're on a factory, and I love RJ, but when you're 30 on a factory bike racing against 20-year-olds, like, you should be doing really well. You just should be. You're that much experience. You're ready.
So you think Hunter has the experience of a 24-year-old too, even all the races he's missed and the time he's missed in Supercross.
I'd be curious to see how many total 250 Supercross races he has. I don't know off the top of my head how many he's got in his class.
It's got to be less than 20, right?
You think?
Around 20 probably?
No, because he was tied with Jet for wins at 14 or something.
I mean, he's done 3 years now.
Yeah, but wasn't he injured for?
Marks can look this up.
Yeah,
Marks,
not 3. I mean,
Marks.
21, 22,
Okay.
23.
Yeah, on it.
I'll go 22.
22 races?
22 races.
We're just talking Supercross?
Yeah,
Supercross is only. Yeah.
Okay,
Hunter
copy
Lawrence.
that. Give me a minute.
By the way, I want to thank the folks at MTX Braking. Paul, I got to get you some of these.
I got him on the bike right now.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
How'd you get them?
You gave them to me last time I was up here.
Oh.
Took me a while for them to work their way onto my bike, but they're there now. And everything's great.
Okay. And what do you think?
I'm happy now. At the first 2 rides, I don't know if it was the brakes, but I changed a lot of parts at once. I had new rotors and everything.
No, don't pull it. Don't do that.
You're right.
Any testing.
Everything's great now. Everything's great now. Took a while to bed in, but I think that was rotors.
I have TRP. I got a brand new Taser, and I've been riding it, and I love the TRP brakes.
Yep.
With the MTX pads, but the first 2 rides, I didn't like them either, and they broke in. I think it was the rotors.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's where I was at.
All
But
right.
now everything's fine.
Okay. MTX Braking. Check them out. Code PulpMX for an introductory pulp deal. They are available in over 800 power sports dealers as well, inspired by motocross and power sports. MTX brought better braking tech into brake pads for mountain and road bikes. Make your mountain bike brakes better, more power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. 2 compounds, gold and red. Okay, 31 career 2D Supercross races.
I was way low.
Yeah.
Wow, 31.
31.
I wouldn't have guessed that many.
It's higher than I thought, obviously.
He's ready.
Well, obviously.
Yep.
Sign him up.
Clearly. MTX Braking, PulpMX code. Motorsport.com, tweet at Tits Segment. Let's do this.
We interrupt this broadcast to bring you this important bulletin from Motorsport.com.
It's the Tweets at Tits Q&A segment where your twatted questions find answers.
It is funny how Tits always ends up whenever you're in.
Yeah, I know we work on that.
Oh, you guys do?
We didn't this time. It was subliminal this time.
Yeah. It's odd because he dipped his finger in your sauce and you thought
I think we bonded over it.
Okay.
Because he appreciated how I reacted. It was honest.
Friends go through things.
It was he was like he won't do it again. He knows where I stand on that subject.
Probably won't.
Yeah.
Motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts. If you want to buy anything for your Blue Crew bike or Honda, go to motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts. Great prices, free shipping on everything over $79. And yeah, man,
I don't think they'd get a blowjob before
we
the main event.
appreciate the guys at motorsport.com. These questions, Lars, are submitted by people on at PulpMX Show on Twitter or X, if you will. And Tits picks the best ones. A lot of questions for you.
Lot of questions for you,
Get ready.
Lars. So
Because he had his finger in his butt.
thought that was
we'll start
actually
off
you.
It was
with
me.
Adam's elbow. Steve, Cooksey is saying Roxon nixed Ferrandis to Hep. Is this true? How likely is Dylan Ferrandis to Phoenix Honda?
Yeah,
Next
we talked about this
question.
earlier. Yeah, I said this. Phoenix Honda.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
Okay.
He doesn't
I
pay attention.
Didn't hear
to
that part.
Yeah.
Lars from Craig Foster. Is HRC preventing Jet Hunter from riding the Melbourne WSX round? Straight answer, please.
Straight answer, please.
No crooked answers. No. I mean, we didn't even get the request to do that, so I guess we didn't.
Can't stop them if they don't ask.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the world thing earlier. I just the FIM is really just the OEMs don't want to support the FIM, and I agree with that. I think that's fine.
I don't think that's accurate. They support the OEM supports the FIM in MotoGP
no, but not
or
for
MXGP.
Not for World Supercross. Yeah, they're like we have a Supercross series. It's in
Absolutely.
America.
Yeah, it's a good
That's
one.
the one we do. Yeah, it's a good. It's a good
great
one.
one.
And we're not. We already didn't like FIM in AMA Supercross. I mean, look at all the fucked up drug suspensions and all the thing that they did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think if I'm the OEM, I feel exactly at home with we're not supporting your series.
They already have a
series.
great product to market Supercross.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what? We are American Honda, so we are Honda in the North America here, right, or whatever. If Honda Japan wanted to go to support World Supercross, that's fine. That's on them. We are American Honda, so we're going to do.
Why would we do our series and then do another series? Why?
Right. Yeah. Not with our guys. I mean,
that's not established. That doesn't have all the best riders. That doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah. Sony.
From Bryce. Steve, what are Mookie's expectations for this Supercross season? Does he ever get a 450 main win?
I was just talking to an industry insider about Mookie, and they were telling me he's turning 30. Is that right?
Probably.
Marks? I knew he was up there.
Just come up with a fake number.
I knew Mookie is definitely 29, 28, 29.
Okay, so what's that mean, though, his age?
Turning 38.
He's 31.
31.
Okay. So what's that mean? Eli Tomac just won the Supercross title at what age?
30, right?
Okay, but Mookie's never won a race.
Yeah, I'm just...
So the question is about will he win a race? He's missed a year due to injury. As you get older, it gets harder and harder. I'm not sure, man. I don't know if he will.
So you think it's getting to the point where his age is catching up, and if he hasn't done it yet, it's not going to happen.
I agree.
Thing.
Yes,
okay.
You don't see too many first-time winners at 31 years old.
Like
right.
a Brayton story is very rare.
Very rare. Yeah. Right. There's Brayton. I can't even. LaRocco was the oldest.
How old was
33.
How old was Ramsey when he won?
He wasn't 30.
Not that old.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyways, so yeah, I mean, I love Mookie. He did not look as good on the Husqvarna. Him and Craig did not look as good. There's no doubt. I don't know why. All of a sudden, their whoop speed went from,
great to good.
Unbelievable, really.
Yeah.
That 1 year with Malcolm, right?
Yeah.
Their whoop speed went from. How's the phone? It's good. Everything.
Told you.
This is notes.
I told him this.
And I told him
beforehand. I was like, his pet peeve is the phones. And he was like, but I'm taking notes.
Am I not engaged? Are we not talking?
A lot of looking down at the phone, but you're a first timer, so we let it go.
Yeah, but this is because I'm getting information.
From Steve Edwards, these guys?
No, from stuff I ever know.
Okay, all right, listen. So I don't know what happened to Craig and Mookie's whoop speed. That went away on the Husqvarna. I don't know if it'll be back. And so, yeah, it's going to be tough. So vote me in as tough.
Okay.
I'll mark that right away.
Yeah. Cheddar Bugs 67. Lars, with Jet, Hunter, and now Joe, you will likely be going to the MXDN with 3 riders every year for the foreseeable future. Is there any worry of them getting burned out by having a shorter off season and having to attend each year?
The thing about Motocross of Nations is that we just did 31 races, and the SMX races were a lot. We went to Motocross of Nations, and everybody was so jacked to be there that it was rejuvenating. I mean, it would doesn't feel as much work to go there
once you're there.
The prepping sucks because you're getting everything ready. You're trying to figure out. You haven't finished the one series, but you still need bikes to ship to the nations. So you got to build bikes out of either parts or practice bikes or do your best. The shipping's a pain, but that event it's magic when you're there. The amount of just the different feel, the cooperation we have with the GP guys over there. It was awesome. The relationships that you can build and things like that. And then just, I don't know, I'm just a huge fan of that race, and so are our current riders right now. So yeah, I look forward to actually being able to go to more of them. But yeah, I mean, it is a shorter off season. Right now, it's not a big deal because our bike isn't changing. So the development that we had to do we're pretty good. Next year it might be a little bit more difficult because we're going to have to do more development. So anyways,
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah. So what I was going to say earlier was Berluti never worked for Team USA and would never wear another country's team shirt.
Right.
And he used to yell at him. Australian, French, they all yell at me. I ain't fucking wearing your team shirt.
I didn't wear I didn't wear the GB shirt when I was helping. I wore my PC shirt.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Thanks, Tits. Thanks for weighing in.
Moto Fan 254, Paul. This is just for Paul, but I would like to get Lars in on as well. What was your best year as a mechanic money-wise, all in with salary and bonuses?
2011. I'm not telling him how much, but 2011.
Did you make six figures in? Probably not.
No,
just
40 short, probably. Just short of that, yeah.
Making 40 with PC.
A little more than that, but
right.
yeah.
Yeah.
That was the year bonuses were almost equal to salary.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I worked for all the guys that I worked for, I didn't really get any bonus money.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, Chad paid me a really good salary.
Yeah.
And so I was pretty stoked on that. So, and then he obviously the way that he was owning the team, everything he was doing, he was putting a lot of money into the team. So
yeah, he treated all you guys well with per diems and all that, right? And all that.
I mean, he ran it like a real race team.
Yeah.
But I never asked. I didn't really want to. I mean, if he wanted to give me a bonus, and that was his prerogative or whatever. But and then the guys that I worked for before, I mean, Jeremy paid me like when we went to like some races overseas and stuff like that.
You were actually the mechanic for Jeremy's last ever race. Like.
Yeah.
Genoa.
Was that the last
when he crashed?
On a KTM?
No, on a Honda.
He crashed. Okay.
Sure.
I can't remember actually.
He was like the one time he told me that he was done with Supercross. He's like, I crashed. He weeded up.
That was
like
after his Supercross like things at San
that
Diego
was all after
and
05 and all that
stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I remember going to Genoa with him. Like
maybe it was Genoa. Maybe it was something else. Anyways, he told me he's like, I'm done. Like,
yeah,
he was 40 years or however old he
was.
Right. Yeah. So did you make six figures with Chad?
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, but I remember you had good salary that year.
Well, guys, I made $42,000 at Yamaha, so soak that in.
Yeah, I think I made $30,000 the first year I started.
What'd you get in Timmy bonuses?
No, I don't want to talk about that.
Not great.
No, I'm still a little bitter.
Yeah,
we're buddies, but yeah. He made 04, 05, he was injured both years. We sucked balls. He never even got in the box. It sucked. 03 though, I figure he made rough math about $300K in bonuses. I don't expect $30K, but that would have been pretty nice. But I didn't expect that. But he gave me $8, and I was making 42 at Yamaha, and I was like, dude, this
brought you up to 50.
I guess.
That's probably how Timmy looked at it.
Yeah.
Some guys are opposite, right? Like Jason Lawrence, when I'm blanking on his name right now. My buddy that worked for him. He gave him like 10% of everything. Won the championship.
Yeah.
$50,000.
Really?
Whoa.
Yeah. Yeah. That's nice.
Straight up, and we spent most of that at the after party.
When I worked for Nick in 02, I got 10% of contingency, purse money, and something else. Yeah, 3 things of 10%, and it was great.
Ryan Morris was awesome with me for that.
Yeah.
I mean, we'd get a podium at this weekend, and he'd show up with a check the following weekend.
Yeah. Nick's mom would mail them,
and we were getting podiums every weekend. It was so cool.
Yep. Good times. What do you do for bonuses? Do you bonus the team out?
Yeah,
Everybody
we have like a
bonuses?
bonus program that Honda pays out.
Right.
That's cool.
Yeah, because that was didn't Ricky have $200 every time?
I think his was $325.
$325.
But for me, it was
that was
$200.
the butt patch. Remember, he had $325 butt patch.
Yeah,
That's
I made
everyone
$200 though.
You didn't even get the full 325.
No, because when they signed me up, they're like, "This is going to be the next thing for the next year, so we're going to start with you." But basically, I was just the guy that was like,
listen,
you don't deserve 3.
I would have loved that with Reedy because I got nothing.
Yeah.
Chad bonused everyone on the team but me.
Yeah.
Oof.
Everyone. Gothic J got money, and Gothic didn't do fuck all.
Wait a second. There was 3 riders on the team.
Yeah.
You worked for Timmy.
Yeah.
Who else was DV? DV's mechanic got
Gothic.
bonus. Gothic?
Yeah.
Got bonus money. You
Yeah.
didn't?
Yep.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
literally like pointing at
no,
you like,
Chad and I
fuck
did
off.
not get along.
I could
yeah,
see
we did
that
not
now.
like each other.
The best bonus that I got was from Ben Bostrom, and that was for Supermoto Championship in like 03. One race, won the championship, gave me $1,000.
Oh yeah.
And the other guys also whatever.
Yeah.
And I was stoked, and it was the most I'd made, whatever. And then I said, hey, I was into road racing at the time. I'm like, I'd really like a set of your used leathers, which were really cool for Honda.
Yep.
And he's like the nicest guy, and like, no worries, man. Like,
yeah,
keep
super
the
cool.
1,000. Here's a set of my leather. Like he's like the coolest.
Yeah.
So he gave me a set of bitchin' leathers, gloves,
that's
boots,
cool.
the whole get up. Yeah, it was rad.
I see him out mountain biking every now and then out here. He lives out here.
He's a legend.
Yeah.
So
He's got all the
you guys
KOMs.
didn't do very well with bonuses. I guess you have to get to championship level to do better with
So
bonuses.
Timmy won Summercross for $25K. I've told this story a bunch.
No, get out of here.
No. I mean the bonus story.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So he won $25,000 because McGrath crashed and Timmy won, right? He gave me no money. Forever, the longest. And he kept saying, I'm like, you owe me some money for that. And he was no. And he never paid me for that money. And this was 99 when I was making $400 a week at Chaparral. So not making very much money. And Dave Dameron, not a big payer. Imagine that. And so eventually got to the point where I was now making fun of Timmy and saying he owed me that money. Then he said he did owe me some money. And then one time he was like, okay, look, you can have what's in my wallet right now or I'll pay you, the appropriate amount. Which is 10%, whatever.
How much would that have been?
$2,500.
$2,500.
Okay.
But I was never going to get the $2,500. I felt like it was just going to go on forever.
So you took the 60 that was in his
so I
wallet.
took it was $200.
Oh.
So I got $200 from him.
Wow, he won that deal.
He did, but I never would have got. I figured it was $200 now, or I'm never going to get that $2,500. Just never. So that was my bonus money for Summercross. But I did steal the trophy behind you when I went to his house one time.
Oh, Timmy probably don't even know you stole it.
No, probably not. No, probably not. All right.
From Chris Kiefer, Lars, how does it feel knowing you're the best-looking team manager in the paddock today?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't agree. I'm
Who's a better-looking team manager?
Who's better looking? Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
You win.
Jen probably has some hot takes on that too.
Mitch, Ian Harrison, Jeremy Coker. Who are we missing?
Max Lee? Youngest, for sure.
Dude, he's 15 years old. How old is Max? 25? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. He's not better looking.
Yeah, I don't know. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Kiefer.
Yeah.
That's right.
Good job.
Yeah.
From Trevin Bender. For Steve, do you think Supercross should go to the two-moto format like in SMX?
No, I don't. I like Supercross. I tell you what, though. I was the one yelling and screaming saying 20 laps is not enough. And now I'm starting to think that 20 minutes is too long.
much.
You know that the SMX was going to be 25?
Was it really?
Yeah, it was 25. And I actually said, like, have you guys thought
walked
about
the track?
that? Like, and especially at the Coliseum. I mean, 25 minutes twice?
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
No, like I said, I've always thought 20 laps was not enough, and I think that. But we need to have a medium now. I think we need to back it down off 20 minutes. I think it needs to go off lap times of that night of that track and base it on that. Because honestly, first of all, 85% of these dudes can't do 20 minutes. They just can't. They're done.
Yeah, but that shouldn't mean that we should change the race order
Well,
or the race length if they can't get in shape.
Well, they're not gonna.
But I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It all came from that Santa Clara race.
Yeah.
When it was like a 42-second lap time,
Yeah.
and you're like, we cannot have 20 laps.
No,
Like, this
and
race is over.
And I wrote about that. Like, if you're a Ryan Dungey fan, you saw him for 14 minutes.
Yeah.
It's just like you can't do that. You got
Right.
to have your stars out there longer.
Yep.
But 20 minutes,
It's a lot.
It's a long race.
It's a long race now.
If you're leading, like from the beginning, and
and you're doing 28 laps or something.
Yeah. No, the tracks can't handle it, and everything. Yeah.
From Woodrow 303, Lars, Honda's recent success under your care must have made you millions. Are there plans to expand your ceilings like other barons of the industry?
Well, it doesn't really work like that.
I don't have tall ceilings. I have a 2-story house, but I can't afford the second floor.
What did you think of the ceilings when you came in?
He just didn't build the second floor.
There's a lot of square footage in there. Like open area.
Open air square
very,
footage.
very high. They're very high.
It's just a normal. It's an upper middle class house, sir.
It's a nice house. When you sent me that there's a gate code to get in, I was impressed. But
that means nothing. A gate doesn't mean anything.
No, it's a nice house.
Yeah.
It's the guard at the gate is the
stop.
thing. The armed guard says, "Are you your name on the list, sir?"
It's a signal that you have an HOA and you spend a lot for it.
Yeah, exactly.
From Justin Haley, Lars, what singular part is the most expensive on a factory Honda?
Their ignitions. These fucking guys and their ignitions. There's something going on. Something's going on.
Yeah, maybe the ignition, I guess, but
something's going on. I know.
The BFR shock is the most expensive part on a bike.
Okay, thank you.
Screwed Kenny.
From Joey, this is for you,
Listen,
Steve.
they have something going on. I'm convinced. Honda's electronics, I think, are next level. I know they have the Get stuff. I get that on the 250s. But
why do you think that? Maybe Jet is just incredible.
Yeah, but Chase is great. Also,
Chase didn't get every hole
I
shot.
think there's something to the grates
wrong?
and the electronics. There's something going on. Something positive. I'm saying something.
We just had the conversation an hour earlier about athlete in this sport versus motorcycle.
Yeah, but when it comes to a start of a grade of a 65 horsepower bike,
It's still rider.
Okay.
I mean, yes, it makes a difference. I agree. But
I think they're onto
you
something.
can take Jet's bike and give it to Mike shitty example. Who's a shit starter nowadays? Dylan Ferrandis.
I'd like to see that.
And he ain't going to hole shot.
I bet you he does.
Okay, I'd love to bet, but we'll never be able to justify this. But
I don't know. I think some guys are good starters and some guys aren't.
I know,
good
but,
starter
but
right
they
here.
got.
That's how I like to
I
think
think
of it,
they
too.
have an advantage in electronics over other teams.
I won't disagree with that.
Okay, well, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
That's all
That's
I'm saying.
different.
I
Against
think
other teams, yes.
When you look at Honda's background in literally every kind of racing, what they got going on, I think they got shit going on.
Right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But they're working on it.
And we're working really
like
close. They got some new stuff coming out. That's
The
really,
Get guys.
Get guys. Yeah.
If
They
you
have
want a
some
discount, email me.
They
by the way.
spent weeks in Italy after Des Nations when every other team went home and was tired. These guys were still fucking working.
Yeah, listen, Get. I say
That
it all
makes
the
a
time.
difference.
Yeah, they've been a great partner this year. They've made a big difference.
Okay. From Joey, Steve, with the chance that there's going to be 2 more teams entering the 250 class in the next 2 years, do you think these 250 guys will start making a bit less money since you could be a factory guy not scoring points?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, no, not necessarily. Because 2 new OEMs entering, I'm assuming that's what he's speaking to,
Triumph and Ducati
are still going to have to spend money to hire capable riders. But his question is almost talking about results-wise, it seemed like to me.
That's what the question
There'll be
seemed
enough
like,
dumb
yes.
team managers to pay enough money to the guys that get 8th.
Okay.
That'll be tough.
From Faulkner's Temper,
And I do hear
Lars.
that Ducati's coming to 450 first.
Yeah.
I
I was
did
going
hear
to say,
that.
I think
Yeah.
a 250 is way longer than 2 years.
No, Triumph is now, but
Ducati
yeah,
250.
okay, yeah.
Lars, what did you learn from your time at 22 Motorsports that you carried to HRC?
Well, he talked a lot about that already.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the most radical thing that Chad wanted to change before a race? Like, did you have to?
Well, the one thing that I always think of is at Anaheim, he wanted to change outer tubes on the fork. They had different. We had different ones from Show or something like that. And he told Oscar, and we had 8 minutes, I think, until the practice started. And he said, "I want to change those tubes." And Oscar, I give him credit, like he was the fastest suspension guy I've ever worked with. And he's like, "Get him off right now. I think I can do it." So I think it was Goose. Yeah, me and Goose pulled off the forks, got him in there, helped him, whatever, and we got him changed and on the bike, and we just missed the start. And so he rode out onto the track, like with maybe missing one lap.
Yeah, wow. 8 minutes.
It was unbelievable. Yeah, he did it quick.
Did you guys ever practice pit stops?
Yeah.
And engine changes
I think
and stuff?
we were the first ones. No, I shouldn't say that.
No, we did engine.
Because we did that at
Yamaha.
PC a lot.
Yeah.
Like we would practice front wheel pit stops,
Yes.
and we would practice engine changes as fast as we can. Like we could do a dyno engine in 6 minutes.
The dyno engine doesn't really count because you wouldn't run like engine hangers or
There's no bolts on the tank.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
anything
good
else.
point.
But
you're right. We did the same thing.
Yeah.
Me and Dean Gibson actually, because when Dean was at Honda, now he's at Cowie. We used to do that for fun. Like we would also time changing tires just to make it fun.
Yeah, yeah.
And so we did that together, and it was like I think my record is still on the test
Really?
track. Yeah, it's like 3:14 or something.
Dude, you know what I think they should bring back? Remember the
Yep.
It was the last US Open. We did the tire change challenge.
Yep.
Can we bring that back somehow to involve the mechanic, and maybe it's for like one championship point or something?
SMX.
That would be so cool. I think
they said everyone was cheating on that. They were building.
We had a special
stuff.
axle.
Right.
We machined the brake pads like this, so you could just throw the wheel in there.
Right.
Yeah,
we took
bunch
all
of
our
different
Supermoto
things.
stuff and made it work for there. But our stuff was all functional, worked good.
Yeah.
And Carlos was actually the guy over at Davey. He crushed it the one time.
But imagine that. Carlos would spend probably a month doing that. Right?
Yeah. Carlos is the one that won the U.S. Open one,
Yeah.
and we practiced for it at PC. Like I thought I was ready, and he beat me.
But we did it with especially wheel changes. We still do that just to be ready so that we have like a routine down.
We only did a motor at Yamaha like one time.
Yeah.
Hey, let's take a motor out and see. Like just one guy on the right side, one guy on the left side. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have a kit in the truck that was actually Droopy's idea, and I
probably
think
probably doesn't work then.
we have a kit of tools just for the right side of the bike. The person helps on that side, and the real mechanic stays on the left, and then
you guys. So you actually think about it? Yeah.
That's all
right.
Just the tools you need are in that
Right,
box.
right.
And stuff like that.
Right and left. Yeah, we did the same thing.
Yep.
From Alex Heckman, Lars, who was the easiest rider to work with, and who was the most challenging to keep happy?
I know the answer to this.
I do too.
Can I guess?
Wyndham and Chad.
Oh, I was going to guess JG and Chad. JG easiest, Chad hardest.
I was going to go Wyndham easiest.
Oh man, Kenny could put a good run in there though, but
with Chad, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. K-Dub. Yeah, I mean K-Dub and Chad. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably accurate. Yeah.
I mean, Ali used to tell me he would just change things because he wanted to.
You know what was
really?
cool?
So he could just ride anything?
Yeah.
That's unbelievable.
Levers too, like you could kind of set him up close, and luckily me and him had the same.
Yeah.
Like whatever, he never adjusted.
I was like
stuff.
that with Dean. I could set everything and he wouldn't touch it, but I didn't know Wyndham was like that.
You know what's cool about
and clutches, right? Wyndham would never go through a clutch.
No,
Just,
yeah. He was easy on stuff like that.
That's
but
cool.
he would be at the practice track, and Ali would sit on the back tailgate of the pickup, and Kevin would be like, "Yeah, I need to go do a moto," and Ali would just sit in the back, and he would just like put his hands up like 2 more laps, and he'd see him from way over there. He had like eagle eyes, and that was pretty dang cool.
Yeah.
That's old news, right?
Wow.
Don't wait. Every time I hit the outro, regardless of how long it's actually been, I get that look. So.
I think you skipped over some real good ones because I checked them out earlier. But
Find them.
No, it's your show.
No,
It's
it
your
is my show. That's right.
It's your show.
Although I defy you to find a good one.
It's an off-season show. Trey Canard, Eric Peronnard, John Anderson, best interview tonight?
I like Trey.
You're going to say Trey.
I liked Trey's interview.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're going to say Trey.
I'm going to say Trey only because I thought that was really interesting to hear.
Yep.
I haven't gotten to really hear a download from it, but that was a pretty big deal to race that thing, so it was cool to hear.
Really great of you. You actually got him on.
That's right, I did.
I thought about it, and I'm like, well, he's traveling back from Japan. There's no, that ain't going to work.
Yeah.
So good job.
Thanks. A little bit extra on the per diem for getting
Listen, you two were above rate for this show.
Appreciate that.
You were
really
above,
made it happen.
You were above the rate because I wanted to make it happen.
But we had to pay for keeping our wives happy last night.
Yeah, we needed a fancy hotel.
And I'm pretty sure
Thank you for booking us at the Cosmo.
She looks
by the
really
way.
I did not book you at the Cosmo. Future co-host, I do not book at Cosmo. Don't remember that. That is fake news. Pulp 20's code to save with Maxima USA and Pro Filter. I forgot to read about that. 927. Love that oil from those guys at Maxima. And, of course, Monster Energy Kawasaki, Monster Energy Pro Circuit using the 4-stroke oil with Peak technology and Pro Filter as well. Pulp 20's the code to save with Pro Filter. Get a oil or air filter pre-oiled as well for the air filter. So it's really great, really easy to do. Thank you to the folks at Pro Filter and Maxima as well. And any codes that you need to save, PulpMXShow.com. Use the codes. Lars, thanks for coming in, man.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. Yeah, do you have fun?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, good time.
should come back like in the middle of Supercross season. Just come back in.
Sure.
Yeah, why not? You got nothing better to do.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Congratulations on all your success.
Appreciate it.
This year at Honda and all the help you've given me and all of that. So I appreciate it. It's so friendly with the media.
Yeah, no worries, dude. I have a good time with it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no problem.
And it's great that you also, a little while off air, said I was the #1 media source in the sport. So that was really cool when you said that. That was great. Thank you. Thank you for
I
that.
remember you telling that to me.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
thanks for that. Yeah, so
all right, yeah.
So Anton and Lewis and everybody just suck it.
I think you use different words
Yeah,
to describe
probably.
the same thing.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Renthal.com, Paul Perebijnos. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you for coming in. Always a fun time for sure. So thanks. I appreciate it. And Tits, great job,
man.
Great
Thank
job.
you.
Yeah. Real
I told
great.
you I'd come in at a 5, a strong 5, and I feel like that's what I did.
Yeah. I feel like
he should be playing a piano. Like, it looks like he's sitting behind there like, what kind of song do you guys want to hear?
Oh, yeah.
You know, like the Piano Man with the little thing hanging down.
That's my producer.
Okay. Yeah.
Is your producer?
My producer.
All right. Mark's, great job.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marks. How's the app coming?
Thank you.
Be out Friday.
Yep,
Thank
Friday.
Mark's created me and him last summer. I worked on like a Excel spreadsheet with like being able to do overalls when we don't have Wi-Fi and when the system crashes.
Yeah.
So we did that together. Now I have this really sweet
Yeah,
thing.
no, I heard about this secret communication. I wasn't happy. It was unauthorized. And Mark's
put that in the app?
I do what I want.
Mark's helped somebody else out too. I don't remember what it was, and I was like, "What the fuck? Like, how did that person even get a hold of you?" I don't remember what it was now, but what was it, Mark's?
It's a bit bizarre that these guys come to an idiot like me for help with that stuff, but I'll take it.
Yeah. And thanks for Jen for coming in and hanging out.
Yeah, she had a great time.
Yeah, she loved it. She was great. We're gonna get her in for some hot takes, but then we do want you to keep your job. So.
Yeah. I know we got to be careful with that one.
She could probably have some great stories about CR22 days.
Yeah, then others. Yeah.
Fantastic. I want to thank our guests tonight. Thank the sponsors as well, Paul Peronnard, Lars Lindstrom. I'm Steve Mathis. We're off next week, but we'll be back in the week after that. We're going to do a Tuesday show after Paris Supercross as well. I just don't quite know who's coming in for co-hosting. But, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. And, see you in a couple weeks.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.
Sword inside your flame, I will burn submit your games. Destroy me, defeat me, and melt me down. You cast me, complete me, I'm sure. I speak now. You're crushing, you're creeping from the very start. You cast me, complete me till death.